In this full tutorial, we will take a look on how to make a 2D endless runner game, or simply how to make a 2D game in Unity game engine with C# programming for complete beginners to intermediate people. And if you want to make this game for mobile devices, then make sure you check out my description where I have included the more chapters and how to make this game for mobile devices. Check the description for a recommended Udemy Unity 6 and C# complete course. I will have the link in the description, and also you will get the source code of this game, Sprite, tileset, audio, fonts, and many other things attached with the course for absolute free. So I highly recommend the course. The link available in the description box. So check out my Udemy course of this. So make sure you do that. You will learn about what is a game object, components, Unity editor, user interface, animation in Unity in this full tutorial. Animation transition, how to add audio to the game, how to make a player to do something, how we can create scenes in Unity game engine, how to make player jump, shoot, UI in Unity, scripting in Unity game engine, how to spawn a game object, destroy, and so much more. Also, we will take a look on classes in C#, functions or method, for loop, pair, variables, start and update function in C#, how to attach the script to a game object in build function, enumerator function, coroutines, singleton pattern, and basically singleton, and so many other things in Unity game engine with C# programming from complete basics to advanced. So if you never ever written a single line of code, then this course is absolutely for you. Let's talk about how to get this game source code, assets, and builds, including APK of this game, AAB build, PC build of this game, and so many other things. But before, I especially want to thank my awesome Patreon members who took membership on my Patreon page. Thanks to Bertrand Ding, 23C22, Huang Tuan Eng, Dylan Harjes, Pritham, Sanes Ketmin, Pikachu, Sergio, Ron, Andre Galaxito, and a special thanks to Kalman Pela, Dex, and Game of Life aka Rajat Sharma for taking membership on my Patreon page. It helps me a lot to keep continuing on what I'm doing. If you want to get this source code of this game, including APK, AAB assets of this game source code, and so many other things, then check out my Patreon page. I will have the link in the description. So without further delay, let's dive into this full tutorial. Open up Unity Hub and then click on this. In the top right you can see new project, so I'm gonna click on it and it's gonna create. So just wait a moment, and you can choose the version in the top, and I'm using Unity 6000.0.58 F1. You can go with any version, so I'm gonna go with this version, and this is LTS version, means long-term support. And you can select this universal 2D core, or you can select this 2D built-in renderer in the bottom. And if you don't have it, then you scroll down all the way to the bottom side, and you're gonna see a download button to the right section. So just click on it in order to download that. I already downloaded, so I'm gonna select that, and then I just move over to right side, and in the bottom you can see you have to name the project what you want to name it. So I'm gonna call this one 2D endless 2D endless runner course, something like that. I'm gonna name it 2D endless runner course full course. Let's call it full course instead. full full sorry, full course. And over here you can choose a folder where you want to save it. So just click there and you can choose a location where you want to save it. So I'm going to save it my local disk F. You can save it on local disk T, but don't save it in your local disk C. So or else it's gonna be full. So make sure you just choose any other location to save your project. So I'm going to choose my local disk F. After doing that, then click on select folder and then click on this create project in the bottom right section you can see. So just click on it and it's gonna create our project. And Unity gonna take some minutes to load up all of the things that we need to create our game. So it can take up to something like 4 to 5 minutes, but it's totally gonna depend upon on your system. If you have fast system, as always, it's gonna take less than a minute. But if you have a slow system just like me, then it can take up to 5 minutes. But it's gonna totally depend. So once Unity load up, I'm gonna see you right there. So as you can see, Unity UI just loaded up. If I select my main camera, for now I'm gonna delete my square. So as you can see, we have main camera only in the hierarchy. And if your layout seems different, then you can always go in the top right says layout. So just click there and then click on this default. So it's gonna reset to default. And let's suppose you just lost any tab. So let's suppose if I lost my console tab, if I right click on it and then click on this close tab, as you can see it's gone. But how we can retrieve that, how we can restore? In order to restore that, we will move over to window in the top bar, scroll down to general, and you can find the tab which you recently lost. So in my case, I lost my console tab, so I'm just gonna right click and you can notice the shortcut key of it in the right section, which is Control plus Shift plus C. If you just hold down Control plus Shift plus C, then it's gonna bring up the console tab right away. So or you can simply click on it in order to get that, and you can move it anywhere, but make sure you just click over here, not here. So just click over here and you can toggle it anywhere you want. So I want in the bottom where it was before, so I'm gonna drag it there, and now it's fine. So let's do something. So firstly we're gonna start with a square. So let's go to hierarchy tab, let's right click or hit this plus icon. Let's go to 2D object sprites and then we're gonna choose a square, and let's call this square to something like player. So let's call it player, and then go over to inspector, transform, right click and then reset. So it's gonna reset the position in the x, y and in the z to 0 0. Now we have our player, and now what we need to do, we need to make a ground. And before that, we're gonna add some components to this player game object. First thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body 2D so it's not gonna fall down. So for that, we will go over to inspector, click on add component, and let's add a rigid body type 2D by typing name of the component. So it's gonna pop up, and let's hit enter in order to attach that. Sorry, hit enter or click on it in order to attach that. And then I'm gonna move over to rigid body 2D, and gravity scale I'm gonna make it something around 3. Basically I'm just increasing the gravity. And collision detection, choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And interpolate, you can choose interpolate. Now that seems pretty much great. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will able to notice as soon as our game just gonna start, our player game object will fall down due to gravity, because we added a rigid body 2D component which is responsible for gravity. So just wait a moment, and once we are in the game, as you can see, as soon as our game started, our player game object just gets fall down. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So let's click on that play button in the top in order to get out of play mode, and let's add another component which will be a box collider 2D, but let's add that firstly. So let's click on this add component, and now we're gonna add box collider 2D by typing name of the component, which is box collider 2D, and we're gonna press down F. Make sure you select your player in the hierarchy, then press down F on your keyboard in order to focus on it. So this is our player game object, and you can see the green outline because we added the box collider 2D. And now what we need to do, we need to make a ground in order to land top of our ground, so our player game object not gonna fall into space, into empty space. So let's go to hierarchy one more time. Let's right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D object sprites, and then we're gonna choose a square, and we're gonna select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here, and choose the rect tool in the scene view, and you can hold down alt on your keyboard to resize it from center, as you can see. So this will be our ground, like this. And now let's call it ground instead of calling a square. So let's go over to inspector, let's call it ground, and we also gonna attach a box collider 2D to this ground, so our player game object not gonna pass through it. So let's select the ground, let's go to inspector, click on add component, and we're gonna add box collider 2D, and let's attach that. And now if we go ahead, and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will see as soon as we're gonna start our game, our player game object just gonna fall down due to gravity. Why? Because we added rigid body 2D component, which is responsible for adding up gravity. So just wait a moment, and you will see. And now we can see as soon as our game started, our player game object just gets fall down. And I'm gonna show you one more time. So let's click on this play button, and let's click on this play button one more time to play our game, and let's have a look. And we need to drag it a little bit up in the y-axis or vertically, our player game object, in order to take a perfect looked on it. And indeed you can see it just fall down. So I'm gonna select the player in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and I'm gonna move it something over here. And as soon as I just lift up my finger from my left mouse button, as you can see it just gets fall down because we added rigid body 2D. But the problem is that if we get out of play mode and then select this player, go over to inspector, transform, then rotation, and play around with the Z axis, as you can see it's gonna rotate weirdly. So to stop this, what we need to do, so firstly I'm gonna set the Z rotation back to 0. To stop that, go over to rigid body 2D component, then go over to constraint, and then freeze the rotation about Z axis. Now it's not gonna do that at all. And if we go ahead by now, it's gonna be fine. And what we need to do, we basically need to add a speed, so we can move our player game object to the right side. So we will create a script for that, to move our player game object. To create the script, go move over to your project tab, assets, then create a script folder first to keep our project clean. So let's go to assets, right click on assets, or you can right click over here as well. So let's right click, then create folder, and we're gonna call this folder to something like scripts. So let's call this folder scripts, and inside these scripts we can create our player script. So I already created a player script right over here, as you can see. And how you can do that, to create the script, basically move over to your script folder by double clicking on it, then right click, create in the top, then mono behavior script, or you can just move over to scripting, then click on this mono behavior script and name that script to something like player. So I already created a script called player, so I'm gonna take that one and let's drag it over to my scripts folder to keep my project clean. And I'm gonna I'm gonna delete this test one script later on. So just wait a moment, and so we changed the path of our script, so that's why it's going to take a little moment to compile our script. Because I dragged the player script inside my script folder, basically I just changed the path of my script, so that's why it's going to take a little moment to compile our script. And once it's done, we can just go ahead and we can open up our script. But before we open up our script, we need to attach our script to our player game object. So I'm going to select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's select that script from that my script folder. So I'm going to select my player. Let's go over to script folder. Let's select the player script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. And now I'm going to double click on it in order to open that up. And now what we have to do, we basically need to do the scripting. So just wait a moment, and it's gonna open up in Visual Studio. I am using the older version, as you can see, and this one is 2019, but it's gonna work for you as well if you use new version of Visual Studio. It's gonna work, and it's basically fine. Even though if you using the old one, it's totally fine, because the script just gonna be the same. So that's why. So make sure you select your player in the hierarchy, then select your player script, and then drag it over to this add component section in the inspector to do that. So now I'm gonna double click on my player script to open that up in Visual Studio. So let's double click on it, and once our script open it up, we can just go ahead and we can do the scripting. So just wait a moment. Once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check it. So just wait a moment. Now it's open it up, and by default, as you can notice, we have the start and update function. So I'm gonna move over to my Unity editor once again, and now once our compilation is done, let's open up our script one more time by double clicking on it in the inspector. So make sure you select your player game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, player script, and double click on it in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So now I'm gonna move over to my script, and for that what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to this update function, because this update function, sorry, I did the mistake over here. I really apologize for it, and now it's fine. So we're gonna include our update function. Let's do it. My system is a little bit lagging because my system is slow, so we need to include our update, and now that's pretty much fine. So this update function runs over again and again, we do know. So so we need to move our player game object to the uh, right direction every single frame, because this is our endless runner game. So that's why our player game object need to move to the right side or to the left side forever. So we're gonna do with the right side, because not any games works in to the left side. Basically don't player don't move to the left side. We're gonna do the right side. We have seen in lot of games. And now I'm going to move over to my script, and in order to move that, what we basically need to do, we basically need to use this transform dot translate function, this transform dot translate function. And just wait a moment, a translate function, and this function in brackets, it's gonna take the direction in which direction we just want to move. So basically what we're doing, we basically moving over to this player game object, this transform component, as you can see in the inspector, and then we're using this translate function in order to move that. And this translate function over here, it's gonna take the direction in which direction we want to move. So since we want to move to the right direction, so we can use vector2 dot right. So let's move over to a script, and over here we basically you're gonna use this vector2 dot right. So what this vector2 dot right basically means, it basically means 1 in the x and y in the 0, because we don't want to move in the y at all. So that's why we use vector2 dot right. It's basically means y x in the 1, so it will move to the right direction by 1 unit every single frame, and in the y it's not gonna move at all. So vector2 dot right basically means x in the 1 or plus 1, and in the y it's 0. And we also need to multiply this with our time dot delta time to make our frame rate independence, or else our player game object just gonna move too much fast over time, which we really don't want in the start of the game. So that's why we just gonna multiply this with our time dot delta time to make frame rate independence, and then close that up with semicolon. And to speed up our speed, basically to make our player speed a little bit, then we can just go over to top of our class and we can make a variable for our player speed. And let's make this one public so we can see underneath our player script, and we can adjust it over here, and we don't need to move over to script over again and again. So we're gonna make a public float. This will be float, and we can call this one move speed, and by default I'm gonna set equal to some unit. So I'm gonna set equal to something like 5f, and let's close that up with semicolon. If over here basically referencing float number, and now we're gonna multiply this whole thing with our move speed, so we can just move with our move speed, which is 5. So vector2 dot right basically means 1 in the y, 1 in the x, so this will be 1, and move speed is 5, so 5 into 1 will be 5 in the x, and in the y it's 0, so 0 into 5 will be 0, means we're not gonna move at all in the y axis, but we will move to the right side with this move speed parameter, which is 5 unit. And now we need to press down Control S to save our skip, or you can always move over to top left file, you can move over to top left file and then click on this save button right over here, you can see, or you can simply press down Control S to save your skip, and you can move over to Unity editor. And once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and we can check it. So just wait a moment, and we can start our game as soon as our compilation is done. We can check that out, so just wait a moment. Just wait a moment, and we need to check that out. And Unity just gonna take few seconds to compile our script, and now it's done, almost done. And as soon as our player script gets compiled, if we select our player in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector player script, we can see the move speed, which by default we set equal to 5, but we can adjust it over here, but I'm not gonna do it at all for now. I'm just gonna test, so that's why. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So as soon as we're gonna start our game, our player game object just gonna move to the right direction with 5 unit of speed, because as a move speed we have chosen 5, so that's why. And we can notice indeed our player game object just moving to the right direction, but the problem is that our ground is so small, that's why our player game object gets fall down. So I'm gonna click on this play button in order to get out of play mode, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna make our ground a little bit large in the size, in the x size a bit. Basically I'm gonna make it 1000, around something like that. So I'm going to select my ground in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, transform scale. In the X, I'm going to choose something like 1000. So I'm going to choose 1000. Now this seems pretty much cool. And we can scroll our mouse to zoom in or zoom out, and like this. And let's click on this play button in the top by now. And by now we will able to notice it's gonna do that thing. Basically our move speed just gonna be fine. So just wait a moment, And we also need to add acceleration to our player game object. So over time our player game object just gonna move with little bit faster. As you can notice, it's moving pretty much good. So basically it's working fine. And let's click on this play button in the top to get out of play mode. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna add acceleration. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy one more time, then go over to inspector player scape, then double click on it in order to open that up. And let's make a variable for that as well. So I'm gonna move over to top of my class and I'm gonna make a variable for it. So we're gonna make a public float, and we can call this one acceleration. If the spelling is wrong, then I really apologize. So I'm gonna call it acceleration, and by default I'm gonna set a little amount, something like 0.1, or let's set it to for now 10f, a big amount. And what we're gonna do, before we move our player game object, on top of this move speed, I just want to add some unit. So over time our speed just gonna be over time our speed will be up. So what we basically have to do, we need to add some amount to our move speed before we multiply with our move speed, basically moving our player game object with this much of move speed. So top of this move speed we need to add some few amount over time, so our move speed just gonna increase, so our player game object just gonna seems like over time it just speeding up. So basically that is the logic. So before we move our speed, top of our move speed parameter, we just want to add our acceleration. So we will set move speed plus equal 10f, or we can basically put a hardcore value, something like we can put 4f, 5f, or 10f. But we do know that we created a variable called acceleration over here, as you can notice. So top of our move speed, we just gonna add this acceleration. So we're gonna add this acceleration top of our move speed. And to make this one frame rate independence, basically this acceleration, we basically need to multiply with time dot delta time. So the acceleration over time, it's gonna be constant and it's not gonna be up over time. So we just want our acceleration to be constant. We don't want to increase the value of it, so that's why we also need to multiply this acceleration with our time dot delta time to basically make it constant. So we're gonna multiply with our time dot delta time, and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our escape. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and I'm gonna make my move speed for now a little bit less, something around 1. And underneath our player skip, we will able to notice another field which is acceleration, because we made another variable called acceleration, and we can choose the value with which amount of acceleration we would like to go with. So now our underneath our player scape, we can notice the acceleration and the move speed. So I'm gonna make the move speed for now something around 1, and the acceleration I'm gonna make it something, let's leave it with 10, and let's have a look on it. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So over time our move speed just gonna increase, because top of our move speed we just adding up our acceleration. So just wait a moment and you will able to notice. And indeed we can notice that over time our player gets enough speed, and it's just moving lot more away, faster way. So what we need to do, we basically need to make this acceleration a small amount, instead of making something a bigger number. So I'm going to choose something around 0.8, 0.8, or zero point 0.8. And now if we click on this play button, slowly over time our acceleration just gonna add up. So it's gonna seem perfect and amazing. we don't choose any bigger number, and make sure you multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. And as you can notice by now, our acceleration seems pretty much cool, and over time we can notice our player game object just speeding up and up. And we can choose the acceleration a little bit less number, so let's get out of play mode, and we can choose the acceleration number something around zero point 0.1, and I guess the 0.1 or zero point 0.1 just gonna be perfect. And we can take a look one more time, so let's take a look on that as well. So it's gonna be fine, and the acceleration just gonna include to our move speed. So the move speed by now gonna seems lot more clean and amazing. And you can play around with the move speed, and we can see the move speed underneath our player skip in the hierarchy. It just speeding up, and the acceleration by now it's now pretty much cool. And we can also notice over time our player game objects speeding up and up, and it's goes to 3, and now it's gonna move over to 4. Basically our move speed over time is just increasing, because top of our move speed we just added the acceleration, so that's why it's happening. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this player game object a prefab, so we're gonna have the copy of it, and we don't need to work from scratch. So let's do that. To make it prefab, we're gonna move over to project tab, assets, and let's create a prefab folder to keep our project clean for our prefabs. So I'm gonna move over to assets, let's right click on it, then create in the top, then folder, and let's call this folder to something like prefabs. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna take our player game object in the hierarchy, then drag it over to that folder in order to turn it into a prefab. And now if I select my player in the hierarchy and delete it, as you can see it's gone. But we do know that we have the prefab, basically means copy of that game object. So what we can simply do, we can just move over to our project tab, assets, and then prefab folder, basically where we turn it, and we can select the game object. So in our case this player, we can select that and we can drag it into the scene view or into this hierarchy. So I'm going to drag it into my scene view, and all of the things is saved. If I select my player in the hierarchy, move over to inspector, we have the transform, sprite renderer, sorry these are default, we have the rigid body 2D, box collider, and the player scape. So making prefab makes your work a lot more easy. Basically making prefab means you just making your player game object a copy, or you just making that game object that game object as a copy, and you can restore it whenever you want. And we can check it as well. So let's click on this play button in the top, and as soon as our game will start, we will able to notice our player game object just gonna fall down due to gravity. And over time our move speed of this player game object just gonna increase over time. And we can see indeed it's working, and we are pretty much good. So now let's click on this play button in order to get out of play mode. And if you want to save your project, basically whatever you have done in Unity editor, then you can simply press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your project, or you can simply move over to top left file and then click on the save right over here in order to save your project. And once you save it, you can just move out, or you can just cut the Unity editor. So make sure you save your project by hitting Ctrl plus S, and you can see the shortcut key in the right section, which is Ctrl plus S, the shortcut key. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S one more time on my keyboard in order to save my project. Let's talk about the jumping thing right now. So if we want to press down a space key on our keyboard, then we want our player game object to jump. But before I do that, let me show you. So let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's press down a space key or any key in order to jump. We not gonna able to jump at all, so we need to make the jump. So wait a moment, And once our compilation is done, we can just once our game is loaded, we can check it. So if I press down space key or any key, then we can see we not not jumping at all. So we need to make the player jump, and to make that, so let's get out of play mode and let's select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, player escape, and let's open that up by double clicking on it. To make the jump, we're gonna make a jump function, and we want to jump when we press down space key. So I'm gonna make it something over here. So make sure you move over to your update function, and we're gonna do it over here, and we will use if condition. So let's make if first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if we press down space key or not. So we're gonna check for input. So we're gonna use this input dot get key down, and then make this first bracket, and inside this bracket it's gonna take the key that you want to check with. So input dot get key down function just gonna take the key code. So I want to check with my space key, so that's why as a key code, so we need to type this key code, then type dot and the key you want to check with. So I'm going to check my space, so I'm going to pass this space. So input dot get key down key code dot space, it basically means that we press down space key on our keyboard. Then what we want to do, we want to make jump, and in order to make jump, and I'm gonna make the jump function over here. We can simply print out the message over here, but let's make a jump function for it. And I'm gonna make this function public. Why? Because I'm gonna call this function from any other classes or script or through a button. So that's why I need to mark this as public. You can go with private as well. You can just skip it. You don't need to do that as I am doing over here, like marking our function as public. So we're gonna make public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it jump. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do for now over here, we simply want to print out the message in our console tab. Says something like jump for now. So to print out, we're gonna type this debug.log, and we will say inside quotation. So let's make first bracket, and inside quotation you need to pass the message that you want to see underneath your console tab. So I'm gonna say something like player jump. So I'm gonna say something like player jump, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now what we need to do, we basically need to call the jump function. And when we want to call it, when we press down space key on our keyboard, and we checking over here that if we press down space key, then I'm gonna call the jump function, and jump function simply just gonna print out this message in our console tab says player jump. So let's call the function a over here. So let's call our jump function. Let's make first bracket and close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and then move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, then we calling the jump function, and jump function simply printing out the message in our console tab says player jump, as you can see. So let's check there. So make sure you press down Ctrl S on your keyboard in order to save your script, and then move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, the message just gonna pop up says jump, player jump. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check it. But before we check that out, make sure you select your console tab and then click on this play button in the top in order to play your game. And now let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, we will able to notice we just gonna jump right with that message just gonna print out says player jump. So now if I press down space key on my keyboard, as you can see, as soon as we press down space key, so I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top in order to pause my game. And if we move over to our console tab, we can see as soon as we press down space key, the message just pops up as says player jump, as you can notice. So instead of printing out message, we want this player game object to jump. To do that, let's click on this play button in the top to get out of play mode, and we can simply double click on this message in order to move over to that line of code. Or you can simply just open up your player skip as well, and instead of printing out message we want to jump. But before we jump, we need a reference to our rigid body 2D. So if I select our player in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector rigid body 2D component, we can see that we attach this rigid body 2D to our player game object, and we do know that this rigid body 2D component is responsible for velocity, adding force, and doing all of those things. So that's why we need a reference of this rigid body 2D of our player game object, then we can make the jump. And in order to get the reference, we will open up our player scape, and let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make it somewhere over here, and it doesn't need to be public, so we're gonna make this one private, and we need to type the component that we're looking for. So since we're looking for rigid body 2D, so we're gonna type this rigid body 2D, and you have to name that. So I'm gonna call it RB, short for rigid body 2D. So we made it private, so that's why we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player scape in the inspector, but still we want to grab the reference. How we can do that? To do that, we can simply move over to this start function, and we do know that this start function get called when the game start. So in the start of the game, we just want to get the reference of that rigid body 2D component, and to get that we basically need to use this dot game object, and this dot game object basically referencing this player game object itself. And what we need to do now, we need to use this dot get component, and we need to make these arrows, and inside these arrows we need to pass the component name that we're looking for. So this dot game object basically referencing this player game object itself, and then we using the get component, and the component we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. So that's why inside these arrows we need to pass the rigid body 2D, and make this first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. Now we have the rigid body 2D component. Basically we just going over to this player game object itself, and we using dot get component to get the component, and we taking this rigid body 2D as you can see in this start function. Now we have the rigid body 2D, basically this. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this rigid body 2D into this RB parameter, rigid body RB parameter that we created over here. So now we're gonna take our rigid body 2D, and we're gonna store it into this RB. So let's store that. So RB equal to this. Basically we taking our rigid body 2D component of this player game object, and we storing this rigid body 2D component into our this RB parameter that we created over here, as you can see. Now we have the reference of this rigid body 2D of this player game object, and now what we can do, we can make the jump. To make the jump, let's go over to jump function. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we want to jump. And in order to jump, we can use the rb.linear_velocity.y, and we can set equal to some unit. So we will go to rb.linear_velocity in the y, and we can set equal to some unit. So let's, for now we're gonna check with 10f or 10 unit. So what we're simply doing, we basically going over to this rigid body 2D component of this player game object, and we accessing the linear velocity in the y, because we want to make the jump in the y axis, not in the x axis. So that's why linear velocity we just set equal to 10, as you can see. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as our script just gonna compile, and if we press down space key on our keyboard, we will able to notice our player game object just gonna jump in the y axis right away with a 10 unit, because we just set the variable. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just take that out. And now if we click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, so let's take a look on it. Now the compilation is done, and if we press down space key, as you can see, indeed if we press down space key on our keyboard, we can notice that our player game object is jumping in the y axis. but the problem is that the jump seems a lot more small. So I'm gonna get out of play mode and let's move over to our script. Instead of hard coding right over here, let's go to top of our class and let's make another variable for our jump speed, jump height. So let's make a public. So we're gonna make this one public since we want to I really apologize for that. So we want to make it public so we can adjust underneath our inspector, and we can this will be float, and we can call this one, let's call it jump height. So let's call this jump height, and by default I'm gonna set equal to something like 15f or 15 unit, and make sure you close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna move over to our jump function, and instead of directly setting it 10 unit, we're gonna set equal to jump height, and by default jump height we have passed 15. So this over here will 15 means our player game object in the y-axis, it will jump with 15 unit. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor and let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, we will able to notice our player game object in the y-axis, it will jump something like with jump height parameter, and by default we have adjust 15, we just set 15. So let's click on this play button in the top. I also really sorry for the noises coming out. I'm really sorry for that. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna press down space key and we can play around with the jump height. So that's why we just made that jump height parameter public. So now if I press down space key on my keyboard, we can notice it's jumping in the y-axis with jump height parameter. But the problem is that we can jump as many times we want. So we want to stop that. To do that, let's get out of play mode and let's go over to script, and we're gonna make a bool parameter in order to jump. Order to jump, basically that parameter just gonna keep track of that if we're standing on this ground, then we want to jump, and if we not, then we don't want to jump at all. So we're gonna make a variable for that. So let's go to top of our class, and that variable doesn't need to be public, so we can make it simply private. So we're gonna make this one private, and we this will be bool, which can be true or false, and we can say is ground. Is ground, let's close that up with semicolon. And now I'm gonna move over to start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, I'm gonna set is ground equal to true. Why we set it equal to true? Because in the start of the game, we just gonna be top of this ground. So that's why in the start of the game, I just set is ground to true, because we just gonna be in the ground, top of this ground in the start of the game. But once we make the jump, we're not gonna available in the ground, means is ground parameter, we need to set it to false. So over here, so before we jump, we basically need to make sure that if we're standing on that ground or not. So that's why we created this bool parameter is ground, to just keep track of if we're standing on this ground or not. If we standing, then we want to jump. If we not, then we don't want to do that. So that's why before we jump, we just so we making the jump height over here. So before we make jump, we just want to check. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we want to check if is ground is equals to true. Basically means we standing on that ground, or you can just leave like this, means we standing on that ground. Now what we need to do now, we basically need to set the basically need to make the jump. So that's why I'm gonna put this line of code which is making our jump. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl X for cut, and we're gonna paste it inside these curly brackets by Ctrl V, because we're standing on that ground. So that's why I just set the linear velocity in the y with jump height. And after jumping, so this our player game object will be in the air, so we not gonna stand top of this ground. So that's why after jumping, I'm gonna set is ground, so we're gonna set is ground equal to false, because we're not gonna available on top of that ground. So that's why I just set is ground to false. But in the start of the game, I just set it to true, as you can notice. And over here, before we jump, we checking is ground is true, basically means if we're standing on that ground or not. If that is the case, then we just going over to if we're standing on that ground, as you can see, if is ground is true, basically means this one is true, means we just standing on that ground. Then what we doing, we just making our jump in the y-axis or in the vertically. And after jumping, we just setting is ground to false, because once we're gonna jump, we just gonna leave this ground right away. So that's why we just set is ground to false once we make the jump. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our escape. And if we move over to Unity editor, you will able to notice that we only gonna make able to make the jump in the start of the game. But once we gonna press down second time space key on our keyboard, we're not gonna able to jump. And I'm gonna show you why. So just wait a moment. And we can just see. So as you can notice, if we select our player in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector player skip, we're not able to see that parameter, which is ground, because that is a private parameter. But let's suppose you still want to see that, then what you need to do, you basically need to click on this top right three dots. So just click there and then click on this debug mode, click on that debug. And as soon as you're gonna choose debug, and if you move over to player skip, we can see by now the is ground in the bottom say is unchecked, basically means false. But once we're gonna start our game, it's gonna be checked. And we can see also our RB field, which is a private parameter. And let me show you. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And as soon as we will start our game, this is ground just gonna be checked, means true. But if we press down space key on our keyboard, then we're gonna make the jump. So let's have a look. So if I press down space key, as you can see, we just made the jump. But the problem is that by now, if I press down space key on my keyboard multiple times, we're not able to jump at all. Why? Because if we get out of play mode and then move over to our escape, we can see before we making our player jump, we just checking is ground is true or not. So once we make the first jump, that we then what we're doing, we just setting is ground to false, as you can see. So and if we press down second time space key, then we calling the jump function, and jump function calling out. And before we calling out, we just checking is ground is true or not. And we do know that once we make the first jump, then we just setting this is ground to false. So this is ground right over here, it's not true at all, it's basically false. And we, over here we checking if it's true or not. So since it's false, so that's why this line of code basically means we're not able to jump, because this is ground by now is false, because we made the jump. So we also need to set back this is ground parameter to true, so then we will able to jump, because we're checking over here if is ground is true or not. If it is, then we just making jump. And if is ground is false, then we're not gonna able to do that. Is ground basically you can just set it equals to true as well, like this. It's basically means the same thing, means we standing on that ground. And if we, then we just making our jump. And as soon as we jump, we do know we just gonna leave our ground, so we just setting is ground to false. And in the next time, if we press down space key on our keyboard, then we calling the jump function once again. So this is ground is not true at all, because we is set is ground to false, as you can see. So this condition is false, it's not true at all. So that's why we're not able to make jump for the next time. So that is the reason. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and you get the logic that how you can use the jump height parameter, bool parameter, to just keep track of anything you just want to keep track of. So basically that is the thing. Firstly, we need to move over to inspector mode. So if I select my player in the hierarchy, go over to inspector or debug. As you can see, we are in debug mode. We just want to go back in inspector mode. So what we need to do, we need to click on this three dot in the top right, and then click on this normal. So you're gonna move over to inspector tab. As you can see, now we are in inspector tab. So we're not jumping at all. Once we colliding with this ground game object, we only able to jump one time, but we want to jump as many times we want. Basically, we want to do one jump or double jump or triple jump, no matter how many jumps we want. So for that, what we need to do, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a circle fit of this player game object somewhere around here. For now this is a square, and later on we're gonna replace with our player sprite. So we're gonna create a circle fit of this player game object, or somewhere in the bottom of our player game object. And if that circle collide with our ground game object, basically this one, then we just want to set back its ground parameter to true. And we do know that if we set back to true, this player game object will able to jump one more time. Because if I open up my player scape by double click on that player scape in the inspector, and then if I move over to my jump function, as you can see, we're checking if is ground is true or not. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a circle fit of our player game object. And if the circle colliding with this ground game object, then we just want to set back that is ground parameter to true. So I'm gonna press down if in order to focus on it. So let's do that. And in order to do that, we're gonna open up our script. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's make a separate function for it. And I'm gonna make it somewhere over here. And that function doesn't need to be public or private. So for function, we simply just gonna type void, and we can call this function to something like check is on ground, something like that we're gonna call it. And let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, sorry, add some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, basically we want to check if the circle is really basically we just want to create other circle inside this function. And in order to create that, we basically need to use this physics 2d. So we need to use this physics 2d dot overlap circle. And this over here, sorry, overlap circle. And this function over here, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to create the circle. So we're gonna create the circle bottom of our player game object, in the middle or in the feet of this player game object. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius of that circle, so we can specify the radius as well. And third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. In this case, we're gonna target this ground, so we need to assign this ground as a ground game object. So I'm gonna show you how we can do that. So let's firstly move over to our script, and let's make this one comment by double forward slash. And comments basically don't interrupt our code, and we can just move over to Unity editor, and we can assign those things. So let's create an empty child game object first inside this player game object. So let's select our player game object in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it, and let's create an empty child game object. And we can call this game object to something like check ground checkpoint or ground check position. Let's call it ground checkpoint, and then select the move tool in the scene view, and move it in the bottom of this player game object or feet of this player game object. And let's suppose you just want to see that game object or that point, then you can move over to inspector, then click over here in this box icon, and you can choose any gizmos that you would like to go with. I want to choose this yellow one. Now I can see the ground checkpoint, and now we need to assign our ground as a ground layer. So how we can do that? Firstly, we need to select our ground in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector. In the top right, you can see layer, and it says default. So just click on it, and then click on this add layer, and we're gonna create a new layer for our ground, basically for this ground. So let's create a new layer, and we have to name the layer what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like ground. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select my player game object. We need to select our ground game object one more time. Then go over to inspector and assign with the layer which you recently created. So just click on this layer in the top right, and I'm going to assign with my ground. Now we can see we assigned it this ground game object as a ground layer, as you can notice in the inspector. Now this ground is a ground layer, and we are ready to do that because we have the we just assigned this ground as a ground layer. We also have the ground checkpoint, and now we are ready to do the scripting. So let's move over to our script, and let's remove these two forward slash. So first thing what we need to do, sorry, we're not gonna remove those forward slashes. Basically we're gonna go to top of our class, and we're gonna create some variable. So first thing we need to grab our ground checkpoint, basically the point of it. We need a reference of this ground checkpoint, then we can draw the circle. So we need a reference. So let's go to top of our class, and let's make a variable for that. And we're gonna make this one public because we want to see underneath our player scape, and that will be transform, which is responsible for position. And we have to name that. Let's call it ground checkpoint, as we name it there. Ground checkpoint, you can name it anything you like. And also we need the radius, so we need to assign that. So we're gonna make a public float. Let's call this one check radius, or let's call it check ground check radius. And by default I'm going to set something a smaller number, something like 0.2 f. And also we need the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So we're gonna make a another public, and this will be layer mask. And we're gonna call this one ground check layer. So let's call it ground check layer, and close that up with semicolon. And let's press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and then move over to Unity editor, because we need to assign those fields underneath our player scape one by one. So first thing we're gonna see our ground check radius. Now it's done, as you can see. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy. And if we go to inspector player scape, we can see in the bottom says ground check radius, and by default we set it to 0.2. So I'm gonna leave it to 0.2 and ground checkpoint, and it says non transform, basically empty. So what we need to do over here, we basically need to select our ground checkpoint in the hierarchy underneath our player game object, and drag it over to that field. Now we can see we have the ground checkpoint underneath our player skip, we can notice. And ground check layer, it says nothing. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna choose our ground, since we want to check with our ground game object. So ground check layer, I'm gonna choose this ground. And now we are done. We assign it this variable, and we can just move over to our scape, and now we can do the scripting. So let's move over to our scape, and let's remove these two forward slashes from this check is on ground function. And now as a first argument, it's gonna take the point. So we will pass our ground checkpoint that we created the variable over here, and we have the reference as we drag it underneath our player skip over here, as you will notice in the inspector underneath our player skip. Now we have the ground check, and ground check, and we need to access the position. So we're gonna type this dot position because we need the position. And second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so we will pass our ground check radius. And the third argument comma, it's gonna take the layer mask, so we're gonna pass our ground check layer. And we do know that as a ground check layer we have chosen ground. Now this circle only gonna check with that ground game object, so this physics 2d dot overlap circle is just gonna create the circle around this ground check position with ground check radius, and it's only gonna target this ground check layer, basically this. So this function right over here, it can give us a true or false value depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this ground or not. Let's suppose the circle that we created from this ground checkpoint is colliding with this ground, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value. And if the circle is not colliding with this ground or not overlapping, then it's gonna give us a false value. So what we will do, we just gonna store the result into a collided 2D. Why? Because this is just gonna work like as a collision. So that's why we need to put in a parameter called collider 2D. So now what we need to do, we're going to put it into a collider 2D. So we basically need to put it in a collider 2D, and we can call this one call info or collision information. Let's set equal to this. So we just put it in a container called collider 2D, call info. So this call info basically a variable. We just store it the result. So whatever we got, we just storing it inside this call info. So let's suppose the circle is really colliding with that ground game object, then this function right over here, it's gonna be true. So that's why this call info over here will be true. Why? Because we directly setting it, as you can see. We just setting call info equal to physics 2d dot overlap circle, and make sure you storing into a container call or a parameter call collider 2d, because this is just gonna work like as a collision. So that's why we need to put it in a same container or in a variable or in a parameter. And now what we're gonna do, now we're gonna check. So we will use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check if call info is equals to true, or we can just leave it like this. It's also means true, means that the circle is really colliding with this ground game object. Now what we need to do, we need to set back is ground parameter to true. But before we do that, we just want to print out a message. And for printing out a message, we simply just gonna type debug.log. So we're gonna type this debug.log, and we will say something like player colliding with ground. So let's say player colliding with ground, something like that we're gonna say. And let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. So I hope you get the idea that how you can check. And now we basically need to move over to our Unity editor. But before I do that, I'm gonna save my script, and now let's move over to Unity editor. So let's move over to Unity editor, and Unity just gonna take few seconds to compile our script. And once our compilation is done, we can simply just go ahead and check that out. So just wait a moment, and we will see that. So just wait a moment. Once our compilation, now the compilation is done. And but the problem is that we not able to see the circle that we created. It would be nice if we see the circle. So to see the circle or to draw the circle, we need to use another inbuilt function of Unity. So basically we need to open up our playerscape, and let's go to bottom of our class, and we can do it anywhere. It doesn't need to be in order. I'm gonna do it in the bottom. You can do it anywhere you like. So for that, we basically need to use this on draw gizmo selected function, and this function right over here, it's just gonna draw what we want to draw. So we want to draw our circle from that ground checkpoint that we created. So to draw that, we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function, and this function over here, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to draw. So we're gonna draw from this ground checkpoint. So we're going to pass our ground checkpoint. So we will pass ground checkpoint dot, and we need to access the position. So that's why we're going to type dot position. And the second thing, it's going to take the radius. So we're going to pass our ground check radius as we assign it. And now we're going to close that up with semicolon, and this function automatically just going to get called by Unity, and it's going to draw that circle from this ground checkpoint position with ground check radius. But we're gonna get some problem if we didn't assign. Means if you this field is empty, if we select our player in the hierarchy, go over to inspector playerscape, and let's suppose this ground checkpoint is none, basically means empty, you haven't dragged it yet there. But over here, as you can see, we're still trying to finding that position, which is our ground check position. With this much of radius, we trying to draw that. but if you didn't assign, and then this ground checkpoint position, this function right over here, it's not gonna able to find that position. So that's why it's gonna throw us an error. So that's why before we draw the circle, we basically need to check that if we assign it this ground checkpoint or not. Basically means if we drag it this ground checkpoint field to our ground checkpoint field underneath our player skip is drag it or not. So that's why. So before we draw that draw the circle, we just want to check. So we're gonna check if ground checkpoint, if ground checkpoint is not equal to null. If that is the case, let's make some curly brackets. Then what we want to do, we want to draw. So that's why we're gonna put this line of code by control X for cut, and we're gonna paste it inside this if condition by control V. And what we're gonna do, so basically what we're doing over here, before we drawing, we just checking if ground checkpoint is not equal to null. It's basically means that you just selected your ground checkpoint and you drag it over to this ground checkpoint field underneath your player skip in the inspector. So basically that is the thing. And then what we're doing, we just try we drawing that circle from this ground checkpoint. So I hope you get the idea. And now we're gonna press down control S to save our scape. But before I save my scape, I want to draw with some different color. So I want to draw with yellow color. So before we draw that, we can choose a color, and to choose a color we can use this gizmos, sorry, we can use this gizmos dot color, and we can set equal to color that we like. So we're gonna set color dot yellow, yellow, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. Not equal to null basically means that that field is not empty, means we just take it our ground checkpoint and we drag it over to ground checkpoint field. Then what we doing, then we drawing our circle as you can see over here, which is gizmos dot draw where sphere. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now we need to move over to Unity editor, and let's move over to Unity editor. And as you can see, as soon as our script gets compiled, we are able to notice our circle just drawn from this ground checkpoint. And now we are ready to basically play our game. So now I'm going to select my console tab. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So as soon as this circle just gonna collide or overlap with our ground, that message should be pop up says player is on ground. I guess we just printing out that message or something else, I need to check that. But the problem is that we still not able. So if I click on this pause button to pause my game, we're not able to see any messages getting pop up, even though the circle just collided with that ground game object. We're not able to see any any messages. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. So why we are not able to see that message, because we just created the function and we never calling it. So if I move over to my script, as you can see, we created this function but we never calling it anywhere in our script. So where we need to call this function, we need to call it inside this update function. Why? Because this update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we just need to keep track of if the circle just colliding with this ground or not. So that's why we need to call this function, basically this check is on ground function inside our update function. And we saying inside our console tab says player colliding with ground. So let's call the check is on ground function over here. So I'm gonna call it inside my update function. So make sure you call it. So the function name is check is on ground, then make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. Let's move over to Unity editor. So by now that message should be pop up says check player is on ground. Check is on ground. Basically we need to rename that function to something like check is player on ground, something like that. Make sure you select your console tab and then click on this play button in the top to play the game, and let's take a look on that. By now the message should be pop up says player colliding with ground, because the circle just gonna collide with a ground game object. So as you can see, as soon as we collided, the message just getting pop up. So if I pause my game and then drag away my player game object in the y axis, then select my player in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, rigid body 2D, and set the gravity scale to 0, and if I click on this pause button in the top in one more time in order to play our game, by now we cannot able to see that message just getting pop up underneath our console tab. Why? Because the circle is not colliding. But if I increase the gravity scale, we can see as soon as the circle colliding with this ground, the message we can see says player is a player colliding with ground just getting pop up. So let's get out of play mode. Instead of printing out message, what we need to do, we need to set back that is ground parameter to true. And we do know that if we set back, then our player game object will able to jump one more time. To do that, let's double click on this message in order to move over to that line of code, or we can simply open up our player escape. But I'm gonna double click on this message in order to move over to that line of code. So instead of printing out message, we just want to set back that is ground parameter to true, because we colliding with our ground at the circle. So now what I'm gonna do, if we go to top of our class, we created the variable over here says private pool is ground. So we're gonna set this is ground parameter to true, because that circle colliding with our ground. So I'm gonna set is ground equal to true, because we colliding with our ground. And now we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as our player script just gonna gets compiled, you will able to notice that notice that our player game object will able to jump for the next time as well, as soon as it's gonna land top of this ground game object. So now if I click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and we can take a look on this. So just wait a moment, and as soon as we're gonna be on ground, we will able to notice that. So now we can see we can jump, and by now we can see we can jump even basically when we are top of this ground. We can jump only when we are on the ground, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let me show you one more time. We can only jump once this player game object top of this ground, or this circle just colliding with this ground. And if you see if you saw your player game object doing double jump or triple jump or fifth jump, then you can just make the radius, or basically ground check radius, a smaller number. Then you just gonna make only one jump. So since I want only one jump, so that's why I'm gonna move over to my player escape, and ground check radius I'm gonna choose a smaller number, something like 0.12, a smaller number basically. And if we scroll our mouse to zoom in, we can see the circle. And by now we can see that. So I'm gonna zoom out, scrolling my mouse to zoom out. And if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, we will able to notice that. So as soon as the circle just gonna collide with this ground game object, then we will only able to jump once our player game object just gonna be top of this ground. So as you can see, we can jump twice basically, or one time. Twice is basically predefined, and we cannot jump in the air at all. It's we are only able to jump when we top of this ground, as you can see in the scene view as well as in the game view. Basically we're not able to see in game view. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we need to do one setting. So now if I move over to my project tab, then if I head over to my assets folder, then prefabs folder, and double click on this player game object to open it up in prefab mode, as you can see in the hierarchy, we cannot able to notice our ground checkpoint that we created into scene view as you seen in the hierarchy, but we cannot able to see our ground checkpoint. And if we move over to inspector, inspector then player escape, we also not able to see that ground check layer is set to ground. So what we need to do, firstly we need to go back. So make sure you move over to hierarchy tab and then click on this back arrow to go back, and then select your player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then overrides, and then click on apply all. So the changes you just gonna make over here in the hierarchy, it's gonna be saved into that player game object prefab as well. So now if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. Now if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefab folder, and double click on this player game object prefab in order to open that up. And if I move over to my hierarchy tab, then select my player, we can see by now if I click over here, we can see that ground checkpoint is now attached to our player game object. And if we move over to inspector player escape, we can see the ground checkpoint is assigned it, and also ground check layer it's set it to ground. So basically what we need to do, we basically need to move over to overrides and then apply all. And if you want to go back in scene view, then you just move over to hierarchy tab and then click on this back arrow in order to go back. So make sure whatever changes you made, if you turned it your game object into prefab and and then you just made some changes, then make sure you select your game object, then go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. So the changes you're gonna make over here, it's gonna save this player game object or this game object prefab mode as well. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and that is the thing that how you can achieve it. Now we need to drag our player sprite. So firstly what you can do, say as you can see I already basically drag it. So first thing you need to create is a folder for your player sprites to keep your project clean. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, basically head over to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, then create in the top, then folder, and you can name that folder to something like sprite. So I'm gonna call this one sprites, and inside this sprite folder basically double click on it in order to open that up, and then right click, create in the top, and then folder. I basically create a subfolder for our player because we're gonna have multiple sprites, so that's why we will create create folders to keep all of the things in organized way. And I'm gonna call this folder to something like player underscore sprites. So this will be player sprites. So I'm gonna call this one player sprites, player underscore sprites. And now we can double click on it in order to open that subfolder, and we can drag all of the assets. So you can, I already have it as you can see. I can select all of them by holding down shift, and we can simply drag it over to this player underscore sprite folder. But I'm not gonna do that. Why? Because I already drag it. As you can see I have the black one, blue one, green one, red one, and all of them. So simply what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my this black folder, then blue folder, then green folder by holding down control, and the red folder, and I'm gonna drag it inside my player underscore sprites folder. And now we have it inside this player underscore sprite, and by this we can see our project seems lot more clean. And we also have the yellow one, so I'm gonna select the yellow one, and let's drag it over to that player underscore sprite subfolder. So I'm going to select that, let's drag it over to that folder, and now we drag it, and we are ready to change our player sprite. To do that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to move over to my project tab, then assets, and then a sprites folder, then player underscore sprite folder, and we can choose any of them. I'm going to choose the green one. So let's select the green one. You can go with any one, it's basically up to you. So I'm going to choose the green one, and we have the sprites. So we're going to choose the running animation clip because this is our endless runner game. So that's why I'm going to choose the running sprite sheet. So let's find out first. So we have this green crouch, then we have green death, we have green idle, we have green charm, and we have green underscore run. So let's select the run one, then go over to inspector mode in the top right, sorry, in the right section, inspector, and as you can see sprite mode and it says single. So make sure you choose multiple. Why? Because we have more than one sprite, so that's why. And pixel per unit, choose a less number in order to make that sprite in bigger. So we're gonna make it something around 16, but I'm gonna leave it 100 for now for explanation. And we're gonna click on this apply button in the bottom, and now we can slice it. And in order to slice that, click on this open sprite editor in the inspector, and now we have it. And as you can see, if we just get a pop-up says a sprite editor tab, and you can have it anywhere, so make sure you just find that out. And if we scroll our mouse, we can see it seems blurry. To get rid of that, what we need to do, we move over to we basically need to move over to this inspector, then filter mode to point no filter, and then click on this apply button in the bottom right. And as soon as we clicked on it, we can see the blurry is gone by now. And we need to slice individually, so that's why you need to choose this sprite mode to multiple in the inspector. And to slice that, in the sprite editor tab in the top left, you can see slice, so just click there and select this automatic to create by cell count, and count how many columns and rows you have. So we can see we have one row and six column, so we're gonna put six column and one row. And after doing that, click on slice, and then click on this apply button in the top right in your sprite editor tab. And once we're done, we can simply select our game view, and we can select the player game object in the hierarchy. Then go over to that sprite sheet and then click on this arrow to see the individual one. So I'm going to select my player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector sprite render component, and you need to drag the sprite over here. So I'm going to select the first one. So make sure you click on this arrow and then select your player game object in the hierarchy, and I'm going to select the first one and drag it over to this sprite slot inside our sprite renderer tab, sorry, sprite renderer component. But as you can see, it seems lot more small. So to make it bigger, we basically need to make the pixel per unit number a smaller number. So we're going to select the sprite sheet once again, then go over to inspector as pixel per unit, and we're going to choose something around 16 to make it bigger, and then click on this apply button in the bottom right. And now we can see by now. And now what we need to do, we need to adjust the box collider 2D, as well as we need to drag the ground checkpoint feet of this player game object. Firstly, we're going to select our player game object in a hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then go over to box collider 2D component, and then click on this edit collider and edit the collider as the size of your player sprite, something like this much, like this. And this seems pretty much cool. And once you've done, you can just go ahead and it's fine. And what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna select my ground checkpoint, and I'm gonna drag it a feet of this player game object. So let's go over to hierarchy, then player game object, let's click here, and let's select the ground checkpoint, and let's move it feet of this player game object. And now that seems pretty much cool. And once you're done, make sure you select the parent game object, go over to inspector overrides, and then apply all if you turn it your game object into a prefab. And we can play our game. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. Let's click on that play button to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait a moment. And once our compilation is done, basically sorry, once our game just gonna start, we can check it. And indeed, it's basically working fine, but the problem is that we just stuck at one frame of running sprite. So we need to make the animation by now. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. And to make the animation, what we basically need to do, we're gonna create a animation folder first to keep all of the thing in organized way, and we're gonna place all of the animation clip there. So to do that, move over to your project tab, then assets folder, then right click on this assets folder, then create in the top, then folder, and you can call this folder to something like animation. So I'm gonna call this folder animation, and inside this subfolder I want to create an inside this folder I want to create another subfolder for my player animation. Why? Because I'm gonna have animation, I'm gonna have coin animation, and basically many things. So that's why we're gonna create subfolder as well. So double click on that animation folder in order to move over to that folder, then right click there or right click on it. Right, you can click right click over here as well inside this animation. So we're gonna right click, create in the top, then folder, and we can call this folder to something like player underscore animation. So let's call this one player underscore animation, and now we are ready to create the animation. To create the animation, what we need this animation tab. And if you're not able to find the animation tab, then go over to window in the top, then scroll down to animation, and you can see the animation tab, and the shortcut key you can notice, which is Control+6. So you can simply press down Control+6, so it's gonna bring up the animation tab right away. Right away. So since I have it already, so I'm gonna select that animation tab, and I'm gonna toggle it somewhere around here. And now we can create the animation. And to create the animation, you need to select the player game object in the hierarchy, so make sure you do that. And then go over to your project tab, assets animation, we will head over to our sprites folder, then player underscore sprites folder, and we're gonna make the green animation clip. বাবা একটু সাউন্ডটা একটু কম. So basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the running animation clip. So make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab and then click on this create button in order to create the animation. And we need to choose a folder where we want to place the animation. So in the top left we can see assets, or you can click over here as well. But just click on this assets in the top left, and inside this assets folder we can see we created a animation folder. So we're gonna open that up by double clicking on it, and we can see also we created a player underscore animation subfolder. So we're gonna open that up as well by double clicking on it. And now we need to animation, we need to name the animation what we need what we want to name it. So this will be the running one. So I'm gonna call this one animation clip to something like player. So I'm gonna call it player underscore run or move. And then by naming it, click on this save button in the bottom right, you can see. And as soon as we're going to click on it, we can drag all of the frames right over here. But before you do, make sure you move over to your assets folder. Basically move over to project tab, assets, and then a sprites folder, then player underscore sprite subfolder, and we will head over to green folder because the animation sprites we have there. So the sprite sheet is here, and we can click on this arrow to see the individual. And now what we need to do, we need to drag one by one into this animation tab, and we can select all of them by holding down shift, and we can drag it over to this animation tab. But before you do, make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animation tab, and then click on this red button to record your animation. So make sure you do that, else the animation will not be recorded. So make sure you do that, and after doing that, select all of the individuals of running sprites and then drag it over to this animation tab. And if we click on this play button, we can see the animation clip by now, and it seems pretty much fast. And to make it slower, what we need to do, we need to make some spaces between these animation sprites. So we're going to select like this, and we can drag it to something around 30. And if we click on this play button now, we can see the animation clip is fine. And make sure you just drag it in the, I guess we can select the individual and we can drag it something like this. And this seems pretty much fine. You can adjust it. And if we click on this play button by now, we can see the animation seems pretty much fine. And to make it a bigger, let's move it 30. And if we click on this play button, So the animation clip seems pretty much fine, and once you are satisfied, then you can click on this red button to capture the animation, or you can just escape that. It's gonna record the animation right away automatically, but it's preferable basically click on that red button to capture the animation and it's gonna be fine. And we need to create other animation clip. This is the play one, and we need to create the jumping one as well as the dead one as well as the heart one. So we need to make those animation clip. To make that, firstly what we need to do, we need to select those sprite. So I'm gonna find out the jumping one, or so this is the dead one. So I'm gonna find out the jumping one and we have it over here. So we're gonna select that, go over to inspector, and we can see a sprite mode and it's a single. So before you click on that single, click on this open sprite editor, and as soon as we clicked on it, and if we move over to our sprite editor tab, we can see we have two individual sprite. So we need to split individually. So we have more than one sprite, so that's why sprite mode 2 we need to choose multiple in the inspector, and make sure you choose pixel per unit to 16 as we have done the running one or the running sprite. So we're going to choose 16, and to get rid of blurry we do know we're going to choose point no filter, and after doing that we're going to click on this apply button in the bottom right section. And as soon as we click on apply, and if we move over to our sprite editor tab, we can see the blurry is gone by now. And now we need to split individually. To do that, let's click on the slice in the top left side in our sprite editor tab, and select automatic to grid by cell count like we have done with our running one. And columns and rows we need to choose columns and the I really apologize guys. I'm really sorry. So column and row, what we need to do, we need to choose two columns and one row. And after doing that, click on slice and then click on this apply button in the top right in your sprite editor tab. And I'm going to select my game view once again, and if I move over to that sprite sheet and then click on this arrow, we can see the individual sprite. And now we need to make the jumping one. To do that, I'm going to select my player game object one more time in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab and then click over here and then click on this create new clip. And this will be the jumping one. So firstly make sure you move over to assets, then animation, player underscore animation subfolder, and we're gonna call this animation clip to something like player underscore. So this will be the jumping one. So I'm gonna call this one player underscore jump. So let's call it jump, and after doing that click on save. And as you can see, we need to drag the animation clip, but before we drag, we do know that we need to click on this red button in animation tab in order to record in order to record our animation. And now we're going to select individual sprite by holding down shift or holding down control and drag it over to this animation tab, and we can click on this play button to play the animation clip. And we can just make it somewhere over here, and the animation clip seems pretty much fine, and we can move it something like this. And I guess this seems pretty much fine. And once we satisfied, we can click on this red button to capture our animation clip, or we can just leave that, and it's automatically just gonna capture the animation clip right away. But there is a pretty much fast way to create our animation clip, and I'm gonna show you that. So I'm gonna drag my animation tab over here once again, and to create other animation clip. So now we're gonna make the death one as well as the heart one. So let's make the death one first. So firstly we need to find out our death spreadsheet of this screen player game object. So let's move over to our player underscore sprites folder, and let's find out our green underscore death. So we have it over here. So let's select that, go over to inspector, sprite mode to multiple, pixel per unit to 16, filter mode to point of filter, then apply. And if we go over to that spreadsheet and then click on this arrow, so we can make the animation right away. So how we can do that, basically click on that arrow and select all of the individual sprite by holding down shift and then drag it over to top of this player game object in the hierarchy. So it's gonna make the animation right away. Make sure you drag top of this player game object in the hierarchy tab. So it's gonna make the animation right away, and we need to choose a folder where we want to place it. So we will go to top left assets, then animation folder, then player underscore animation subfolder, and this will be the death one. So we will call it player underscore death. So let's call it death, and we're gonna click on the save button in the bottom right. And now if we select our player, then go over to my animation tab and then click over here and then choose the death one and then click on this play button. We can see it's playing the death animation clip. So this is the dead one, and now we need to create the hard one. So this is a pretty fast way to create this animation clip. So you can simply select your individual sprites and you can drag it top of your player game object in the hierarchy to make the animation right away. So this is pretty much cool. I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now we need to create the hard animation clip. So let's do that. So I'm going to select my player game object once again. Before I do that, if I move over to my project tab, then assets, and then move over to my sprites folder, player underscore sprites subfolder, and then move over to my green folder, we cannot able to find the hard one. We have the crouch, we have the dead, then idle, jump, and the run. So we don't have the hard one. So in order to create the hard one, basically what we want to do, we just want to turn this into red and then a normal color, and once again we just want to turn it into red and then normal. So it's gonna seems like it's playing the heart animation clip. And to do that, we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, move over to your animation tab and then click over here and then click on this create new clip, and we have to name the clip or the animation what we want to name it. So this will be the heart one, so I'm gonna call this one player underscore. So let's call it player underscore heart, and then click on the save button in the bottom right. And in this animation clip, what we basically want, we want to play the heart animation clip. To basically we just want to turn red and then normal color, and once again red and then normal color. To do that, let's select our player in the hierarchy. Let's move over to animation tab, click on the spread button to create record our animation. So what we will do, we will select the first frame. So basically we just gonna move over to first, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, then color fill, and we're gonna choose red, and we're gonna skip one frame, and then we're gonna go back to normal color. To do that, let's go over to inspector, sprite renderer, then color. Make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy, so make sure you do that. And I'm gonna go back to normal color. And what we can do now, we can move over to animation tab and we can select like this, and we can press down Control C for copying it, and we can move it over here, and we can press down Control V to paste it, and let's move it somewhere around here. And if we click on this play button, we can see by now it's playing the animation clip. But uh, it seems kind of bit weird. So we can simply copy this all of this by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. And if we click on this play button, now we can see it's playing, and this seems pretty much fine. And we're gonna select once again all of this, and we're gonna press down Control C for copying it, and let's move it somewhere over here, and we're gonna press down Control V for pasting, and let's move it here, and we can click on this play button to play the animation clip, and we can see by now it's turning red and then it's going over to normal color, basically playing the heart animation clip. And once we are satisfied, we can click on this red button to capture the animation. And now we created all of the animation clip, and we can check one by one. So first I'm going to check the running. So let's move over to animation tab, and then move over here in the left side, and we can choose player underscore run, and we can click on this play button to play our animation clip, and we can choose the heart one to play the heart, and the dead animation clip, and we have the jump. So some animation clip I don't want to loop, something like I don't want to play the death animation clip over again and again. I don't want that animation clip to be looped. So to unloop that, what we need to do, we basically need to move over to that folder, in which folder we place it all of our player animations clip. So to do that, we're gonna move over to our project tab, then we will head over to assets folder, then animation folder, then player underscore animation subfolder, and we can see all of the animation clip over here since we place it inside this player underscore animation subfolder. And we can see all of the animation clip. We have the player underscore death, we have the player underscore heart, we have player underscore jump, and player underscore run. So I'm gonna choose the death one. So let's select that, go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the loop time, because I don't want this animation clip to be looped, which is the death one. And I'm gonna do the same thing with the heart one. So I'm gonna choose my player underscore heart. Let's go over to inspector, and we will uncheck the loop time. So the heart animation clip not gonna be looped over again and again. And I just want to leave the jump and the run. Basically, I also don't want to play the jump animation clip over again and again. So that's why I'm gonna choose that player underscore jump, and I'm gonna move over to inspector, and I'm gonna uncheck the loop time. And now that animation clip not gonna be looped. And if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, by default it's gonna play the running animation clip, because we created that one for basically firstly we created that one. So that's why that animation clip just gonna play right after the game start. And we can indeed notice we playing the running animation clip yeah, over again and again. And that animation we just leave it as a loop time as it is, as it was before. So that's why it's playing the running animation clip over again and again. So I hope you get the idea. And I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to create autoplay mode. And make sure you select your player game object, then go over to inspector overrides, and then apply all if you turn it your player game object into a prefab. And if I select my player, then go over to inspector, we can click or click on top of this component. Basically we can click on this component to collapse or expand. And I want this animator component in the top, and I want my player's script in the bottom. So how we can do that? We can simply right click on this animator component, and we can click on move up, or we can select our we can right click on this player's clip, and we can click on this move down. So if I move up my animator component by right click and then click on this move up, we get a pop-up that says you can open the prefab in prefab mode. Basically we need to open it up in prefab mode, then we can just move it up. We can not do it over here since we already made that one prefab. So that's why. So we need to open up in prefab mode. To open up in prefab mode, you can simply move over to your project tab, assets, and then prefab folder, and you can find out your player prefab. Or you can simply move over to player hierarchy, then select player, and in the right section we can see a arrow icon. So we can click there in order to open it up in prefab mode. And now if I right click on this animator component and then click on this move up in the inspector, we can say this animator component gets in the top of this player, and this player gets in the bottom. And we can do it. And in order to go back, we do know we basically need to move over to this hierarchy, and we can click on this back arrow in order to go back. And by now we can see in the inspector this animator component in the top and this player script in the bottom. We need to make animation transition. So what you need to do, you need to select your player game object first in the hierarchy, then move over to your animator tab. So we can see we have all of the animation clip. We can see we have created player underscore run, we have player underscore jump, player underscore death, and the player underscore heart. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here like this, and it's gonna be fine. And I'm gonna delete this player underscore death, I don't need. Instead I'm gonna show an explosion effect, so that's why. So I'm gonna choose my player underscore death animation clip inside my animator tab, and I'm gonna press down delete on my keyboard in order to delete that. And if you're not able to find your animator tab, then go over to window in the top part, then scroll down to animation, and you can see the animation as well as the animator tab. And make sure you select your player game object in a hierarchy, then move over to your animator tab. And now we need to make transition between this animation clip. So we need to make transition from this player run to our player jump. So let's suppose you want this animation clip to be default or this player heart animation clip to be default. Then what you can do, you can just right click on it and you can click on this set as layer default state. And as soon as we're gonna set it, we can see it's changed it to orange color. And if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top to play our game, you will able to notice as soon as our game will start, our player game object just gonna play this player underscore heart animation clip right away. Why? Because we have chosen that animation clip as the default, so that's why. So we're gonna leave with player underscore run as the default state. We don't want our player underscore heart. So we can notice that as soon as our game started, we can see player heart animation just played right away. So I'm gonna click on this play button in order to get out of play mode. And now what we need to do, we need to make transition. But before I do the transition, I want leave it to my player underscore run as a default state. So I'm gonna right click on it. Let's click on this set as layer default state. And now let's make transition between this animation clip. So first I'm gonna make transition from this player underscore run to player underscore jump. So let's right click on this player underscore run and make transition to player underscore jump. And if we select this transition, then go over to inspector, we're gonna uncheck the his has exit time, and also transition duration I'm gonna set it to 0. Why? Because as soon as we press down the space key, I want to play the player underscore jump animation clip right away. So that's why I just uncheck the has exit time in the inspector and I set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play our animation clip. So this animation clip, for this we're going to choose a condition. To choose that condition, go over to your animator tab. In the left side you can see layers and parameters. So select your parameters, then click on this plus icon, and we can choose any condition for it, but I'm going to choose a bool parameter. And we have to name the parameter or the condition what we want to name it. So I'm going to call this one jump. So let's call it jump. Then go over to inspector, and then go over to inspector, scroll down and click on this plus icon to choose the condition. So if we set this jump parameter to true, means check. If we set it to true, then it's gonna play the player underscore jump animation clip. And let me show you. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top to play my game, and you will notice as soon as we're gonna set this jump parameter manually to true, basically means check, you will able to notice that animation clip will be played, which is player underscore jump. Why? Because we can notice that we have chosen that condition, so that's why. And now if I scroll my mouse and move over to my animator tab and check this jump parameter, basically set it to true or check it, we can see that this player game object is now playing the player underscore jump animation clip. But the problem is that our player is stuck at jump animation clip. So we also need to play the run animation clip as soon as we're gonna land top of this ground. So let's get out of play mode and let's make transition back to our player underscore run as well. So we're gonna right click on this player underscore jump and we're gonna make transition to player underscore run. And let's select this transition back transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time because we want to play the animation clip of our player a run animation clip right away as soon as we're gonna land top of this ground. So that's why. And transition duration we're gonna choose 0. And if we scroll down to in the bottom, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play. So we're gonna set a condition for it. So we're gonna click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna choose is if jump is false, basically means uncheck. If we set it to false or uncheck, it's gonna play the player underscore run animation clip. Why? Because if we move over to animator tab, we can see the back transition. If we select that, go over to inspector, scroll down, we can see we have chosen that if jump is false, then it's gonna play the this player underscore run animation clip right away because we have chosen that condition. So now I'm gonna click on this play button in the top to play my game, and let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna uncheck or set this jump parameter to false, we will see our player game object will play the run animation clip right away. So let's do that. So if I check it manually or set the jump parameter to true, as you can see it's playing the jump animation clip and we stuck in jump animation clip. And if I set this jump parameter to uncheck false in our animator tab, we can see by now it's playing the running animation clip over again and again. But if I set it to jump parameter to true checked, we can see it's playing the jump animation clip. And if we set it to false or unchecked, we can notice it's playing the running animation clip. Basically it's working fine. And now what we need to do, we need to make transition to player heart by now. And we're gonna make transition from this player run to our heart. We can do that, or we can do it any state. So let's do it from any state. So what we want to play the heart animation clip no matter what we really doing. Let's suppose we are running. Basically this player is running or jumping. If the player game object takes damage from enemy, then it should play the heart animation clip as soon as possible, no matter what this player is doing. It's jumping or running, no matter what it's doing. So that's why we're gonna make the transition from this any state. So let's right click on this any state, make transition to player heart, and then select this transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time because we want to play the animation clip right away once our player game object gonna take damage from our enemy game object. And transition duration, we're gonna set it to 0, and if we scroll down, we can choose a condition for it in order to in order to play that animation clip. So what I want to do, I'm gonna click on this plus icon, and we need to choose a condition. But before we choose the condition, we need to create that condition or that parameter. To do that, once again we need to move over to animator tab, then select this parameter, click on this plus icon, and by now we're gonna choose a trigger, and we can call this trigger to something like, let's call it heart, or damage we can call it, let's call it heart instead. Let's go over to inspector and we'll scroll down, and let's click on this plus icon, and by now we're gonna choose this heart parameter. So as soon as we're gonna manually trigger this heart parameter, you will able to notice this player game object will play the heart animation clip right away. And also we need to make transition to jump or run, or else we will stuck forever into this heart animation clip. So that's why. So we're gonna right click on this player underscore heart, and let's make transition to player underscore jump, and we're gonna make transition to player underscore run, and let's select the back transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna choose the exit time as 1, and we're gonna leave this has exit time as check once we making transition from this player heart to our player run. Why I just leave the has exit time as check? Because I want to play the 100% animation clip of this heart of this player game object. So that's why I just leave the has exit time as checked, and exit time I have chosen 1 basically means over here you basically want to play the 100% animation clip, and we really want to play 100% animation clip. So that's why we have chosen exit time to 1, and transition duration we're gonna set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we can choose a condition, but I'm not gonna choose any condition for it. So once our heart animation clip just gonna play 100%, then it's automatically gonna play player underscore run animation clip of this player game object. Why? Because we didn't choose any condition, so that's why it's just gonna play the player underscore run animation clip from this player underscore heart animation clip right away once our heart animation clip played 100%, because we haven't chosen any condition. But if we make transition from this player heart to our player jump, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna select that transition, and we will go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time. Why? Because I want to play the jump animation clip as soon as possible, even though this player game object is taking damage. So that's why I just uncheck the has exit time, and transition duration we will set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we can choose a condition in which condition we want to play. So we're gonna click on this plus icon and we will choose if jump parameter is true, means check. Then it's gonna play the player underscore jump animation clip, and let's take that out. So I'm gonna Yes. So firstly, I'm going to select my player in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on it. And we're going to click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And let's take a look on this. So as soon as we're going to manually trigger this heart parameter, you will able to notice this player game object just going to play the heart animation right away. Why? Because we have chosen that condition. So that's why, and I'm gonna show you. So if I move over to my animator tab and manually try to trigger this heart parameter, we can notice it is playing the heart animation clip. And once our heart animation clip played 100%, it's playing the running animation clip over again and again, as you can see. And if we set this jump parameter to true, basically means check, we can see it's playing the jump animation clip. And if we set back this jump parameter to false or uncheck, we can notice it's playing the running animation clip. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and we will get out of play mode. And we need to make transition through our script instead of doing manually. So we need to do through our script. So we will do it our script. Once we jumping, then we need to play the jump animation clip, and once we taking damage from our enemy, then we want to play the heart animation clip. Now we need to make transition through our script. To do that, if we select our player, then go over to inspector, we can notice that we attach a animator component already, and this component added once we created our animation clip. So in that moment, this animator component just added up. So this animator component is responsible for playing our animation clip and doing transition between them. So what we need in order to basically set it this jump parameter to true or check, true or check, or false or uncheck, then we need to do it through our code. And to do it through our code, we need a reference of this animator component of this player game object. Then we can set this jump and this heart parameter to true or this jump parameter to true or false, or this we also can trigger this heart parameter through our code. So we need a reference of this animator component. So let's grab the reference first. So we will open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, and we're gonna make it private like we have done with the rigid body 2D. So we're gonna make a private. So we will make a private, and the component that we're looking for is an animator. So we're gonna type this animator because we're looking for animator component, and we have to name this. So I'm gonna call this one animator, and let's close that up with semicolon. And to grab the, so since we made it private, so we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player script in the inspector, but we still need to grab the reference. And to grab the reference, we're gonna use the same process as we have done with the rigid body 2D. So we will go over to start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game, and in the start of the game we just want to grab the reference. To grab the reference, we're gonna use this dot game object, and this dot game object basically referencing itself, the player game object. And then we're gonna use this dot get component, and we need to make these arrows, and inside these arrows we need to pass the component name which we are looking for. So since we're looking for animator, so we will type animator, and then make this first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. Now we have this animator component by now, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this animator component into this animator variable that we created up over here. So we're gonna store it there, and to store it there, so let's do that. So we have the animator component over here, as you can see. Basically this animator component in the inspector, we can notice this animator component. Now let's store it inside this animator variable that we created over here. So let's do that. So we're going to set animator equal to this. So basically we're taking this animator component, this one, and we're storing into this animator component that we created over here, as you can see. Now basically we have the reference of this animator component, and now we need to set this jump parameter and this hard parameter to check or uncheck or trigger through our code. So let's do that. So let's move over to our script, and we jumping over here as you can see, and we calling the jump function. So to jump, call the jump function, uh, we jumping over here as you can notice. So we need to play that animation clip, which is the jumping one, and we have the animator component reference, so we jumping over here. So make sure you move over to that line of code in which line of code you making your player jump. So since I'm making over here, so I'm gonna move over to the inside this if condition, and I will go over to animator, and we're gonna use this dot set bool function, set bool function, then make this first bracket. So why we using this set bool function? Because if we move over to Unity editor, then go over to animator tab, we can notice this jump parameter is a bool parameter that we created. So that's why we need to use this animator dot set bool, and this set bool function as a first argument in quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name, and make sure you spell it correct. And we can see the parameter name is jump, so inside quotation we need to pass parameter name, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value. So we're gonna set it to true, means check, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and we can just move over to Unity editor to check it. So basically what we simply doing, we moving over to player game object animator component, and then we setting that jump parameter through our to true or check through our code. Now the compilation is done as you can see, and let me explain. So basically what we going what we doing, we basically moving over to this animator component of this player game object in the hierarchy as you can notice. If we go over to inspector, we moving over to this animator component, and by this animator component we just setting this jump parameter to to true or check, as you can see in animator tab in the left side. So we're gonna click on this play button in the top, and let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, we will able to see that our player game object will play the jump animation clip right away. So just wait a moment, and so let's take a look on it. So now if I press down space key on my keyboard, as you can see it's played the jump animation clip, but the problem is that we stuck in jump animation clip. Why? Because if I pause my game in the top to click on this pause button in order to pause my game, and if I move over to my animator tab, we also need to set this jump parameter to uncheck or false, and we do know that once we're gonna set it, it's gonna play the jump animation clip. So I'm gonna unpause my game, and if I set it to uncheck or false, we can notice by now it's playing the running animation clip over again and again. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's set it through our code, and we're gonna use a function called on collision enter 2D. Basically means that function get called when we collide with something. To do that, let's open up our script, and let's go over to somewhere around here. We can do it anywhere we like, it doesn't need to be in order. And make sure you type like me as I did over here, which is on collision 2D enter, and this function get called when we collide with something, and we can extract information what we collided with by going over to this collision parameter. So this function get called when once we're gonna collide with something. So let's suppose this player game object collide with this ground game object, then this function right over here it's gonna get called, and we can extract information about what we collided with by going over to this collision parameter. So over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So let's make if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check what we collided with if that game object has a tag called ground. So if I move over to my Unity editor, then go over to hierarchy, select this ground, and go over to inspector, we can notice that we just untag it. So we want to tag this ground as a ground tag. So how we can do that? In order to do that, go over to inspector, click on this untag, and then click on this add tag in the bottom, and we're gonna create a new tag for our ground. So let's click on this plus icon in the inspector, and we need to name the tag what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it ground, and make sure you click on the save button and select your ground game object in the hierarchy. Then go over to inspector and tag. As you can see, it says earn tag. So let's click there and we're gonna assign it with ground tag. Now we assign it this ground as a ground tag, as you can notice in the inspector. Now we assign it this ground as a ground tag. So this player game object will know this is our ground. And now we're gonna move over to our script, and over here we're gonna use this collision parameter. So let's use that. So we're gonna use collision dot game object, collision dot game object, and we're gonna access the tag of it, and we will check if the tag is equals to, make this quotation, and inside this quotation you need to pass the tag name. So we're checking with ground, so that's why we're gonna pass ground, and make sure you spell it correct. So collision dot game object, what this collision dot game object over here means, collision dot game object basically means the game object we collided with. So this player game object gonna collide with this ground. So collision dot game object here basically means this ground game object. And then what we're doing, we accessing the tag of that ground, accessing this game object tag. And if we select our ground, then go over to inspector, we can notice the tag we assign it as a ground. So basically the game object, basically this game object tag is ground, and we can check it over here, and we can and we checking if the tag is equals to ground. As you can see, means our player game object just collided with this ground. So right now what we need to do, we need to set this jump parameter to false or uncheck, and we do know once we're gonna set it, it's gonna play the running animation clip instead of playing the jumping, or basically we're not gonna stack in jump animation clip. So now we're gonna move over to script, and over here what we will do, firstly we need to move over to our animator component of that player game object, and now we're gonna use the same function which is set bool, and make this first bracket and and this quotation, and inside this quotation we do know we need to pass the parameter name, and the parameter name is jump, and make sure you spell it correct. And second thing, comma, we need to pass the value. So we're gonna set it to false. False basically means uncheck. And if we close that up with semicolon, and if we move over to Unity editor, but before I do, I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my script. And now if I move over to Unity editor, and as soon as this player game object just gonna land top of this ground, you will able to notice this player by now it's gonna play the running animation clip, because once we colliding with this ground, firstly we checking the tag of this ground, and if the tag is ground, then what we doing, we basically going over to this player game object animator component, and by that animator component we basically setting this jump parameter to false. And let me show you. So now let's do that. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So as soon as we're gonna collide with our ground, our player game object by now it's gonna play the running animation clip instead of the jumping. So now if I press down the space key on my keyboard, we can notice it's playing the jump animation clip. But as soon as this player game object land top of our ground or colliding with our ground, we can notice it's playing the run animation clip instead of the jump one, because once we colliding with this ground, then we setting the jump parameter to false, we do know. And now we're gonna get out of play mode, and now we have to check with our heart. So for now we're not taking any damages, basically we don't have any enemy by now. So we want to check with right mouse button. Let's suppose if I click the right mouse button, that I want to trigger this heart parameter for checking purposes only, and later on we're gonna check once we're gonna take damages from our enemy game object. So let's go over to our script, and let's move over to our update function, because we're gonna check for some input, and let's do it in the bottom somewhere over here, and we're gonna check. So let's use this if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check if we click the right mouse button. So for that we need to use this input dot get mouse button down function, and this function inside brackets it's gonna take the index. So if you pass 0 basically means the left mouse button. So since we want to check with right mouse button, so that's why I'm gonna pass 1. So if input dot get mouse button down basically means that if we clicking the right mouse button, if that is the case, then I want to play the heart animation clip, and we do know in order to play that we basically need to move over to this player game object animator component, as you can see in the inspector, and then we need to trigger this heart parameter. So let's go over to our script. So firstly we will go to animator component, and now we're gonna use this dot set trigger function. Why this trigger function? Because you saw that is a trigger parameter, so that's why we need to use this set trigger function instead of set bool or set float, because that is a trigger parameter, and inside quotation this function it's gonna take the parameter name inside quotation, and make sure you spell it correct. So if we move over to Unity editor and check the parameter name inside our animator tab, we can see the parameter name is heart, and make sure you spell it correct. So inside quotation we need to pass the parameter name, and the parameter name is heart, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S. But before I do, I also want to print out a message on my console tab. In my console tab say something like we taking damage, or clicking the right mouse button, and we're gonna change it later, something like we can say, because later on we want to replace with once we gonna take damage from our enemy game object. And to print out message we're gonna type this debug.log, and we will say something like uh, change change later change later with change later when we gonna take damage, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon. Basically firstly let's say uh, let's firstly say something like player it gets hurt, so player gets hurt, and then comma, and we're gonna change it change later when we're gonna take damage. And now if we press down Control S to save our script and then move over to Unity editor, we will able to notice as soon as we're gonna click the right mouse button, we will play the heart animation clip. And we're gonna select our console tab for now, because we want to see the message, because we just printing out the message as well. Say something like player heart, playing player heart, and then we saying something like change with later when we taking damages from enemy game object. So I'm going to select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And as soon as we're gonna click the right mouse button, we will able to notice we will play that animation clip, which is the heart animation clip. So if I click right mouse button, sorry, we can notice it's playing the heart animation clip. And if I pause my game then move over to my console tab, we can see a message just getting pop up once we clicking the right mouse button saying something like that player gets hurt, change later when we're gonna take take damage from enemy. I really apologize, I just forgot to put that statement as well. So I hope you get the idea. And I'm gonna unpause my game, and if I just click one more time, we can see as soon as we clicking the right mouse button, it's playing the heart animation clip. And once our heart animation clip plays completely, then it's playing the running animation clip of our player game object. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I will move over to my console tab, and let's click on this clear in the top left in our console tab in order to clear all of the previous messages. And make sure you select your player, then go over to inspector overrides and then apply all if you change anything. So for now I'm going to choose the move speed a little small, because I want to I we can just go ahead with one as well. It's basically fine. It's basically fine, and it's pretty much great. Let's make our enemies. To do that I will head over to my project tab, then assets, and then I will head over to my sprites folder, and I have black, blue, green, red, and the yellow. So since we use it green one as a player, so we're gonna leave that, and we're gonna take our black, red, blue, and the yellow one as enemy. So let's firstly create a enemies folder inside our sprites folder, basically a subfolder, and we're gonna take all of these the basically blue enemy, black, red, and the yellow one there. So let's do that. So we're gonna move over to our project tab, assets, then sprites. Let's right click on these sprites, then create in the top, then folder, and we're gonna call this folder to something like enemies underscore sprites, something like that. And now we're gonna take our this black, blue, and this red and the yellow one by holding down control, basically this folder, and let's move it there inside our enemies underscore sprites subfolder. Now we drag it, as you can see, inside our enemies underscore sprite we have the black, blue, and the red and the yellow one. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And let's start with the yellow one. So I'm gonna choose the ideal one. So let's find out our ideal sprite sheet. So we have it yellow death, yellow ideal. So let's select this one, go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and now we can see we have the ideal sprite. So we need to split individually. So let's go over to inspector and make sure is a sprite mode to choose multiples, because we can notice we have more than one sprite. And pixel per unit we're gonna choose 16, as we have done with our player game object. So let's do 16. And to get rid of blurry we're gonna choose point no filter. And after doing all of these things, let's click on this apply button in the bottom right. And now let's move over to sprite editor tab. Let's click on this slice in the top left. In our sprite editor tab, select automatic to create by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we can notice we have one row and 5 columns. So we're gonna put 5 columns and one row. Then click on slice, then click on this apply button in the top right section in your sprite editor tab. And I'm gonna select my game view once again, and let's go over to that spreadsheet and then click on this arrow in order to see the individual. So I'm gonna select the first one. Let's drag it into the scene view or into this hierarchy. I'm gonna drag it into my scene view, and we can just make it a little bit bigger, our sprite. We can do that, but I'm gonna leave with 16. And we need to flip this enemy in the direction player is going. Basically we need to flip this enemy in the left direction. So we can go over to inspector, transform, and then scale. We can put -1 in the X scale. It's flip, but instead of doing that, this is not a good way to do it. So I'm gonna set back to 1. So how we can flip that? So the second process, in order to flip this enemy to the left side, go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and then check this flip x axis. So check this one, because we want to flip horizontally or in the x axis. So that's why I just check the x axis or horizontal, and now it gets flipped. And we have to name this enemy. So I'm gonna call this enemy something like enemy underscore, I'm gonna call this one enemy underscore 1, because this is the first enemy, so that's why. And let's add some components. So first thing, we're gonna add a rigid body 2D. So let's select your enemy underscore 1 game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, click on add component in the bottom, and find rigid body 2D by typing of it. So rigid body 2D, and we will go to rigid body 2D, and we will set the gravity scale to something like a little bit up, something around 5. And collision detection, make sure you choose continuous, and interpolate to making a little bit smooth. And you can freeze the rotation about z axis. So we're gonna freeze that. And now let's add second component, which will be a collider 2D. So let's click on this add component one more time, and let's add a box collider 2D, and let's edit the collider. Click on this edit collider in the inspector, and edit the collider as the size of your sprite. So I'm gonna make this much. We need to drag in, let's drag up to fit of this player game object. Now this seems pretty much perfect. And once you're satisfied, then you can just create that one as a prefab. Now let's make the animation before we create it prefab. So let's make animation. So how many animation this enemy game object gonna have? It's gonna have the ideal, death and the heart one. It's not gonna have the running animation clip. It's gonna shoot out it's gonna shoot out bullet though. So what we're gonna do, we basically gonna make the animation, and we do know that how we can make the animation in a fast way. So let's do that. So firstly we will move over to project tab, assets, then sprite, and then enemy underscore sprite subfolder, then yellow folder, and we will select all of these individual sprites of this yellow enemy game object by holding down shift, then drag it top of this enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. So it's gonna make the animation right away. So we will go to assets in the top left, and we do know that inside assets folder we created this animation folder. So we're gonna open that up by double clicking on it, and we're gonna create a separate subfolder for our enemy animation. So let's right click, then new in the bottom, then folder, and let's call this folder to something like animes underscore animation, and let's open that up. So hit enter to create that folder, and we're gonna double click on it in order to open that up, and we have to name this animation. So this animation will be the ideal one, so we're gonna call this one anime underscore enemy one underscore, or let's call it enemy one underscore ideal. Instead of calling enemy underscore one ideal, we can call it like that as well, but I'm gonna do it in this way, which is enemy one underscore ideal. And once you're done, you can click on the save button in the bottom right, and if we select enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, go over to animation tab, and then click on this play button, we can notice it's playing the ideal animation clip over again and again, and it seems pretty much fine. And now we need to make the death one as well as the heart one. So let's move over to project app once again, and move over to a yellow folder, and now we're gonna find out our death one. So we have the death one over here. So let's select the sprite sheet, go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor. So we're gonna slice individually. So let's choose a sprite mode to multiple, pixel per unit to 16, filter mode to point of filter, and let's click on this apply button in the bottom right. And now let's move over to a sprite editor tab. Let's click on the slice in the top left, and select automatic to create by cell count, and count how many columns and rows you this enemy game object, this yellow sprite sheet has. So we can see 3 6 9 sorry, it will 4 8. So we have 8 columns, so we're gonna put 8 columns and 1 row, then click on slice, then click on this apply button. And now we have done. Let's select the game view once again, move over to that spreadsheet, let's click on this arrow to see the individual, and let's select all of them by holding down shift, and then drag it top of this enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. So it's gonna make the animation. So let's go to top left, assets, then animation, enemies animation, and sorry, we need to create another subfolder inside this enemies underscore animation folder. Why? Because we're gonna have multiple enemies. We're gonna have second enemy, we're gonna have third enemy, we're gonna have fourth enemy. So that's why inside this enemies folder we're gonna create another subfolder. So we're gonna right click, then new in the bottom, then folder, and we can call this folder to something like enemy one underscore animation, because this is the first enemy, that's why. And we can take this enemy one underscore ideal, and we can drag it inside that subfolder. So let's drag it there, and now I'm gonna open up my enemy one underscore animation folder by double clicking on it, and this will be the date one. So I'm gonna call it enemy one underscore death. So let's call it death, and after doing that, let's click on the save button in the bottom right, and now it's created the death one. So if I select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, go over to animation tab, and then click over here, and then choose this enemy one underscore death, and then click on this play button. As you can see, it's playing the death animation clip over again and again. Basically means it's fine. And now we're gonna make the heart one, and we're gonna make the heart one as we have done with the player game object. So we will do the same process inside this enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, go over to animation tab, and let's click on this click over here in the left side, and then click on this create new clip, click over here, and then click on this create new clip, and we have to name the clip. So this will be the heart one, so we're gonna call this enemy1 heart, let's call that, and then click on this save button in the bottom right. And now we're gonna make the animation. So let's go over to animation tab, and let's click on this red button to capture the animation, and we're gonna move one frame. Then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, but make sure you select your enemy_1 game object in the hierarchy. Then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and then color, and you can choose red, so I'm gonna choose red. And then I'm gonna move over to one more frame, and I'm gonna choose my normal color. So let's go over to inspector, sprite renderer, color, and I'm gonna set back to normal color. And then once again I'm gonna move over to one frame, then go over to inspector, color, and we're gonna choose red. And let's go to one more time, and let's go over to inspector, sprite renderer, color, and we're gonna set back to white. Now that's pretty much fine, and we can click on this play button to see the animation clip. And what I want to do, I want to expand this animation clip, so I can simply select like this inside my animation tab, and I can just move it like this much. And if we click on this play button, we can see indeed this enemy_1 game object, it's playing the heart animation clip over again and again. So basically this seems fine, and once you are satisfied, you can click on this red button to capture the animation. And now we just made the animation. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this enemy_1 game object into a prefab. Basically we're gonna turn into a prefab like we have done with our player game object. To do that, we will move over to our project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and let's create a subfolder for our enemies animation. So let's go over to prefabs folder, let's right click on it, and then create in the top, then folder, and we're gonna call this folder to something like enemies prefab. So let's call it enemies__underscore prefabs, something like that I'm gonna call it. So why we creating this folder? Because we just want to keep our project clean, so that's why. And we're gonna double click on this folder to open that up, and we're gonna select our enemies_1 in the hierarchy, then drag it over to that enemies_prefabs folder inside that folder in order to turn it into a prefab. And once we done, we can see if we select our enemy_1 in the hierarchy and delete it, and then if I move over to that folder and select my enemy_1 game object from that folder and drag it into my scene view or into this hierarchy, we can see we have all of the things. So we don't need to attach one more once again. If we go to inspector, we can see we added the rigid body 2D, we have the box collider 2D, we have the animator component, means we have all of them, and we don't need to work from scratch. So that is the thing of basically turning your game object into a prefab. You're gonna have the copy of it, so you don't need to work from scratch. And by now what I want, those two animation clip not to be loop, which will be the dead one of this enemy game object and the heart one. So how we can stop that? And in order to stop that, we need to move over to that folder, in which folder we place it our enemy1 underscore animation, basically this enemy1 animations. So we will move over to project tab for that, then assets folder, then we will head over to our animation folder, and we can notice we created a subfolder called enemies_animation. So we're gonna move over to that folder, and now we're gonna move over to enemy1_animation, and we can see a animation clip over here says enemy_1 and it's over here. So what we will do, we will select this animator component, basically controller component, enemy1 controller component, and this clip, and we're gonna drag it inside that enemy1_animation folder. Why? Because that was the first animation, so that's why. And I don't know, this we can delete this one, and now this is fine. And if we move over to enemy1_animation subfolder, we can see all of those animation clip. We have the enemy1_death, we have the enemy underscore enemy one underscore heart, we have the enemy one underscore idle. So we will select the death one and the heart one by holding down control, then go over to inspector and uncheck the loop time, because we don't want those animation clip to be looped. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now we need to make animation transition, and we're gonna take a look on it in the next lecture or in the next chapter. For now, we're gonna press down Ctrl S on our keyboard in order to save our project. And make sure if you change anything inside this enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, then make sure you go over to inspector overrides and then apply all if you change it anything inside this enemy underscore one game object. Now what we need to do, we need to make animation transition. To do that, we're gonna select our enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then move over to animator tab. We can see we have enemy one underscore idle, enemy one underscore death, and enemy one underscore heart. So let's make animation transition between this animation clip. So what we want to do, we're gonna make the heart animation. So what we will do, we're gonna make the animation to our heart from any state. Let's suppose this enemy game object takes damage. No matter this enemy game object is attacking on our player, basically shooting on our player game object or not doing anything like that, it doesn't matter. So if our enemy game object, basically enemy underscore one, take damage right away, it should play the heart animation clip no matter what it's doing. So that's why we're gonna make the transition from any state. So we will go to animator tab, then in the left side you can see layers, then choose this parameter like we have done with our player game object earlier. So we're gonna click on this plus icon and we will choose this trigger in the bottom, and we're gonna name the trigger, so we will call it heart. And we will use the same process with basically we have done with our player game object, really sorry. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the transition. So let's right click on this any state, let's make transition to our enemy one underscore heart, then choose this transition, basically arrow, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave the we're gonna uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0, because we want to play the animation clip right away. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to play that animation clip. So we're going to choose this heart condition. So let's click on this plus icon and we will choose if we trigger this heart parameter parameter manually, or once this player game object just gonna take damage, then it's gonna play the enemy one underscore heart animation clip. Why? Because we have chosen that condition. We can take a look in the inspector, as you can see. And now we need to make transition from this enemy one underscore heart to our enemy underscore idle as well, or we will stuck forever into this enemy one underscore heart animation clip. So let's right click on this enemy one underscore heart and let's make transition to enemy one underscore idle. Then choose the transition, go over to inspector, and has exit time, we're gonna leave that, and exit time we're gonna choose 1. Why we leaving this has exit time? Because we want to play the 100% animation clip of heart animation clip of this enemy game object. Then we want to play the enemy one underscore idle. So that's why we just leave the has exit time as checked, and exit time we have chosen 1, and 1 over here basically means 100%. So we want to play 100% animation clip, so that's why we have chosen 1. And now we're gonna choose the transition duration. So transition duration we're gonna choose 0. Once our heart animation played 100%, then we want to play the idle animation clip of this enemy game object right away. So that's why we have chosen transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we can choose a condition, but I'm not gonna choose any condition for it. So the animation will automatically play, this idle animation clip will automatically play once our heart animation clip played 100%, because we're not choosing any condition. So that's why it's gonna make the transition automatically. So after playing heart animation clip 100% of this enemy game object, then it's gonna play the idle. Now we need to make transition to our death, and we can do it from any state, but I prefer to do from this idle and the heart manually. To do that, let's right click on this idle enemy1 underscore idle. Let's make transition to that, and we're gonna do the same thing from this heart. So enemy1 underscore heart, let's right click on it and make transition to our death, and let's choose this transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, because as soon as this player game object loses all of his health, then we want to play the death animation clip of this enemy1 game object right away. So that's why we have chosen has exit time to has exit time we just uncheck, and transition duration we're gonna set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play that animation clip. So let's choose a condition for that as well. So for that, we're gonna move over to animator, then parameter, click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna choose a bool parameter which will be true or false, and we're gonna call it something like death. So let's call it death. Then go over to inspector, condition, click on this plus icon and choose over here death. So if death parameter is true, then we want to play the death enemy one death animation clip of this enemy game object right away. And we're gonna do the same thing from this heart to our death animation. So let's select the transition, and transition, go over to inspector, uncheck has a exit time, transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down, and we're gonna choose the same condition. So let's click on this plus icon and we will choose if death parameter is true, basically means checked. And we do know that as soon as we're gonna check it, it's gonna play the enemy one underscore death animation clip of this enemy one game object right away. And we're not gonna make the back transition because once this enemy game object played that animation clip, it should destroy. So that's why we're not gonna make transition back to idle or hard. Basically after some period of time, after playing the death animation clip 100%, then we want to destroy this enemy game object. So for now, let's try to do it manually. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and make sure you select your enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. Then move over to your animator tab, and we're gonna trigger this heart parameter manually. So just wait a moment, and I'm gonna make my player speed a little bit less. So I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top in order to pause my game. And now I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then go over to I'm gonna choose my player game object in the hierarchy. Then I will move over to inspector, player skip in the bottom, and I'm gonna make the move speed to something like 0.0001, basically a lot small number. And if I click on this pause button in the top to unpause my game, and if we try to trigger heart parameter, if I select my enemy underscore one enemy underscore one game object, one game object, it's not playing, we have done some mistake. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here. And I'm gonna take my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, and let's move it somewhere around here. And let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. It should work fine by now, I guess. And if it's not working, that we need to make our enemy one underscore idle animation clip one more time. And we can see it's not playing, so we're gonna get out of play mode. Let's move over to project tab, and we will head over to assets, animation, enemies underscore animation, enemy one underscore animation, and I'm gonna choose this which is enemy one underscore idle. Basically it's fine. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the animation once again. Basically we have done a mistake once we deleted that animation clip, as you saw earlier, of this enemy one game object. So we're gonna make it one more time. To do that, we will move over to project tab once again, then assets, and we will head over to our sprites folder, then enemies underscore sprites folder, and we're gonna choose the yellow one. And let's find out the ideal sprite sheet, so this one. So I'm gonna click on this arrow to see individual, and let's select all of them by holding down shift, and then drag it over to enemy underscore one game object, game object in the hierarchy to make the animation right away. And we will go to top left assets, then animation, enemies animation, and we will open up this enemy one underscore animation subfolder. and we're gonna replace the hard one, sorry, not the hard one, idle one. So I'm gonna choose enemy one underscore idle, and then click on the save button in the bottom right, and it says enemy one underscore idle dot anim already exists. Do you want to replace it? Yes, I do want. So I'm gonna click on this yes button now, and if we select our animator tab and then click on this play button in the top, and make sure you select your enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy and go over to animator tab in order to check that out. By now it should play the ideal animation clip of this enemy one perfectly. So let's have a look, and indeed it's playing. And if I try to trigger this heart parameter of this enemy one game object in my animator tab, we can see it's played the heart animation clip, and once our heart animation played completely, it's playing the ideal animation clip. And if we set this death parameter to true, basically means check, we can notice it played the death animation clip. Because if I select the transition from this ideal or from this heart, let's select that, go over to inspector, scroll down, we can see that we have chosen that condition. If that is true, basically means check, and we do know if that is the case, basically we have chosen that condition, then it's gonna play the death animation clip. And indeed we can notice it's playing the death animation clip, and we stuck in death animation clip. And let me show you one more time. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you select your enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, then click on this play button in the top to play your game. And also make sure you choose your animator tab to see the animation clip. And I'm going to try it one more time to trigger this parameter manually. So if I trigger this death heart parameter manually, we can notice it's playing the heart animation clip. And once our heart animation clip played 100%, then it's playing the death animation clip. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And if I check this death parameter, basically set it to true or check, we can notice it's playing the death animation clip because we have chosen that condition. If we select from this hard to our death, select this transition, go over to inspector, scroll down, we can notice we have chosen condition that if death is true, then we playing this animation clip or making the transition. And I'm gonna get auto play mode, and I want to choose the heart parameter a little bit longer. Basically I want to make the heart animation clip of this enemy one game object a little bit more. I just want it little bit more. To do that, we're gonna select our enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy one more time, then go over to animation tab and then click over here, and we're gonna choose the heart one. And now we're gonna scroll our mouse to zoom out or zoom in, basically expand or collapse. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply copy these keyframes and we can paste it over here. But before you do, make sure you click on this red button in the left side inside your animation tab in the top left side to record your animation. And we can simply select like this with our mouse, and we can press down Ctrl C to copy, and we're gonna move it somewhere over here, the line, or basically we're gonna move over to 20 frames or 0 is to 20s over here. And we're gonna press down Ctrl V to paste, and let's make it let's drag it over here, so there should be no gap between this animation clip. And if I click on this play button, by now our animation clip is a little bit longer by now, means it's basically fine. And once we satisfied, we can click on this red button to capture our animation, or we can just leave like that, it's automatically gonna capture our animation clip. So I hope you get the idea, and now it's fine. I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And you can do the same thing with your enemy 2 game object, enemy 3 game object, and enemy 4 game object. Basically with the red one, black one, and the blue one, you can do that, or you can basically you can use the same process like I have done with this enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. Let's create enemy script in order to attack on our player game object. Basically this enemy underscore one game object need to attack on, or basically it need to shoot on our player game object. So I'm gonna take my player game object in the hierarchy. Basically let's select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here. And to create the script, you can move over to your project app, assets, and then head over to your scripts folder, and we're gonna create a subfolder for our enemies. We can create to keep our project clean or in a organized way. We can do that. So I'm gonna create a subfolder inside my script folder. So let's right click on this script folder, let's go to create in the top, then folder, and we're gonna call this folder to something like enemies underscore scripts, something like that. And inside that folder, you can create your script by double clicking on it, then right click, create in the top, then mono behavior script, or you can just scroll down a bit, says scripting, and then click on this mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like enemy underscore one or whatever. I already created a script called enemy underscore one. So if I move over to my script folder, and as you can notice, I have a script called enemy underscore one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my enemy underscore one script, and I'm gonna drag it inside this subfolder called enemies underscore scripts folder that I create recently. So it's gonna unity just gonna take a little moment to compiling our script, and once our compilation is done, we can just attach our script to our enemy game object. So let's select the enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, and let's select the script from that folder called enemies underscore script that we created recently. So we're going to select that script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. But make sure before you do that, select your enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, then drag it over to add component section. So now it's taking a little bit time to compiling because we just changed the path of our script, so that's why. So now I'm going to select my enemy underscore one script. So let's select the enemy underscore one script from that folder, and let's drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. And now we're going to double click on it, but before we do, we can see a plus icon, and to get rid of that, we can go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. So what we basically want to do, before we open up our script, we just want to create a box collider 2D through our script, and this player game object get inside that box collider 2D of this enemy game object enemy underscore one. Then we want to shoot on our player game object, so we want to do that. And in order to do that, let's open up our enemy underscore one script. So let's select the enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, enemy underscore one script. Let's double click on it to open it up in Visual Studio. So to create that, we're gonna move over to this update function, and we do know that update function calls every single frame. So every single frame we need to draw, or basically we need to check our player position if it's inside attack range of this enemy underscore one or not. So let's do that. So let's move over to this update function, and to use that, we're going to use this physics 2D. Sorry, we will use this physics 2D dot overlap box and make first bracket, and this function physics 2D dot overlaps, as a first argument it's going to take the point from where we want to create. So we're going to create from center position of this enemy game object, and the third argument it's going to take the size. So we need to define the size. So we need to define the size in the x-axis as well as in the y-axis, basically horizontally and vertically. And also as a third argument, it's gonna take the angle. So we can put simply 0, it doesn't matter. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to attack. So since we want to attack our player game object, so as a layer mask, we're gonna assign our player as a player layer. Basically as a layer mask, we're gonna choose our player since we want to damage our player game object. So let's make this one a comment for now by double forward slash, because we need those variable. So let's go to top of our class and let's create those variable. So first thing what we need the position. So we don't need to define it or don't need to create a variable, since we want to make the box collider 2D from center position of our enemy game object, so that's why. But we need the third argument, which will be a vector 2, because we need to define the size. So we're gonna make a public vector 2 which gonna have x-axis and y-axis, and we're gonna call this one size we can call it, and we can set equal to a new vector 2. Basically, if you want to set a default value, then you can set it, or you can simply close that up with semicolon, and then you can just move over to your script, and underneath your enemy underscore one you can adjust it. But I want to set a default value, so that's why I'm gonna set equal to a new vector 2, which gonna have x axis comma y axis. So in the y I want something like 2 units, so 2f I'm gonna put, but in the x I want little bit. Basically I want to cover in the x axis or in the x size a bit, so basically little bigger. So that's why in the x by default I'm gonna choose something around 8f or 8 unit. And we also need the angle, so we don't need to define that, but we need the layer mask because we want to target our player game object. So we're gonna make a public layer mask, and we can call this one target layer, damage layer, or attack layer, but I'm gonna call it what is player, something like that, since I want to target my player game object, so that's why. And now we can press down Control S in order to save our script, and we can move over to Unity editor. So underneath our enemy underscore one script, we will able to notice those field. So first thing, just gonna pop up our size, and by default in the X we have chosen 10, and in the Y we have chosen 2 unit, but we can adjust it underneath our enemy one script since we made it public, so that's why. And we can see that size in the X is 8 and in the Y is 2, and what is player says nothing, so we're gonna choose our player. But if we click on it, we cannot see the player layer. So what we basically need to do, we need to select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector in the top right six, go over to inspector, in the top right side you can see layer, and it says default, so just click there and then click on this add layer, and we're gonna create a new layer for our player like we have done with the ground, as you can see. So we're gonna create a new layer for our player, so I'm gonna call this one player and hit enter to save it. And make sure you select your player game object one more time in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and layer says in the top right we can see default, so let's assign with player. And it says that do you want to set layer to player or all child object as well? No, I want the parent, basically this player sprite only, or this player game object. I don't want to change in the child of this player game object, so that's why I'm gonna click on this no, this object only. Now we can notice that we assigned this player as a player layer, as you can see in the inspector. Now we're gonna select our enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, go over to enemy underscore one escape, and nothing, what is player says nothing, we're gonna choose our player. Now the box collider 2D that we're gonna create, it's only gonna check for this player game object. And let's open up our script by double clicking on it, and let's remove these two forward slashes for from this function. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the position, so I'm gonna pass transform dot position, and transform dot position basically means over here center position of our enemy underscore one game object. And the second thing, it's taking the size, so we're gonna pass our size parameter. And third argument, it's taking the angle, so we're gonna put 0f, it doesn't matter. And layer mask, it says sorry, we need to pass layer mask, so we will pass our what is player, and we do know that what is a player layer, we have chosen player layer, means we targeting our player game object, or we want to damage our player. So this physics 2d dot overlap box, it's gonna create the box collider 2d from this enemy game object center position. So transform dot position basically means a center position of our enemy underscore one game object, means we basically going over to this enemy underscore one game object, and then this transform, and we accessing the position of it. And second thing, we can see the size. Third argument is the angle, and what is player, we have chosen player, we can notice. So this box collider 2d, right over here, it's gonna create the box collider 2d from this enemy underscore one game object center position. Let's suppose the box collider 2d collide with this player game object, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value if the box collider 2d is not colliding is a box collider 2D is not colliding with our player game object. So in that moment, this function over here, it's gonna give us a false value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store it into a variable, and that gonna be a collider 2D. Why? Because this box collider 2D just gonna work like as a collision. So that's why we need to put it in a container or a variable, where basically should be the same type, or you can put it into bool as well, because since it's gonna give a true or false value. But I'm gonna store it into a collider 2D since it's gonna work like as a collision. So we're gonna create a collider 2D variable, and we have to name the variable or the container, or you can simply say the parameter. So I'm gonna call it something like call info or collision information, and let's set equal to this. So this physics 2D dot overlap circle can be true or false depending upon if the box collider 2D is really colliding with this player game object or not. If it's, then this over here, it's gonna give us a true value. So that's why this call info over here, it's gonna be true. It's gonna be true. Why? Because this box collider 2D just gonna collide with this player game object, and let's suppose it's collide with the player game object, means this call info is true, means we need to damage our player. So this call info can be false if the box collider 2D is not colliding with this player game object. So in the next time, what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So for it, we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if call info is equals to true. Basically means that box collider 2D is really colliding with this player game object. So right now, what our enemy underscore one game object need to do, it's need to shoot on our player game object. But for now, we're gonna print out a message, or you can just leave like this. It also means true, means the box collider 2D is really colliding with that player game object. So for now, I'm gonna print out message. So I'm gonna say something like debug.log, and I will say something like a box collider, let's say box collider 2D collided with collided collided with, and top of that I'm gonna add a custom message. Basically, if you want to add another custom message, then you can simply use this plus icon. And over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use this call info to extract information about what we collided with. So the box collider 2D just gonna collide with this player game object, so we can extract information about this player game object by taking this call info parameter, because we storing all of the information into this call info. As you can see, we setting call info equal to physics 2D dot overlap circle overlap box, means we storing all of the information into this call info. So this by call info, we gonna access the name of the game object, the basically the box collider collided with. And to get that, we're gonna use this call info dot game object dot name, and make sure close that up with semicolon. So call info dot game object dot name basically means the game object the box collider 2D collided with, and we definitely know that the box collider 2D just gonna collide with this player game object. So call info dot game object basically means this player game object, because this box collider 2D collided with our player game object. And then what we doing, we accessing the name of the game object, and we can notice our player game object has a name called player. So the message should be pop up says box collider 2D collided with, and top of that we just added the name, and the name is player. So the message should be pop up says something like box collider collided with player. So this message should be pop up underneath our console tab. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity editor. So we will able to notice that but the problem is that we're gonna get some weird basically we're not gonna able to notice our box collider today that we created from our enemy game object. For that we need to use another function, and we can see the script gets compiled, but the problem is that we're not able to notice our box collider 2D. Why? Because we need to use another function called on draw gizmo selected. So we're gonna open up our enemy script one more time by double clicking on it, and for that we can make it over here. You can make it anywhere, it doesn't need to be in order. So we need to use this call on draw gizmo selected function, and make sure you type as I did over here, else it's not gonna work. Why? Because this is unity callback function, means this function just gonna call by unity automatically, and it's gonna draw what we want to draw. And in order to draw anything, we need to use this gizmos dot draw. So since we want to draw the box collider 2D, so that's why we're gonna use this draw where cube. We need to use that as a first argument. It's gonna take the position, and we do know we're gonna draw the box collider 2D from our enemy game object center position. So we're gonna pass this transform dot position, means current position or the center position of that enemy underscore one game object. And the second thing, it's taking the size, so we're gonna pass our size, and let's close that up with semicolon. And let's suppose you want to draw with another color. By default it's gonna draw with white color, but I don't want to choose white color. I'm gonna choose another color. I like the color of this enemy game object, which is yellow, so I'm gonna draw with yellow. So before we draw, we can define the color, and in order to define or the choose the color, we need to use this gizmos dot color, and you can set the color you like. So I'm gonna go with color dot yellow, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our scape. And now let's move over to Unity editor, but before I do, I'm gonna do this. Let's press down one more time, and let's head over to Unity editor, and we will able to notice as soon as our scape just gonna compile, we will able to notice our box collider 2D that we created from our enemy underscore one game object. So just wait a moment. Now we can notice our box collider 2D that we created from this enemy game object, as you can see, and this seems pretty much cool, and we're gonna able to notice that. So I'm gonna select my console tab in order to see the messages, and make sure select console tab, click on this play button in the top in order to play your game. So I'm gonna select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So as soon as we're gonna collide with this box collider 2D of this enemy game object, enemy underscore one game object, so the message should be pop up says box collider collided with player. So let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on this. And we can define the size in the X as well as in the Y. Basically it's up to you. So what we're gonna do now, let's check that out. And indeed we can notice that if I pause my game in the top by clicking on this pause button in the top, and if I move over to my console tab, we can see a message just getting pop up says box collider collided with player, and the name of the game object, the box collider collided is player, as you can see. So that's why the name of the game object just getting pop up says player. So box collider 2D collided with player, and instead of printing out message, we want to shoot on our player game object. But before I do, I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. I just want to shift this box collider 2D that we created from this enemy game object in the X axis as well as in the Y. We can do that. So in order to shift that, what we need to do, we need to create an offset variable. So we're going to create a vector3 parameter, and we're going to call it something like offset. So since I want to shift in the X axis, because if the player game object somewhere around here, then this enemy game object don't need to shoot, and we can notice that box collider still gonna able to collide with our player game object. So that's why I just want to shift it to the left side our box collider 2D. And in order to shift that, we need to use a offset, basically a vector3 or vector2 parameter. So we're gonna open up our enemy underscore one script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make another variable for our offset, and I'm gonna make it something over here. So let's make a public, and this gonna be a vector2 or vector3. Let's create vector3, and it's gonna be fine. You can create vector2 as well, and we're gonna call it offset. So why I'm doing this vector3, because this transform dot position, from where we want to from where we just creating the box collider 2D, And if we select our enemy, then go over to inspector transform, we can see this transform has x, y, and z. So that's why I'm using vector 3, which is gonna have x, y, and the z axis instead of vector 2. So that is the reason. So I just created a vector 2 offset, and we can set a default value. So we can set a new vector 3, which gonna have x axis comma y axis comma z axis. So in the z I don't want to do at all, so I'm gonna put 0 in the z, and I'm gonna do the same thing in the y axis. I don't want to do, but in the x axis I do want. So I'm gonna choose a negative value. So we can put it something like let's put it something like -4 f unit by default. And now what we need to do, we basically need to add this offset to our current position of this enemy game object, from where we creating the box collider 2D. And we can notice we creating the box collider 2D of this enemy game object from center position. So over here we creating, as you can see, so this is our position from where we creating. So top of this I'm gonna add the offset. So let's use this plus icon, and we're gonna add the offset, and that's fine. And make sure you do the same thing when you drawing the box collider 2D, or you're gonna still able to look like this, which we really don't want. So we want to shift. So that's why we also need to add the offset where we drawing the box collider 2D, and we drawing over here, as you can notice, from this center position of our enemy underscore one game object. So top of that I'm gonna add the offset. So let's add our offset, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our scape. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and you will able to notice this box collider 2D will be shifted from the in the x axis to the left side from this enemy game object, and we're gonna able to notice that. And indeed we can notice, we can see the box collider 2D get shift to the left side. And we can just move over to our enemy underscore one script in the inspector, and we can play around with the offset. So we can just drag it to the right a little bit, or drag it to the left side. So I hope you get the idea, and I guess this is pretty much fine. And I'm gonna make the x, basically the size in the x axis of x axis a little bit less. So I can move over to my size parameter, vector to parameter, and I can choose a less number, something around, I can choose 5. And we can play around with the offset. Let's drag it to the right side, and we can do with the same thing in the y axis like this, as you can see. And you can increase the size as well in the y axis, basically vertically. So I hope you get the idea. So since I don't want to do anything in the y, so I'm gonna set back to y to 0 in the, offset basically. And I'm gonna leave it these two. And size in the x I'm gonna choose a little bit up, something around 7. And let's move it to the right side, our box collider 2D, or let's shift to the left side. To do that, let's go over to enemy underscore one script, then offset, and let's make it minus, as minus something like -2.5, I guess, or -3. We can do -3, and -3 seems pretty much great. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's move it somewhere around here. And let's select our enemy underscore in one game object in the hierarchy. Let's click on this play button, and make sure you select your console tab in order to see the message. So as soon as we're gonna collide with this box collider 2D, that message just gonna pop up, says box collider 2D collided with our player. But once we're gonna be out from the collision, we can notice that if I out, and then sorry, if I out from this box collider 2D, we can notice, if I pause my game, then go over to my console tab, we can see that box collider 2D collided with player just getting pop up. But once we are out from this box collider 2D, or not colliding with this box collider 2D of this enemy underscore one game object, we can notice the message just getting stops popping out. And I'm gonna click on this clear in the top left side in my console tab to clear all of the previous messages. And if I click on this pause button in order to unpause the game one more time, we cannot able to see the message popping out in the console tab. Why? Because the player game object is not colliding with this box collider 2D that we created from this enemy game object. So that's why. But once our player game object colliding with this box collider 2D 2D from this enemy game object, then the message just getting pop up says play box collider 2D collided with our player game object, or box collider 2D collided with player. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure if you turn it your enemy into a prefab, then select your enemy game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector overrides, and then apply all. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my project. We simply printing out the message in our console tab says box collider collided with our player. So instead of printing out message, we just want to shoot out bullet from this enemy game object. So for that, what we need to do, we need to set up our bullet. To do that, I'm gonna head over to my project tab, assets, and then I will head over to my sprites folder, then items folder, and I'm gonna select this bullet sprite. Of course, I will have it in the resources, or in the description you can find that, or in the resources. So let's select that bullet and let's drag it into this scene view or into this hierarchy. So as you can notice, as soon, sorry, I'm gonna drag it into my hierarchy. So as you can see, as soon as we drag it, we can see only the left part. We don't not gonna not able to see the whole part of our bullet sprite. So in order to prevent that, we need to select the bullet sprite one more time from that folder, then go over to inspector and sprite mode to choose single. Why? Because this is a single sprite, so that's why. And after doing that, pixel per unit make a bigger number, so our bullet gonna be small. So we're gonna choose something around 600, and after doing that, let's click on this apply button in the bottom right. And as soon as we clicked on apply, we're not able to see our bullet. So I'm going to select my bullet in brackets 2 underscore 0. And if we move over to inspector sprite renderer, we can see sprite slot and it says missing sprite. So what we need to do over here, we basically need to select the one more time that is sprite, then drag it over to this slot. And as soon as we drag it, we can see by now basically the bullet. And we need to flip this bullet to the left direction, because this enemy game object just gonna shoot out bullet to the left direction on our player game object. And in order to flip this bullet sprite, go over to inspector sprite renderer, flip, check this in the x-axis or horizontally, and we're gonna choose a different color for this bullet as bullet. So I will move over to my color field, and we're gonna choose some red like this, and this seems pretty much fine. And instead of calling bullet in brackets 2 underscore 0, we're gonna call it something like enemy bullet. So let's call this one enemy underscore bullet, enemy underscore bullet. And now this seems pretty much great, and we're gonna add some components to this enemy underscore bullet. So first thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body 2D, and I'm gonna set the gravity scale to 0, or we can simply set rigid body to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. So let's click on this add component, and we're gonna find out rigid body 2D by typing that. And let's set the body type to kinematic, and collision detection to choose continuous, and interpolate to interpolate for making smooth, sorry, interpolate. And after doing that, click on this add component, and we're gonna add a second component for a collision detection. So I'm gonna add a box collider 2D. You can attach any collider 2D you like, but make sure it's perfectly fit. So I'm gonna add a box collider 2D, and we need to edit the collider as the size of our enemy underscore bullet sprite. So let's click on this box collider 2D, and let's click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our bullet sprite, something like this. And now this seems pretty much great. And once you are done, make sure you go over to box collider 2D, then check this is trigger as checked, basically means true. So it's not gonna register our player to pass through it. So our player game object just gonna able to pass through this bullet easily, it and this bullet not gonna register. So that's why make sure you just go over to box collider 2D, or basically the collider 2D that you attach. Go over to is trigger and check that one, and we want to assign this enemy bullet as a enemy bullet tag. Our player game object, this player game object will know that this is our bullet, and our our player game object need to take damage once it's gonna collide with our enemy bullet, or just gonna trigger with our enemy bullet. Let's assign a tag for this enemy bullet. To do that, go over to inspector, but make sure you select your enemy underscore bullet in the hierarchy first. Then go over to inspector, then click on this untag, and click on this attack in the bottom, then click on this plus icon, and let's create a new tag for our enemy bullet. So I'm gonna call this one enemy underscore bullet as the name of my bullet game object, and then click on that save button, and make sure you select your enemy underscore bullet one more time in the hierarchy. Then go over to inspector, click on this untag and assign with the tag which you recently created. As you can notice by now, I just assigned this enemy bullet as a enemy bullet tag, as you can see in the inspector, and it's fine. And if I select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here, and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will able to notice this bullet not gonna move at all. So to move it, we need to create a script for it. Let me show you. So as you can see, this bullet just staying at one position, and it's not moving a little bit, even a little bit. So let's get out of play mode. So for that, we're gonna create a script for it, and we're gonna call it something like enemy bullet. So make sure you go over to your project tab, assets, then a script folder, then right click a script folder, create in the top, then mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like enemy bullet, and make sure you select enemy underscore bullet in the hierarchy, and select the enemy underscore bullet script from that folder, and then drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. And now we're gonna open up our enemy underscore bullet by double clicking on it, and we have the start and update function, as you can notice. And in order to move this bullet, we're going to use a function called transform.translate. So for that, what we're going to do, we're going to open up our enemy underscore bullet, and let's remove this start function we don't need. We're going to move over to this update function. So this update function calls every single frame, and every single frame we need to move this bullet to the left direction. And in order to move that, we need to use a function call. So we will go to transform, and then we're going to use this translate function. And transform.translate function, it's going to take the direction, or basically a vector 3 parameter, in which direction you just want to go. So we can provide the direction, basically the a vector parameter. So what we're doing, we basically going over to transform of this enemy bullet, and then we using this dot translate function, and this translate function, as in brackets, it's gonna take the direction. So we're gonna pass vector2 dot left, and vector2 dot left basically means -1 in the x, -1 in the x, and y in the 0. So if I select my enemy underscore bullet in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector transform and put -1 in the x, we can notice it's going to the left direction. So basically vector2 dot left basically means y in the 0. So our bullet not gonna move in the y at all, and x in the -1. So every single frame it's gonna move to the left direction with -1 unit. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna set back to 0, and y I'm gonna set back to 0, like this. And now this is pretty much fine, and let's move over to our script once again. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna multiply this vector2 dot left with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. So make sure you multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence, and then close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor, one unit. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait a moment. and it should work fine. And indeed we can notice it's the bullet just moving to the left direction, but the problem is that bullet speed is low, too much low, because the bullet just moving to the left direction with -1 unit every single frame. So let's get out of play mode. So let's multiply that -1 unit, basically that vector2 dot left parameter, with some speed. So let's move over to our scape, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a variable for our bullet speed, and we're gonna make this one public so we can adjust underneath our enemy underscore bullet script, as you can see in the inspector underneath our enemy underscore bullet script. So and this will be float, and we're gonna call this one bullet velocity. Let's call it bullet velocity, or bullet speed. I'm gonna call it bullet speed, and by default I'm gonna set equal to something like 2.5 5f unit, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's make sure you multiply this whole thing with our bullet speed. So let's multiply with our bullet speed. So the bullet speed is 2.5. So this bullet speed is 2.5, and this vector 2 in the left, it's gonna be basically in the x it will be -1. So -1 into bullet speed, which is 2.5, means -1 into 2.5 will be -2.5, means our bullet will move to the left direction with -2.5 unit every single frame. So since we made it public, so we can adjust underneath our enemy underscore bullet script. So I'm going to press down Control S to save my script, and let's move over to Unity editor. So underneath our enemy underscore bullet script, we will able to notice that field which is bullet speed, and we can adjust the variable underneath our enemy underscore bullet script. So we don't need to move over to our enemy bullet script or C# class again and again. And we can notice as soon as it's get compiled, we can see or we can notice enemy underscore bullet script, a bullet speed variable just gets pop up, enemy underscore bullet, a bullet speed parameter just gets pop up. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and our enemy bullet just gonna move to the left direction with this much of bullet speed, which is 2.5. So let's have a look on it. So now it should work, and indeed our bullet seems little bit fast, but it's going all the way. So after some period of time, we also want to destroy this bullet, because if I pause my game then move over to my hierarchy, we can notice the enemy bullet is still in the hierarchy. So we need to destroy as after some period of time. Why? Because our game object just gonna hold too many game objects, which game object we don't need, it's gonna be in our game. So after some period of time, our game gonna be laggy. Why? Because it's gonna hold too many game objects. So after some period of time, if we don't need some things, we can destroy it. So our game just gonna be playable in same frame rate, and the frame rate just gonna be constant. So let's get out of play mode. So we want to destroy this bullet, something like after 5 seconds, and also we want to destroy this bullet once it's gonna collide with our player game object. So we can do that thing. So let's open up our enemy underscore bullet script, and for that let's firstly work with if the bullet game object or this enemy bullet trigger with our player game object. If that is the case, so firstly it's our player game object need to take damage, and after that we want to destroy our bullet. So let's open up our script, and for that we're gonna use this on collision, sorry, not on collision, we need to use this on trigger inter 2D function. Why? Because if I move over to Unity, go over to hierarchy, then select this enemy underscore bullet, go over to inspector, box collider 2D component, we can notice we check the is trigger. So that's why we're gonna use the on trigger inter 2D function instead of on collision inter 2D function. So this function get called when we trigger with something, and we can extract information by this collision parameter over here. As you can see, we can extract information what we collided with, we can extract anything like that. So what we need to do, firstly we need to check, we need to move over to Unity editor, and if I select my player, then go over to inspector, we can notice that we assigned this player as a player layer, but we didn't assign it our player game object as a player tag. So this enemy bullet not gonna able to detect the collision, basically not gonna able to detect our player. So we need to assign this player as a player tag. So make sure you select your player in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, click on untag and assign with player that it's already there. So now as you can see, we assigned it this player as a player tag. Now our enemy bullet game object will know this is our player game object and our player game object need to take damage. So let's move over to our scape and let's move over to this on trigger enter to function. So before we trigger with something, we just want to check. So for that we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and over here what we want to check, we just want to check the game object that we trigger it with as a tag called player. So we will use this collision. Basically we using this collision parameter as we have done I guess inside our player. So if I move over to my player, yes, we have done inside our player script as well. So over here I'm going to check collision dot game object dot tag if it's equals to player. So make this quotation, and inside this quotation you need to pass the tag name. So in our case it's gonna be player. So over here what we're doing, we're checking collision dot game object basically means the game object that we trigger it with. So if this bullet game object just gonna trigger with this player game object, so collision dot game object basically means this player game object. Collision dot game object there basically means this player game object. Then what we're doing, we just going over to player game object and we accessing the tag and we checking if the tag is equals to player. Basically means we just going over to this player game object and we accessing the tag, and we can notice in the inspector the tag is player and we checking the tag if it's equals to player. As you can see, means that our enemy bullet is really triggering with this player game object. So now what it's need, our basically player game object need to take damage, and also we just want to destroy our enemy bullet right away if it's collide with our player game object. So first thing I'm gonna print out a message, something like says player takes damage. So for printing out we're gonna type debug.log and we will say something like collision sorry, we're gonna use this collision dot game object dot tag, or we can simply access the name. So we're gonna type dot name, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message, and to add that we're gonna use this plus icon and we need to make this quotation, and we inside this quotation we can put the message that we want to see. So collision dot game object basically means the game object that we triggered it with, and we definitely gonna trigger with that player. So collision dot game object over here basically means that player, and we accessing the name. And if we move over to unity editor, select this player, we can see the name of this player game object is player, we can notice in the inspector. So we accessing the name of it, and top of that I'm gonna add a custom message something like takes damage, something like that, and make sure you close that up with semicolon. So the name will be player, and top of that we just added a message takes damage. So the message in our console tab should pop up says like player takes damage. And after printing out message, I also want to destroy this enemy bullet, and to destroy that we need to use this destroy function. So we're gonna use this destroy, and this destroy function in brackets it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So this enemy bullet is script is attached to this enemy bullet, so we want to destroy this enemy bullet game object itself. So that's why inside this bracket we basically need to pass the game object that we want to destroy. So we're gonna pass this dot game object, and this dot game object basically means the game object itself, so it's gonna be this enemy bullet itself. And now we're gonna press down Control S so to save our script. So just wait and it's gonna be fine. And I'm gonna remove this, let's arrange this, and let's press down Control S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as our enemy bullet just gonna trigger with our player came object, it's just gonna destroy itself. But before it gets destroyed, the message should be pop up inside our console tab. Console tab says something like player takes damage, because before we triggering or destroying, we just simply printing out the message. So I'm going to select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top. But before I do, I'm going to select my enemy underscore bullet in the hierarchy, then select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it down somewhere around here. And let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And let's take a look on this. So as soon as it's gonna trigger with our player game object, this bullet just gonna destroy itself. And before it gets destroyed, the message should be pop up says player takes damage. So if I pause my game, move over to my console tab, we can indeed we can notice that the message just gets pop up says player takes damage. And right after it, our enemy bullet gets destroyed itself. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And let's suppose if I get out of play mode and then select my enemy bullet in the hierarchy and move it something over here, and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will notice that our enemy bullet not gonna destroy itself after some period of time when we don't need that. So let me show you. So as you can see, so it's not colliding with our player game object. So we need to destroy this enemy bullet after some period of time. And to do that, we're gonna get out of play mode, and we're gonna move over to our escape. So basically what we need to do, we need to use the start function. Basically we need to include the start function one more time in order to destroy that bullet. And we can do it anywhere we like, but in doing it in the start function, it's gonna be fine. So don't remove your start function, just leave like that. So I'm gonna include my start function one more time. So you can simply type private void start, then make this first bracket and this curly brackets, or you can simply remove this private as well, it doesn't matter. So this start function get called in the start of the game, and in the start of the game we want to destroy after some period of time. So to destroy after some period of time this bullet itself, we need to use this destroy function. So we're gonna use this destroy function, and we do know it's gonna take the game object which we want to destroy as a first argument. So I'm gonna pass this dot game object, means it's referencing itself, comma, second thing we can specify the time after which how much amount of time we just want to destroy the enemy bullet itself. So you can specify the time, and if you simply pass if you remove the comma and then close that up with semicolon, then it's gonna destroy itself right away, which we really don't want if the enemy bullet it's not colliding with our player game object. So that's why as a second argument comma we can specify the time. So after like 10 second I want to destroy, or 7 second, so I'm gonna put 7f. And you can make a variable for it as well. You can just go to top of your class and you can create a new variable, public variable, for your destroy time. But I'm gonna hard code that and it's basically fine. And I'm gonna arrange it over here. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our escape. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So after something like 7 seconds, this enemy bullet just gonna destroy itself, because as a second argument we just specified the time, which is 7 unit. So after 7 second means, and we can play around with the bullet speed as well, and it's basically fine. And let's take a look on it. And now what we're gonna do, let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So after 7 seconds it's gonna destroy itself. Just wait a minute, and we should able to see after 7 seconds. Let's wait. As you can see indeed, if I pause my game, so after 7 seconds it just get destroyed itself if it's not colliding with our player game object. So just it's getting destroyed itself after 7 seconds. So let's get out of play mode and it's fine. And now what we need to do, we need to turn this enemy bullet into a prefab. So we will have the copy of it, and when we need to spawn it, we can spawn our enemy bullet. So let's turn it into a prefab. So we will go to hierarchy. Let's select the enemy underscore bullet in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to our prefabs folder. But before I drag it over to my prefabs folder, I'm gonna create a subfolder inside my prefabs folder to keep my project clean. So I will head over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder. Let's right click on it, then create in the top, then folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like space sorry underscore prefabs. I'm gonna call that. And after doing that or renaming that, let's double click on it in order to open that subfolder, which is items underscore prefab. So I'm going to select my enemy underscore bullet in the hierarchy and drag it over to inside that folder in order to turn it into a prefab. Now we just turn it into a prefab. So now we can simply select our enemy underscore bullet in the hierarchy, and we can delete that, and it's gone. And we can just restore it from that folder. So we can move over to our assets prefabs and then items underscore prefabs folder, and we can take the enemy underscore bullet prefab, and we can simply drag it into the scene view or into this hierarchy. But I'm not gonna do it. Instead, we're gonna do it once our player game object just gonna be inside attack range of this enemy game object. And then we're gonna shoot out our bullet something like every after 1.5 second or 1 second. So that is the thing. So make sure you just turn your enemy bullet into a prefab, so you will have the copy of it and you can spawn it wherever you need. We're gonna shoot out our bullet from this enemy game object something like after 1 second or after some period of time. To do that, we're gonna open up our enemy script. So we simply printing out the message says box collider collided with our player. Instead of printing out frequently, we're gonna print out for now after some period of time, and later on we're gonna change basically we're gonna spawn our bullet. So let's open up our enemy script. So let's select the enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, enemy script, enemy underscore one. Then let's open that up by double clicking on it. So if I move over, as you can see over here, we just printing out every single frame. So instead of doing this, we're gonna do something else. But before we do, we're gonna go to top of our class, and we're gonna create two variable for it to just keep track of when we need to shoot. So we're gonna make one public. So we're gonna make this public float. This will be float, and we can call this one shooting time. Shooting time. So let's call it shooting underscore time, we can call it. And by default, I'm gonna set it to something like 1.2 f. So after this much of time I want to shoot, so that's why by default I just set equal to 1.2 f. And we're gonna create a second variable, and that doesn't need to be public. To basically we just making these two parameters to just keep track of when we need to shoot, and this should be private, it doesn't need to be public. And this will be also float, and we can call this one time between shoot. So let's call it time between shoot, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, I'm gonna set time between shoot equal to shooting time, shooting underscore time. Let's close that up with semicolon. So in the start of the game, this time between shoot gonna be 1.2. Why? Because we're setting time between shoot equal to shooting time, and the shooting time by default we have set 1.2. So this one over here is 1.2. So that's why this time between shoot gonna be 1.2 in the start of the game. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to this call info, and over here we're gonna check. So let's make if condition, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And over here what we want to check, we just want to check if our time between shoot, if it's lesser than or equal to 0f. If that is the case, then we want to shoot. So for that we're gonna print out a message for now. So let's make a function for shoot. So let's make it over here. and the for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like shoot or fire. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and for now we just want to print out message something like shed shoes. So I'm gonna type this debug.log for printing out message, and I'm gonna say something like shoot. So let's call it shoot on player, something like that, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we want to call this shoot function once our time between shoot it's gonna be lesser than or equal to 0. So let's call the function over here, which is shoot, and let's make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. But we do know that in the start of the game, this time between shoot it's not gonna be 0 or lesser than or equal to 0. It's gonna be 1.2 because we directly setting it in the start of the game, time between shoot equal to shooting time, and the shooting time is 1.2. So that's why time between shoot it's gonna be 1.2 in the start of the game. So over here we checking if time between shoot is lesser than or equal to 0, and we do know that this time between shoot in the start of the game gonna be 1.2, and 1.2 is not lesser than or equal to 0. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to subtract some amount from this time between shoot until and unless it hits a 0. So that's why else if our time between shoot it's not lesser than or equal to 0, means it's something bigger number, then we need to subtract some amount from this time between shoot and until and unless it hits 0. So from this time between shoot we're gonna subtract, so time between shoot minus equal time dot delta time. So time dot delta time over here means change in frame rate. So we just subtracting from this time between shoot this time dot delta time. If the time between shoot is not lesser than or equal to 0, it's means something like 1.2. If that is the case, then we subtracting from this time between shoot minus time dot delta time. So somehow this time between shoot gonna hit 0, because every single time if we subtract from some amount from this time between shoot, so it's gonna somehow hit 0. And once it's just gonna hit 0, then again I just want to set back this time between shoot to my shooting time. So over here as you can see it's gonna hit 0. Then what we're doing, we calling the shoot function, and this shoot function basically is printing out the message in our console tab shoot on player, as you can notice. So after calling the shoot function, once again I'm going to set back this time between shoot to our start shooting time. So I'm going to set time between shoot time between shoot equal to our shooting time, shooting underscore time, and let's close that up with semicolon. So once it's gonna hit 0, then we calling the shoot function, and shoot function simply printing out the message in our console tab says shoot on player. And after that once again we just setting back time between shoot our shooting time. So over here once again it's gonna check if the time between shoot if it's lesser than or equal to 0, and we do know that once we just gonna set back time between shoot equal to shooting time, and shooting time by default we have chosen 1.2. So this over here gonna be 1.2, and 1.2 is not lesser than or equal to 0. So that's why it will move over to else condition, and it's gonna subtract from this time between shoot some amount, as you can see, and until and unless it hits 0, then again we just setting back our time between shoot to our shooting time before we after printing out message. So this line of code, this if and else condition just gonna runs over again and again. So after something like 1.2 second we should able to see the message, because we checking if the time between shoot if it's lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, then we calling the shoot function, and shooting time we have chosen 1.2. So after 1.2 unit or 2 second, the message should be pop up. Basically this function just gonna call out, and this function basically is printing out this message says shoot on player, as you can see. So now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity editor. So after something like 1.2 unit 2 second, we should be able to see that message just gonna pop up says shoot on player. So that message just gonna pop up. So make sure you select your console tab and then click on this play button in the top in order to play your game. So I'm gonna take a look on it. Just wait a moment, and compilation is almost done, and we can just go ahead and we can check it. And if we move over to our enemy underscore one script, we can notice our shooting underscore time shooting underscore time, which is 1.2 by default we set. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And once we're gonna get inside attack range of this enemy, after 1.2 second, that message just gonna pop up, says shoot on player every after 1.2 second. Let's take a look on it, and it should be fine. Sorry. And we should able to see, and indeed we can notice, if I pause my game, move over to my console tab, we can notice shoot on player just getting pop up every single 1.2 second. Every after 1.2 second, it's just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, we just want to shoot out that, or we just want to spawn that bullet. So we're gonna get out of play mode. So every after 1.2 second, the message just getting pop up says in our console tab shoot on player. So let's double click on this message in order to move over to that line of code, and instead of printing out message, we're gonna shoot. And in order to shoot, basically in order to spawn our bullet or to shoot out bullet, what we need to do, we need to use this instantiate function. And this instantiate function, as a first argument, it's going to take the game object that we want to spawn or just want to instantiate. And we do know that we just want to spawn our bullet. So if I move over to my project tab and then head over to my assets folder, prefabs folder, and then items underscore prefabs folder, as you can see we have the enemy bullet. So we want to spawn this, so we need a reference to this enemy underscore bullet game object. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position from where we want to shoot out. So we're gonna specify a position of this enemy underscore one game object inside this enemy game object somewhere around here. And the third argument, it's gonna take the rotation. So let's make this one comment for now by double forward slash, and let's go to top of our class because we need those variable. So I'm gonna make it something over here. So first thing what we need a reference to that enemy underscore bullet game object, basically that bullet prefab. So let's make a public, and that bullet prefab enemy bullet itself a whole game object. So that's why we need to type this game object variable type or parameter type, and we can call this one enemy bullet prefab. So let's call it enemy bullet prefab. So let's call it something like that. And the second thing, we need the position, and so let's make this one public transform, which is responsible for position, and we can call this one shoot point or fire point. So I'm going to call it something like shoot point, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we for rotation we can pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation, so we don't need to specify the third argument. So we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we can move over to Unity editor. But before I do, I want to do like this, and let's press down Ctrl S one more time to basically save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and we need to assign those variable underneath our enemy one script enemy script, because we need those variables. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go and check that out. So now it's going to take a few seconds to compile our script, and once our compilation is done, we can assign those variable one by one, because we need a reference to that enemy bullet game object prefab, and also we need a point where we want to shoot out. So I'm going to select my enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and underneath our enemy underscore one, we can see enemy bullet prefab, and it says none, game object means empty. So what we need to do now, we basically need to move over to our project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and I will head over to my items underscore prefabs folder, because there I have my enemy bullet prefab game object. So I'm gonna select that one, and let's drag it over to this enemy bullet prefab slot underneath our enemy one script in the inspector. and now we also need to assign the shoot point. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select our enemy underscore one. Let's right click on it and let's create an empty child game object, and we can call this game object to something like shoot point. So let's call this one shoot point, and you can select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it top of our gun, top of our gun of this enemy underscore one game object. I'm gonna drag it something over here, and make sure you go over to inspector, then click over here, and you can choose an gizmos for it, or you can just leave it. I'm gonna choose an gizmos, so I'm gonna choose yellow, something like that, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and this is fine. And now we're going to select our enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy one more time, and let's select the shoot point underneath our enemy underscore one and drag it over to this shoot point field. And now we can see underneath our enemy one script we have the enemy bullet as well as the shoot point. And make sure you go over to inspector overrides and then apply all if you turn it your enemy game object into a prefab. And now we're gonna open up our script by double clicking on it, and let's do that. And let's move over to our shoot function, and let's remove these two forward slash. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to spawn. So if we go to top of our class, so we have the enemy bullet prefab, and we do know that we assigned it that slot. So as a first argument, we're gonna pass our enemy bullet prefab. So we're gonna pass enemy bullet prefab, and the second thing, it's gonna take the position. So we're gonna pass our shoot point, and we do know we assign it the shoot point, but this shoot point is a transform, so we need to access the position. So that's why we're gonna type shoot point dot position, because we need the position. And the third argument comma, it's gonna take the rotation, so we're not gonna play around with the rotation, so we can simply pass quaternion dot identity. It basically means no rotation, and we can close that up with semicolon. So this instantiate function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that you want to spawn. So in our case, enemy bullet, and we do know that if I move over to my Unity editor, we can see underneath our enemy one script, we can notice enemy bullet prefab. We assign it our enemy bullet. Enemy bullet, basically this enemy bullet prefab slot, we assign it with that enemy bullet game object. And the second thing, we pass the position, which is shoot point dot position, as you can see. And the third argument, it's need the rotation, so we pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we can move over to Unity editor. So every after 1.2 second, that bullet will spawn, which is enemy bullet prefab, and you will see that because we instantiate function basically spawn it. So every after 1.2 second, that bullet will be spawned. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So once we're gonna inside attack range of this enemy game object, then it's gonna shoot out the bullet every after 1.2 second, because we have chosen the shooting time, which is 1.2. And now let's take a look on it, and it should work fine. We are in attack range, and we can indeed notice our enemy is shooting a bullet, and bullet just colliding with player. I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna increase the attack range of this enemy underscore one game object. To do that, let's select that game object first in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, enemy one script, and the size in the X, I'm gonna make it something around 10. Basically we increasing the attack range, and offset, I'm gonna drag it a little bit to the left direction. Now it's fine. And for now, I'm gonna choose the speed of this player game object much small for checking purposes only. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, player skip, and then move speed, I'm going to choose something like 0.08, a small number. And now let's take a look on it one more time. So I'm going to click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and we can take a look on it. Sorry. So every after 1.2 second it will spawn, and we can play around with the shooting time. So let's take a look on it, and we can indeed notice it's shooting from that shoot point. and if I choose the shooting time to something like 2, so every after 2 seconds we can notice it's shooting the bullet. I'm gonna get out of play mode, and also I want to make the acceleration of this player small because over time it's just getting fast. So I'm gonna select my player game object once again in the hierarchy. Let's go over to player escape, and acceleration I'm gonna choose something like 0.001, and now this is fine. This is too much small, and we can check that out. So if I choose the shooting time to something like underneath my enemy one script something around 2 seconds or 2f, and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will notice every after 2 seconds this player game object just gonna shoot out that enemy bullet, uh, shoot out that bullet every after 2 seconds, because shooting time we have chosen 2. And indeed we can notice after 2 seconds, every after 2 seconds it's just shooting out our enemy bullet from this enemy game object shoot point, and we can play around with the shoot point as well. And we can notice that our basically the bullet sprite, enemy bullet, it seems like it's in front of our enemy sprite. So let's get out of play mode. Or what we want, if I move over to my project tab, then assets, and then move over to my prefabs folder, items underscore prefab subfolder, and select this bullet and drag out top of this enemy game object in the scene view. As you can notice, this enemy bullet seems it's in front of, basically it's our enemy is behind of this enemy bullet sprite. So what we need to do, we need to take this enemy bullet and we need to drag it behind of our enemy game object. And in order to do that, make sure you select your enemy bullet or enemy game object, then go over to inspector. In the top right we can see layer, basically what we have to do, we need to select the enemy bullet or enemy, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, then move over to additional setting, and then sorting layer. As you can see, it says default, so just click on it and then click on this add sorting layer. So we're going to create 3 sorting layer, one for our enemy bullet, one for our enemy game object, and one for our player game object. So let's click on this plus icon in the inspector, and let's call this layer to something like enemy. So let's call this one enemy, hit enter to save. Let's click one more time, and we're gonna create for our player, and let's create for one more our enemy bullet. So I'm gonna call this one enemy bullet, and that's fine, and we can hit enter to save it. And make sure you select your enemy bullet, and I'm gonna press down F on my keyboard to focus on it. Let's go over to inspector. Oh sorry, we need to arrange them. So we're gonna click so what we need to do, select any game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, additional setting, sorting layer, click on it, and let's click on this add sorting layer in the bottom. So what we want our enemy bullet, this enemy bullet sprite behind of our enemy game object. So that's why we're gonna take this enemy bullet and we're gonna drag it behind my enemy bullet. Basically you need to drag, so it's gonna be behind. And also I'm gonna leave, and we can drag it all the way behind, but I guess it's basically fine. And now if I select my enemy underscore bullet in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, additional settings, sorting layer, and assign with my enemy bullet. And enemy bullet, we can see by now it's fine, but still we can see okay. So what we need to do, we need to select our enemy, then go over to inspector and sorting, go over to sprite renderer, additional sorting layer, and we're gonna choose enemy. And now we can see that our enemy is enemy sprite or enemy bullet is behind of our enemy game object sprite, enemy game object. Why? Because enemy bullet sprite, enemy bullet sorting layer is behind of our enemy, as you can notice in the inspector. Or you can just drag it up, and we can drag it our enemy bullet all the way behind. So we can do that, but I'm gonna leave like this, and it's basically fine. And you can just drag it in the top. So since I want this enemy bullet game object or the enemy bullet sprite behind of my player, enemy game object, so that's why I'm gonna take my enemy bullet sorting layer, and I'm gonna drag it behind of my player. and as soon as we drag it behind, we can see by now enemy bullet game object or enemy bullet sprite seems like it's behind of our enemy game object, and now that's seems pretty much great. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and make sure you go over to inspector overrides and then apply all if you turn it your game object into a prefab. And I'm gonna do the same thing, but before we do, I'm gonna select my player in the hierarchy, go over to inspector sprite renderer, additional settings and sorting layer. I'm gonna choose player because I created a new sorting layer for my player game object, and make sure you do the same thing for your enemy. Create a enemy sorting layer and you assign your enemy sorting layer to your enemy game object. And also make sure you go over to inspector overrides and then apply all if you turn it your game object into a prefab. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and I guess this is fine. And we're gonna click on this apply, and we can select this enemy underscore bullet game object in the hierarchy by now, and we can press down delete on our keyboard in order to delete that. And let's check that out one more time, and we can adjust this shoot point as well, but I'm gonna leave it there. Let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's have a look on this one more time. So the bullet will just gonna spawn from that shoot point of our enemy game object, and it's gonna shoot on our player game object. And as soon as it's gonna do that, the message just gonna pop up says a player takes damage, and we can indeed notice it's colliding with our player game object. And as soon as it's doing, our enemy bullet just getting destroyed itself. And if I select my console tab, we're just getting a message just getting pop up says something like player takes damage. And later on we need to change it, so I'm gonna get out of play mode and I'm gonna clear all of the previous messages. So let's move over to our console tab and let's click on this clear in the top left to clear all of the messages. Let's work on our player shooting, so let's do that. So we're gonna shoot out a ray from our player game object from somewhere over here. We will make a fire point, so let's do that. To do it, let's select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector player skip and let's open that up by double clicking on it. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the shooting. To do that, we will make a function, and let's make that one somewhere over here. Over here we're gonna make that. For function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So we can call it something like shoot. So let's call it shoot. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and now it's basically fine. And to shoot out a array from this player game object gun from somewhere over here, we need to use this physics 2d. So we need to use this physics2d dot raycast function, and this raycast function as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to shoot out. So we need to create a fire point or shoot point, and the second thing, it's gonna take the direction. So we need to put the direction, and the third argument, it's gonna take the length of the ray, basically shooting distance. And third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, means which game object we want to damage or we want to target. So we're gonna target our enemy. So let's make this one comment for now, and let's go to top of our class and let's make those variable to get that. Basically what we want to do, we need to get those variables. So first thing, we need a point from where we want to shoot out. So I'm gonna make it something over here, but before I do, I just want to give it a title or a header. So if I move over to my Unity editor, then go over to select this player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector player scape. I want a little bit title, and underneath I just want to see those parameters. And to give it a title, we need to use these square brackets, and inside these square brackets we need to type this header and then make this first bracket, and then and you can pass a string header. So make sure you do inside this quotation, and you can put whatever you like. So I'm gonna call it something like shooting. So let's call it shooting, and after doing that we can just create our variable. So first thing what we need, so this title just gonna pop up right underneath our player skip in the bottom somewhere over here in the inspector. As you can notice, it's gonna pop up there. So first thing we need a point, so we're gonna make a public transform which is responsible for point or position, and we can call this one fire point or shoot point. Let's call it fire point. So I'm gonna call this one fire point. And the second thing, we need the direction, but we don't need to work on the direction. We can simply use fire point dot right. It basically means which direction our position is facing. So we can just skip our direction, but we do need the length of that ray, or basically the distance it's gonna cover. So we're gonna make a public float, that will be float, and we can call this one ray length. Let's call it a distance instead. And by default I'm gonna set something around 7f or 7 unit. And now what we need, we also need a layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So since we want to target we want to target our enemy, so we need to assign our layer mask as enemy. So let's create a fourth argument, or basically a third parameter for our target layer. So let's make a public layer mask, and we can call this one attack layer or damage layer. So let's call it attack layer. I'm gonna call it something like what is enemy instead of calling like that, and it's gonna be fine. What is enemy? Let's close that up with semicolon. Press down Control is to save your skip, and then move over to Unity editor. So underneath our player skip, we will able to notice those parameters that we created inside our player skip one by one. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check that out. Wait a moment, and it's almost done, so just wait. And now it's done, and we can notice indeed our if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector player scape, we can see we get a title called shooting, and underneath we have the fire point, and it says non transform, and also we have the basically means empty, and also we have the distance, basically the length of the ray, and what is enemy, it says nothing. So what we need to do, we need to create a fire point. So let's do that. So we will select our player game object in the hierarchy, right click on it, then create an empty child game object, and you can name that game object to something like fire point, or you can call it shoot point. I'm gonna call this one fire point, and make sure to select the move tool in the scene view, then press down F in order to focus on that game object, and I'm gonna drag it top of my gun of this player game object, top of my gun somewhere over here. And if you want to choose engage mode, then go over to inspector, click over here, and you can choose, I'm gonna choose a green one, something like that, and let's move it somewhere around here. So from this point I want to shoot out the rays, so that's why I just drag it my fire point over here, my top of my gun. And now we're gonna select our player in the hierarchy, and let's select the fire point underneath our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this fire point slot. And what is enemy? As you can see, it says nothing. So we're gonna choose our enemy, but we're not able to see any enemy layer. So what we need to do, we need to select our enemy game object first in the hierarchy. So in my case, this enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, and it says default. So let's click on it, let's click on this add layer, and let's create a new layer for our enemies. So let's name that to enemy, and let's hit enter to save it. And make sure you select the game object once again in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector. In the top right, we're gonna instead of setting layer to default, we're gonna choose enemy. And it says that, do you want to set the layer to enemy for all child object as well? Basically, do you want to set the enemy layer to your child enemy layer to your child game object? No, I don't want. I only want for my this yellow enemy. So that's why I'm gonna click on this no, this object only. Now if we select our enemy and press down if in order to focus on it, then go over to inspector, we can notice that we assign it our enemy as a enemy layer in the inspector. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our player game object. Really sorry. So what we will do now, we're gonna move over to our player scape, and underneath our shooting title, what is enemy, now we're gonna choose our enemy. But before you do, make sure you select your enemy and assign your enemy game object as a enemy layer, like I have done it, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. And now let's select the parent, let's go over to inspector overrides and then apply all, and now it's fine. And let's open up the script in order to shoot out the ray, because we have the fire point, and we also just assign it our layer mask and also the distance parameter. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's move over to our shoot function. So let's remove this two forward slash, and this physics2d.raycast, as a first argument it's going to take the point from where we want to shoot out the ray. So we will pass our fire point dot position, and fire point dot position because we need the position. So basically we just going over to this fire point, and then we going over to this in transform, you can simply say, and then accessing this position means fire point position. And the second argument comma, it's gonna take the direction. So we will pass fire point dot right, right, or you can simply put this as well. I think putting vector2 dot right, it's gonna be fine, or we can do vector2 dot right. Okay, so let's do firepoint dot right instead of vector. So firepoint dot right, if we get some error, then later on we're gonna change this with vector2 dot right. So if I move over to my Unity editor, firepoint dot right there basically means the direction our fire point is facing. So as you can see, fire point is facing to the right direction, so the fire point dot right, it's gonna be this direction. And let's suppose if I select my player, then go over to inspector, transform, and then scale to, if I put -1 in the X, as you can see this fire point is now just gonna face to the left direction. So it's basically what it's gonna be to, what's it's gonna do, it's gonna basically flip the fire point, and we can indeed notice. So instead of doing that, basically select your player, go over to inspector, transform, then rotation in the Y, if we set it to 180, we can see by now fire point is facing to the left direction, so the ray will be shoot out to the left direction. So fire point dot right basically there basically means the direction our fire point is facing. So I'm gonna set back to 0. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, transform, then rotation in the Y, I'm gonna set back to 0. And now let's move over to a script, firepoint dot right, and now as a third argument it's gonna take the distance, or basically length of the ray. So we created a distance parameter, so we're gonna pass our distance. And the fourth argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, or which game object we want to target. So I'm gonna pass my what is enemy, and we do know that what is enemy, we have chosen that enemy game object. And now this seems pretty much cool. So this function right over here, shoot, it's gonna shoot out the ray from this fire point dot position in the direction fire point is facing with this much of length, and it's gonna target our enemy game object, as you can see. And what is enemy, we have chosen enemy game object. So this just gonna work like as a collision. Let's suppose if the ray really collide with this enemy game object, then this over here it's gonna give us a true value. And if the ray don't collide with this enemy game object, then this function over here it's gonna give us a false value. So we can store it into a bool parameter which can be true or false. But instead of doing that, we're gonna put it into a raycast. Why? Because this is just a raycast, so that's why we need to put a raycast to the container or in a parameter. The parameter or the container should be same, which is raycast hit 2d, and we have to name the container parameter or the variable. So I'm gonna call it hit info, short for hit information. So this hit info right over here, it can be true or false depending upon if the ray is really colliding with this enemy game object. Let's suppose the ray collide with this enemy game object, then this over here it's gonna give us a true value. So that's why this hit info right over here it's gonna be true, because we directly setting it as you can see, or we storing all of the information into this hit info parameter, and later on we can use this hit info to extract information with with which game object the ray collided with or trigger collided with. So this can be true or false. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So after doing that we will check. Let's use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if hit info is equals to true, where basically means that the ray is really colliding with that enemy game object. So right now what we need to do, we need to damage that enemy game object. But before we damage, what we really want to do, we just want to print out message. So what I'm gonna do over here, to print out math, we just want to print out a message for now. So for printing out, we're gonna type this debug.log. So let's type debug.log, and we will say something like ray collided uh, collided collided with with, and top of that I'm gonna just add the name of the game object the ray collided with, and we're gonna use this hit info parameter to just extract the name or whatever we're looking for. So top of our custom message we're gonna add the plus icon in order to add a message, and I'm gonna use this hit info parameter, hit info dot transform, sorry, hit info dot transform dot game object dot name, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what we simply doing, so we checking if hit info is equals to true, basically means the ray really collide with this enemy game object. Then what we doing, we just printing out the message ray collided with, and top of that we just added the name of the game object, or just accessing the name of the game object. So hit info dot transform basically means the game object the ray collided with, basically the transform of that game object. So the ray definitely gonna collide with this enemy game object. So simply we just using that hint info, then going over to this enemy game object transform, as you can see, sorry, if I select my enemy in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, we just going over to transform of this enemy, as you can see in the inspector, and by this transform we just accessing the whole game object, and then after that we just accessing the name, as you can see, dot name, and the name we can notice right over here is enemy underscore one. So the message should be pop up says ray collided with, and the name of the game object is enemy underscore one. So the message should be ray collided with enemy one. So this message just gonna pop up, and now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now we're gonna move over to Unity editor, and we want to shoot out the ray. Once we're gonna click the left mouse button, we just created the function but we never calling it, and we want to call it once we're gonna click the left mouse button. So let me show you first. So just wait a moment. Even though if we click the left mouse button, it's gonna not gonna do that. You can check with any other button if you want to check with. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this, and it should be fine. I'm gonna click left mouse button in order to shoot out the ray. So if I just click left mouse button, as you can see it's doing nothing. Basically we're not able to get the message. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and for that I'm gonna move over to my script, and I will move over to my update function. So we do know that this update function calls every single frame. So in the bottom somewhere over here I'm gonna check. So for that we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if we click the left mouse button. So we're gonna use this function, it called input dot get mouse button down, then make these brackets, and inside these brackets we need to pass the index, and we do know that if we put 1 it's gonna check with the right mouse button. So since we want to check with left mouse button, so that's why I'm gonna pass 0. So if input dot get mouse button down 0, it basically means that if we clicking the left mouse button, then what I want to do, I want to call the shoot function. this should function. And what this should function just gonna do, it's gonna do these things called it's gonna create the ray, and it's gonna shoot out the ray on our enemy game object, and then it's gonna print out the ray if the ray collided with that enemy game object. So let's call the shoot function over here. So let's call the shoot function. Let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna click the left mouse button, the ray is just gonna shoot out from our player game object fire point. Just wait a moment and we will see. But before I do, I'm going to select my player in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector player escape, and underneath my shooting title distance right over here, I'm going to choose a bigger number, something like 12, basically length of the ray. And now let's click on this play button in the top, but make sure you select your console tab, then click on this play button in the top in order to play the game. And if we click the left mouse button by now, it should work fine. So if I click, as you can see, it's indeed doing. So if I pause my game, then move over to my console tab, where as you can see the message just printing out says ray collided with enemy underscore one game object. But the problem is that we're not able to see, but we definitely getting this message just getting pop up says ray collided with enemy underscore one, but the problem is that we're not able to see the ray. And I'm gonna click on this clear in the top left, and I'm gonna click on this pause button once again to unpause my game, and we can check that out. So what we need to do, we need to damage our enemy game object. But before we do that, we need to set the ray that we can just notice our ray. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna click on this clear in my console tab to clear all of the previous messages. Problem is that we're not able to see the ray. For that, we're gonna add a line renderer component. So we need to select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, click on add component in the bottom, and search for line renderer by typing and attach that. And for that, what we need to do, we're gonna move over to line renderer component, then scroll down, move over to materials, this material section, click on this over here. You can click on the right side and you can choose the material. So I'm going to choose the default one, and after doing that, scroll up, then move over to position and make this x index. You can just increase, as you can see, as soon as we playing around with the size, basically moving over to index, we can see the array. And what we want, we just want the width of this array small. So we're gonna move over to this width section, and we're gonna drag this red line to the down direction. And you can use this index to basically index. We have the size in the x and in the y as well. Basically the offset, I guess this one is, yes, offset. So I'm gonna set back to 0, and we can see the array, and we can increase the size of it. So I'm gonna do it somewhere over here. Now it seems pretty much fine, and I want to choose a green color, something like that, or a red color, but I'm gonna choose a green color for that. So we can move over to this color section, then click over here and click in the right section right over here. You can notice in your gradient editor, then click on this color, and you can choose the color, which color you would like to go with. I'm going to go with green, something like that, but I want to choose a fixed color. So in mode over here, just click on it and then click on this fixed. And what we're going to do now, we're going to select this one, the left white one, and we're going to press term delete in order to delete. And now we can see how the whole array seems green, and this is pretty much amazing. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna set it to back to 0 0 over here, or what we can simply do, we can just move over to this line renderer component, and we're gonna uncheck that. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna open up our player script once again, and we need a reference to this line renderer, then we can set that. So we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class over here, and let's make a variable for our line renderer component, or the component that we're looking for. So we're gonna make a public, sorry, we need to make it over here. We're gonna make this one public, and the component that we're looking for is a line renderer. So we're gonna type this line renderer, and we're gonna call it something like LR, short for line renderer. And let's press down Control S to save a script, and I'm gonna move this curly bracket over here, and we're going to press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So underneath our shooting title in the bottom, we're going to see that field because we just created the parameter in the bottom inside of our player script. So what we need to do, we need to take this line renderer and we need to drag it over to that. So basically we're disabling the line renderer component by default. So I'm gonna take my line renderer, let's drag it there. You can enable as well you like, so I'm gonna leave it enable, but once I'm gonna start my game, then I just want to disable. And we can notice we just drag it line renderer component to line renderer field, as you can see. Now we can open up our script and we can set that. To set that, let's move over to our script, and to set that we need to move over to our shoot function. But before I move over to my shoot function, I just want to disable this line renderer component in the start of the game, and we're gonna do inside our start function because we have the reference, as you can notice, underneath our player script in the inspector. So let's move over to our script and let's go to top of our start function over here. So what we will do, we will go to LR, and then we're going to use dot enable, and we're going to set equal to false. Basically means that we just disabling that. We moving over to this line runner component and we unchecking. Basically we just setting dot enable to false, basically means unchecked, and dot enable means to true. So we just said that. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our script and let's move over to our shoot function where we're shooting. So over here, as you can see, we shooting. So instead of doing that, we need to set that line renderer. So to set that, but before we set, we just want to check that if the ray really collide with this enemy game object or not. If that, then we want to set, else we don't want to do that. And what we're gonna do for that, we're gonna check if, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets for checking. And over here we just want to check, so we will use this hit info parameter, then we will go to transform, then game object, then we're gonna get the component. So dot get component, and the component we're looking for is enemy. So enemy underscore one, or enemy, you can simply say enemy underscore one, then make this first bracket, and we will check if it's not equal to null. If that is the case, so firstly what we're doing, we're just checking that if the ray really collide with this enemy game object or not. If it's, then what we're doing, we're checking if hit info dot game transform dot game object. Over here basically means the game object the ray collided with, so the ray definitely gonna collide with this enemy game object. So over here hit info dot transform dot game object means that enemy game object, and we just getting the enemy script, as you can see. So basically we just moving over to this enemy game object, and then we going over to this enemy underscore one script, basically getting this script, and we checking if it's not equal to null. Basically means the enemy one script as is attached to our enemy game object. And if we move over to Unity editor, select this enemy in the hierarchy, move over to inspector, we can see indeed the enemy one script is attached to this enemy game object. So not equal to null basically means that script is attached to that game object, and that means that we need to damage our enemy. So what we have to do, we need to set the line renderer component. But before I do, also I want to print out the message. So for printing out, I'm going to type debug.log, and I'm going to say something like hit info dot game object, sorry, we need to go over to transform dot game object dot name name. Top of that, I'm going to add message, so let's use this plus icon, and I'm going to say something like takes damage, takes damage. Let's close that up with some semicolon. So hit info dot transform dot game object means that enemy game object enemy 1, then accessing the name of it. So this will be enemy 1, and top of that we just added a custom message says take damage. So this message should be pop up says enemy underscore 1 takes damage. And after printing out message, also why I want to set the line renderer, because in the start of the game we just disabling that, so we want to enable. And in order to do that, but before you do, just move over to your top of your update function, and you need to use this lr dot set position, this function, and this over here as a first argument. I guess it should be set position. Okay, so we need to use this lr dot set position function instead of using lr dot set positions. So make sure you use this lr dot set position, and as a first argument it's gonna take the index, basically in which index you want to store the first position. So since we want to set the first position of this line renderer component, so if I select my player, then go over to inspector, line renderer component in the bottom. So I just want to set this line renderer component first position to my shoot point from wherever it's shooting out. So I'm going to set the first position, so we are going to store it into this 0 index comma, and you need to pass the position from where you want to set the line renderer. So I'm going to pass my fire point dot position, means where from where we shooting out our ray, and then close that up with semicolon, and the ray colliding over here, as you can see with the enemy. So we need to set the position now. So to set that, we're going to use once again lr dot set position function, no, sorry, lr dot set position, and this over here now it's gonna take the index. So we stored the first position into 0 index. Now we're gonna store the second position into our 1 index. So firstly we need to pass our index comma, and then we need to pass the point. So we're gonna pass our hit info dot point, and hit info dot point basically means the point the ray collided with. So the ray definitely gonna collide with this enemy game object. So hit info dot point basically means the ray the point where the ray collided with, and that definitely the ray gonna collide with this enemy game object. So the second position we're storing into that 1 index, and the first position we're storing into this into this player game object fire point. Now we're gonna able to notice our ray. So now what we need to do, we need to press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and let's take a look on it, check that out. And we're gonna click on this play button in the top by now in order to check. And as soon as the game just gonna start, you will notice that this line renderer component, it will be disabled, because in the start function we just disabling. But once we're gonna click the left mouse button, then we're setting the position. So if I click the left mouse button, we can see we're not able to notice. Basically we need to enable if we get a problem. So we basically need to get out of play mode. We need to enable the line renderer component as well. Basically we need to move over to our script. As you can see right over here, we're just setting the position. But before we set the position, we also need to enable that our line render component. And to enable that, we do know that we need to use this lr dot enable equal to true, and it's basically means that we just enabling that line renderer component, or we just checking that. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So by now we will able to notice that a line renderer component will be enabled as soon as we're gonna click the left mouse button. Basically we just enabling that. So just wait a moment. And now we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So in the start of the game it will be disabled, but as soon as we're gonna click the left mouse button, it's gonna be enabled right away. So as you can see, it disabled, and if I click the left mouse button, we can see the line render component. But the problem is that it is staying all the time. We also need to disable this line render component after some period of time. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and after some period of time we need to disable That means we need to use the I enumerator function instead of using that normal function which is void. So we need to move over to our script, and instead of using this void we need to use this I enumerator. But as you can see, we're not getting that. So to get that, what we need to do, we basically need to go to top of our class, and we need to include that this namespace. So make sure you just go to top of your class and include this namespace underneath your using Unity engine, or you can do in the top as well, but I'm gonna do it over here. So using system dot collection. So make sure you just use this function call using system dot collection. Make sure you include in top of your class, and this namespace, it's gonna allow us in order to use that I enumerator function. Basically that function just delays some things after some period of time, because what we want to do, we want to enable our line render component something like for few seconds, and after that we just want to disable it. But once we're gonna click the left mouse button once again, we're gonna enable our line renderer, and after a few seconds we also want to disable that. So that's why we're gonna use the I enumerator function instead of using the normal function. Now we're gonna move over to our shoot function over here. So before we type shoot, basically name the function, we need to use this I enumerator, and that's fine, and now it's gonna work fine. So now what we need to do, we need to go to bottom of our function, and we need to use this yell return new wait for second. So we basically need to use this. So make sure you include that and then close that up with semicolon. So yell return new wait for second, sorry, I'm gonna move this one over here. Yell return new wait for second, in brackets, it's gonna take the time after how much amount of time you just want to disable, you can do over here. So what I want to do, I just want to disable, and in order to disable that, we do know we need to use this lr dot enable, and we're gonna set equal to false, means we disabling that. And now we need to put the time over here. So after a few seconds, something like I want to check 0.2f a few seconds, 0.2f. So after this amount of time, we just disabling the line renderer component. As you can see, we moving over to line renderer component, and we using dot enable, and we setting equal to false, basically means we disabling that line renderer component. And before that, we firstly enabling over here, as you can notice. And after this amount of time, so you need to use this call yell return new wait for second, and inside these brackets you can pass the time after how much amount of time you just want to disable. So after this amount of time I just want to disable, so that's why I just pass this time, and after that I just set lr dot enable to false, as you can see, and it's gonna work fine. And we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and we can move over to Unity editor. But it's not gonna work. I'm gonna show you why. So let's give it a moment to compile our scape, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check it. So now if I click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, you will notice that our line render component in the start of the game, it will be disabled, but as soon as we're gonna click the left mouse button, it's gonna be enabled. So if I click, as you can see, even though if we clicking the left mouse button, it's doing nothing. So we need to get out of play mode. Basically we need to call that function, and we normally we not sorry, we don't we can call it that function. So basically we need to move over to our script, and over here if I move over to my this if condition, if input dot get mouse button down 0, basically means we clicking the left mouse button, then we calling the shoot function, as you can see, and shoot function basically doing these things. We normally can call this I enumerator function, we need to call in a weird, so that's why it's not working. We cannot call this function directly, so we need to move over to that function, in which function, sorry, we wherever we clicking the left mouse button, and we doing over here. So what we need to do, instead of calling normally, we need to use this start coroutine. we need to use this start coroutine, then make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. And inside this start coroutine, you need to call the function. So you cannot call it normally. You cannot call it cannot call this enumerator function by simply typing name of the function. Basically, you cannot call it normally. You need to use this start coroutine, and inside this bracket you need to call the function by now, and the function is shoot. So we're gonna call the function shoot and then make this first bracket, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now we can move over to Unity editor. So by now it's gonna be fine. You will able to notice after 0.2 second the line renderer component will be disabled, but as soon as we're gonna click the left mouse button, then we're gonna see that the line renderer component will be enabled. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So as soon as we're gonna click the left mouse button, that line renderer component will be enabled, and after few seconds it will be disabled. So if I click the left mouse button, as you can notice, indeed it's enabled, and after 0.2 second it's getting disabled. But the problem is that if I take my player, so if I pause my game in the top and then move it somewhere over here, something like that, and then click on this pause button to unpause, and if I click the left mouse button, as you can see, once we are over here, we can notice the ray, it's basically still it's moving, shooting out in the left direction, which we really don't want. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get out of play mode. So let's suppose our enemy game object is not here. So if I select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector and uncheck it, means disable, and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. You will see that if we click the left mouse button, it's not gonna we're not gonna able to see our line render component, and we are able to see that it's shooting in the wrong direction. So if there is no enemy, then we need to do something else. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and we're gonna move over to our escape, and let's suppose there is no enemy. So let's move over to our shoot function. So over here we checking if we colliding with our enemy, and let's suppose there is no enemy. So in that situation we can do it over here. So let's use this else if our hit info is false, means the ray not colliding with any enemy game object. Right now what we need to do, we need to set the line render position in the right direction with our length of that distance, basically the ray length. So if our array is not colliding with our enemy game object, now what we need to do, we still need to set the position of that line renderer component as well. We need to set that even though if it's not colliding with our enemy game object and the array is going in empty space. So we're gonna set the position. So lr dot set position we're gonna use, and this set position function as a first argument, now it's gonna take the index. So we're gonna put it in the 1, basically the we setting the second position, and now as a second argument it's gonna take the vector 3 position, basically the position. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna add this fire point dot position, and fire point dot position basically means the position from where we're shooting out the ray. So we're gonna use this fire point dot position, and top of that what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this vector 2 dot right. Vector 2 dot right basically means the right direction. So right direction, it's gonna be right, means that y in the 0 and 1 in the x, something like this. So the ray will the length of the sorry, it's not length, basically the line renderer component just gonna set itself to the right direction even though it's not colliding with our enemy game object. And top of our direction, vector 2 dot right basically means 1 plus 1 in the x and y in the 0, or 1 in the x, y in the 0. And top of the direction, I'm just gonna multiply the length of the ray. So we can see the line renderer component. So we're gonna multiply with our the length of the ray, and it is distance, and let's close that up with semicolon, and it's gonna be fine. But we're getting a problem is that it should be distance. Sorry, we're gonna use this transform dot right. So let's use this transform dot right, and transform dot right is fine, or you can use vector 3 dot right. So instead of using vector 2, you can use this transform dot right. And we do know that transform dot right, sorry, trans we can use this transform dot right. Okay, let's leave it that. Transform dot right basically means the game object, our player game object, which direction is facing. So as you can notice, our facing to the right direction. So transform dot right basically means the direction our player game object is facing or looking. So we just setting the line renderer component if it's not colliding with our enemy game object, and we storing the second position into this one index. So firstly we taking our fire point dot position, means from where we shooting out the ray, and top of that we just adding the direction, and we multiplying that direction with the length of the ray, as you can see. So by now we should able to see that ray, see that line renderer component, even though it's not colliding with our enemy game object. So now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor. And after 0.2 second it will be disabled, because we do know we just disabling that after 0.2 second inside our I enumerator function, which is shoot function. So now let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So the line renderer component just gonna set itself, even though if it's not colliding with our enemy. So as you can see, indeed it's doing, and it's working fine. So firstly we taking the fire point dot position. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Fire point dot position basically means this position of this player game object, and top of that we just adding the direction, and we multiplying that direction the length of the ray. So that's why we said we able to see the line renderer component with this with that much of distance of the ray length. So I hope you get the idea. But we need to choose our we need to choose a smaller number, or a few millisecond, something like 100 something like 1 second or 0.1, it's gonna be fine. So you can make a parameter for that as well. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to top of my class, and I'm gonna create another variable over here for my duration. So I'm gonna make public float. So we need to make this one public, so we can adjust underneath our player skip, and this will be float, and we can call this one something like duration. Let's call it ray duration or LR duration. Let's call it ray duration, and by default I'm going to set equal to something like 0.13 is smaller number. And I'm gonna move over to my shoot function, I enumerator shoot, and over here we'll return new wait for second. Instead of hard coding this, I want to pass my variable, which is ray duration. So I'm gonna pass my ray duration, and ray duration, we need to pass inside this bracket instead of doing outside. So we're going to pass our ray duration, and ray duration we have chosen 0.13 as using. So it's our ray just gonna enable for something like 0.13 second, and after that amount of time it's gonna disable. As you can see, alert dot enable equal to false, basically means we disabling that. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor. So after that amount of time, which is 0.13, or basically the rate duration, it's gonna be disabled. But we do know that we just made it public, so we can see underneath our player script. So if I select my player, then go over to inspector, then player script, in the bottom we can notice rate duration, and by default I have chosen 0.13. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So now if I click the left mouse button, we can notice after 0.13 second it's just getting disable the line renderer component, and it's working fine. And if I get out of play mode and select this enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector and check it means enable, and then click on this play button, you will see the ray gonna collide with this enemy game object, this enemy game object, and the line renderer component just gonna set the position to hit point wherever the ray is colliding. But once we just clicking basically the ray going in empty space, we can notice the ray length. But once it's colliding with our enemy game object, we can see enemy takes damage just getting pop-ups, enemy one takes damage, and also the line renderer just setting itself according to where it's showing out on our enemy game object. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and now what we need to do, we need to make we basically need to select our player, then go over to inspector overrides and then apply all. Why? Because if we take a look on this line renderer component, we can see the plus icon basically means this component is still not attached to our this player game object prefab game object as well, basically prefab of this game object of our player game object. So what we need to do, we need to move over to this inspector overrides and then apply all, and now it's gone as you can see. And I want this line renderer component in the top, and I want my player component in the bottom. So we can simply right click on this line renderer component, and we can click on this move up in order to move it up. So if I click on it, and it says that cannot restructure prefab instant. So what you need to do, you need to open in prefab mode. So I'm going to click on this open prefab, and by now we can do that. If we go over to inspector line renderer, right click on it and then click on this move up, we can see a line renderer component gets in the top and our player script gets in the bottom. And if you want to go back, then move over to hierarchy, then you can see the back arrow, so you can just click on it in order to go back. Instead of printing out message, what we really want to do, we just want to damage our enemy game object. But before we damage, we need to give some health amount to our enemy game object. And let's check it out one more time. I'm going to select my console tab. Let's click play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's shoot on our enemy game object. So as soon as it's gonna we're gonna shoot on our enemy game object, the message just gonna pop up, says something like enemy underscore one takes damage. So if I just left click, we can see indeed, if I pause my game, move over to my console tab, we can see enemy underscore one takes damage message just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, we just want to give some health amount to our enemy game object first, and then after it we just gonna damage by one unit. So let's click on this play button in order to get out of play mode, and let's double click on this message in order to move over to that line of code. So instead of printing out message, we want to damage, but before we damage, we need to give some health amount to our enemy game object. So what we will do, we will select our enemy underscore one in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector enemy underscore one script, and let's double click on it in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna give some health amount. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a variable for it. So firstly, I just want to give it a title, so I'm gonna make this a square brackets and header, and inside so we need to type this header, and we need to make this first bracket, and inside this bracket we need to put a string. So we're gonna say something like enemy health. Let's say enemy health, or let's call it enemy health. So I'm gonna call this enemy health. So right now what we need to do, we need to give some health amount. So we're gonna make a public int. So we're making it public so we can set underneath our enemy underscore one script as well, and we can call this one max health, and by default I'm gonna give something around 5 unit or 5. this will be integer value like 0 1 2 3 4 whole numbers. And now we need to make it a function in order to take damage, and we're gonna make it somewhere over here. You can make it anywhere you like, anywhere you like. It doesn't need to be in order. And and we're gonna make this function public because we just want to call this function from other class. Because if I shoot on our enemy game object, I want to damage it, and we're doing inside our player script. We do not, we just simply printing out this message. We can see inside our console tab, we're doing inside our player script. So we're gonna call that function inside our player script. That's why we need to mark this function as public. So we're gonna mark this function as public. For function we need to type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call this one take damage. So let's call it take damage and make, really sorry, take damage, then make this first bracket. So inside these brackets, what it's gonna take an argument or a parameter or a variable, and it's gonna be type int type like whole number. So we're gonna create a int variable or int parameter, and we can call it something like damage amount, something like that we can call it. And let's and now what we're gonna do, inside this function we just want to subtract some amount from this max health. So what we will do, we will subtract from our max health minus equal amount our damage amount, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna replace this damage amount number later on with a number something like 1. So let's suppose if we call this take damage function for the first time, and as a damage amount we pass something around 1. So the if we call this function for the first time, so the max health we do know by default we have given 5, as you can see. So if we call this function for the first time, so this max health is 5 and this damage amount is 1, we assume it. So this max health, so 5 minus 1, it's gonna be 4. And if we call this function for the second time, then max health is now 4. So 4 minus 1, it's gonna be 3. And if we call it one more time, then this max health, it's gonna be 3. So 3 minus 1, it's gonna be 2. And if we call one more time, so the max health is now 2. So 2 minus 1, it's gonna be 1. And if we call the last time or fifth time, so the max health is now 1. So 1 minus 1, it's gonna be 0. Means our player no, sorry, our enemy game object just gonna loses all of his health. And once it loses all of his health, then what we want to do, we just want to destroy our enemy game object. So what we can do, so before we subtract amount, we just want to check if our max health, if it's make this if condition. And inside this if condition, what we want to do, we just want to check if our max health, sorry, if our max health, if it's lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, then what we want to do, we don't want to take damage anymore. Let's suppose the max health is now 1, and if we call this function one more time, so the max health is 1, and as a damage amount we estimate 1. So 1 minus 1, it's gonna be 0. Means the max health just gonna reaches 0. So if it reaches 0, then we're gonna call the die function over here. We can call it here. And what we can do, and if the max health is not lesser than or equal to 0, so in that moment we need to subtract this amount. So else we will check if our max health is not lesser than or equal to 0, then we just want to take damage. So that's why I'm gonna put this line of code inside this else condition. And for cutting, I'm gonna press down Control X for cut, and we're gonna paste inside these curly brackets by Control V. So now we're just subtracting this amount, as you can see. So if the max health of our enemy game object, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, then we want to destroy our enemy. And the max health, if it's not equal to 0 or lesser than 0, then what we're doing, we're just subtracting some amount from this max health, which is our damage amount. And we also need to create the die function in order to print out this message. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to bottom of our class. Also you can do it anywhere, it doesn't need to be in order. It's basically up to you how you want inside your enemy underscore one script. and this function doesn't need to be public or private. So simply we can type void, for function. So we're going to type void, and we have to name the function. And if we don't mark it as a private or public in front of like this, then this function automatically just going to mark as a private function, and private function, and we don't need to make this one public. So that's why what we have to do now, we need to name the function. So I'm gonna call it die. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So for now I just want to print out the message inside my console tab, something like takes damage or something like that. So I'm gonna print out. So for printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, and we will say inside quotation we need to print out the message. So debug.log, it's gonna print out the message, and inside quotation we need to pass the message that we want to see. But before that, I just want to extract the name of the game object itself. So I'm gonna pass this dot game object dot name. This dot game object, it's basically referencing this enemy script itself, this enemy underscore one game object itself, because we can notice this enemy underscore one script is attached to this enemy underscore one game object, game object. So that's why this dot game object there basically referencing this enemy underscore one game object itself. So now what we now gonna do, top of that we just want to add a custom message. For that we're gonna use this plus icon to add a custom message, and we can say something like diet, and let's close that up with semicolon. And also we need to call this type function, and this type function just gonna print out the message as is diet. So this dot game object referencing itself, and the name we can notice if I move over to my Unity editor, select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, we can see the name of the game object is enemy underscore one. So this over here, the name gonna be enemy underscore one, and top of that we added a message says died. So enemy underscore one message should be pop up inside our console tab. But we also need to call the die function. When we need to call the die function, once our max health just gonna reaches 0. So we will move over to this take damage function over here. So over here, as you can to notice that if the max health is lesser than or equal to 0, means our enemy game object just loses all of our health. So now what we need to do, we need to call the die function, and die function just gonna print out the message for now. So let's call the die function over here, and then make the first bracket. Let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our escape. And now let's move over to Unity editor. Now it's done. And if I move over to my compilation is done, if I move over to my inspector enemy underscore one escape, we can see a nice title says enemy health, and the max health by default we have given 5. So I'm gonna go with 5. Let's select the console tab over here, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And make sure you select your enemy underscore one game object or enemy game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and you can see that. So if I damage my enemy game object by shooting, we can notice that if I pause my game, then move over to my enemy underscore one escape, we can see the max health is still stuck at 5. Why? Because we made the take damage function, we never calling it. So if I move over to my enemy script enemy underscore one, as you can see we created this function, but we never calling it anywhere. So we need to call this function, but when we should, once we're gonna once our player Ray just gonna collide with this enemy game object, and we don't know where it's colliding. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and we're gonna, as you can see, we printing out the message says enemy one enemy underscore takes damage. Instead of doing that, we just want to call the function. So we're gonna double click on this message, and over here, as you can see, we shooting on our player game object over here. So now what we're gonna do, instead of printing out message, we just want to call the take damage function from that enemy script, which is enemy underscore one C# class. So instead of doing that, we will go to hit info dot transform dot game object dot so we're gonna type transform dot game object, I am really apologize, dot game object dot get component. and the component or basically the script that we're looking for is a enemy one. So we need to pass the component or the script. So in our case enemy underscore one, then make this first bracket, and in there we created the take damage function as we know, as we seen earlier. So we're gonna call it over here, and to call that we need to type dot and the function name, and then make this first bracket and close that up with semicolon. And we do know that this take damage function as an argument, it's gonna take the damage amount. So if I move over to my enemy underscore one script, we can see the damage amount we pass. Now we need to replace this number. So let's move over to our player script, and inside these brackets we basically need to pass the damage amount. So since I want to damage by 1 unit, so that's why I'm gonna pass 1. So what we're doing over here, I hit info.transform.game object basically means the game object the ray collided with, and we do know that the ray definitely gonna collide with this enemy game object. So transform dot hit info dot transform dot game object there basically means this enemy game object. And then what we doing, we just getting the enemy underscore one script. Basically we just moving over to this enemy one game object first, then moving over to this enemy underscore one script, and from this script we simply calling this take damage function as you can see. Now it's gonna work fine, and I'm gonna move over to my player script once again, and I'm gonna press down Control S in order to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So just wait a moment, and now it seems fine. So if I move over to my inspector enemy underscore one, so the max health is 5, and I want to log this inspector since I want to check the max health underneath my enemy underscore one script. And to lock it in the inspector top right section, you can see the lock icon. So just click on it in order to lock that, and make sure you select your console tab because we want to see that message. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And as soon as we're gonna shoot on our enemy underscore one game object, that enemy underscore one game object just gonna loses his health by 1 unit. So if I damage, so as you can see, if I pause my game, move over to my enemy underscore one script, we can see the max health is now 4. And if we damage one more time, basically shoot one more time, so let's click on this pause button to unpause our game. We can see the max health is now 3. If I shoot a third time, we can see the max health is 2. Fourth, then max health is 1. And if I click one more time, it's 0. But the problem is that if I move pause my game and then move over to my play console tab, we cannot able to see any messages say something like the enemy underscore one died, because if I move over to my enemy script enemy underscore one, then move over to my take damage function. So once our max health reaches 0, as you can see, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, then what we doing, we calling the die function. And die function basically doing this thing, which is printing out message, but we not able to see that message because we need to shoot one more time. Basically that is the problem. So if I clear all of the messages and then unpause my game and click on it, and if we pause our game, and now if we move over to our console tab, we can see that player takes damage enemy underscore one died message just gets pop up once we shoot on this enemy game object 6 time. So we need to shoot on this enemy game object 6 time instead of 5 times. So that is the reason. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. Or what else you can do, you can just move over to your take damage function, and over here instead of checking 0, you can check with 1 as well. You can pass 1. So you basically need to shoot 5 times in order to destroy this enemy game object. So it's basically up to you. So max health we can play around, and if we select our player in the hierarchy, we not if we and then move over to inspector, we still inside this enemy underscore one game object. In the inspector we can notice we not able to see our player escape or the player name because inspector is locked. And to unlock that, move over to your inspector tab once again. In the top right you can see the lock icon, so just click there once again to unlock. And now if I select my player in the hierarchy, then move over to my inspector tab, we can see the player skip and all of these components. So basically that is the thing how you can do it. And what we need to do now, we need to make transition. So basically we need to shoot on our enemy game object 6 times in order to damage our enemy game object. So I hope you get the idea of this. We need to play those animation clip of this enemy game object, which is heart and the death one. So let's do that. So firstly what we need, if we select our enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, we can notice a animator component, and we do know that we need to get the reference of it. And we're gonna do the same thing as we have done inside our player game object. So firstly we need a reference to this animator component of this enemy game object, and after that we can switch our animation clip. So if I select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, move over to my animator tab, we can see this animation clip. And in the animator tab in the left side, we can see parameters. We have the heart and the death one. So we need to trigger these parameters, or we need to set it, but we're gonna set it through our through inside our anime script. But before we do know that we need a reference to this animator component of this enemy underscore one game object. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's grab the reference first. So I'm gonna do it over here. And it doesn't need to be public, so we're gonna make this one private, and the component that we're looking for is a animator. So we're gonna type this animator, and we're gonna call this one animator, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna use this start function in the to grab the reference in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, we're gonna type this dot game object, and we do know this dot game object over here, the enemy game object referencing itself, and we need to get the component which is animator. So we're going to use this dot get component, and we need to make these arrows, and inside these arrows we need to pass the component name which we are looking for. So we're looking for animator, so we're going to type this animator, then make this first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. Now we can see we have the animator component, basically this one. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this animator component inside this animator variable that we created over here. So let's store this animator component inside this animator variable, and let's set equal to this. Now we basically taking this animator component of this enemy game object, and we storing inside this animator variable that you can see in the start of the game, or inside this start function. Now basically we have referenced this animator component, and we are ready to set this parameter through our code. So firstly let's work on with the heart. So once we taking damage, then I want to trigger this heart parameter. So let's move over to our script, and let's move over to our take damage function where we taking damage. So we taking damage over here, as you can notice. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna set we will go to animator component, and then we're gonna use this dot set trigger function in order to trigger that parameter. Then make this first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. And we're using this animator dot set trigger. Basically we're just going over to animator component of our enemy game object, basically this, and by that we're just using triggering this parameter, because that heart parameter is a trigger parameter. So that's why we need to use this dot set trigger function, and inside this bracket we need to pass the parameter name inside quotation, and make sure you spell it correct. So in my case that is heart, so I'm gonna pass heart, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor 100%. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's shoot on our enemy game object. So let's do that. So I'm gonna do that, just wait a minute. And now we can notice, and as you can see, as soon as we started shooting on our enemy game object, we can notice that this enemy game object playing the heart animation clip. But the problem is that it's we not able to shoot it anymore, because this enemy game object just loses all of its health. So if I get out of play mode, move over to my script, we can see if the max health is 0, then we calling the die function. And now what we need to do, we also need to play the die animation clip. Once we need to do that, once this play enemy game object just gonna loses all of his health. And we do know that if I move over to my console tab, we can see that enemy underscore died message just getting pop up, and we doing inside that enemy underscore one script as you seen. So we're gonna double click on this message in order to move over to that line of code. So after printing out message, what I really want to do, I also need to set that this parameter, which is the dead one over here, as you can see, as a true. So let's move to script. So after printing out message, we will go to animator component of our enemy underscore one game object, and now we're gonna use that set bool function instead of set trigger. Why? Because if we move over to Unity, this parameter we can see is a bool parameter, so that's why we need to use this set bool function. So firstly, going over to animator component of our enemy underscore one game object, and then we using this sort set bool function. So as a first argument inside Coroutine, it's gonna take the parameter name, and the parameter name we have seen it, that is a date, and also make sure you spell it correct. And the second thing, comma, it's gonna take the value. So I'm gonna set it to true, means check. And if I close that up with semicolon and then press down Ctrl S to save our script and move over to Unity editor, that animation, basically this parameter will be set or checked by a check once our enemy game object just gonna loses all of his health. So just wait, and you will see as soon as this enemy game object just gonna loses all of his health, then it's gonna play the death animation clip. So let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's shoot on our enemy game object. Let's start shooting on top of our enemy underscore one game object. So let's have a look on it. So I'm gonna shoot on it. As you can see, it's playing the heart, and once it's gonna lose it, we can see it's playing the a death animation clip. But the problem is that if I pause my game and move over to my console tab, we still able to see the box collider 2D. So basically what we need to do, if I select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, we can notice that if I scroll my mouse to zoom in the scene view, we can see this box collider 2D of this enemy game object is still enabled. So what we need to do, once this enemy game object just gonna loses all of his health, then I just want to disable this box collider 2D. Why? Because still our ray is colliding with this box collider 2D of this enemy game object. So that's why after dying, we just need to set this box collider 2D to we basically need to disable that. And in order to disable that, let's get out of play mode. So what we need, if we select our enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, move over to inspector, so we need a reference this box collider 2D, we can see we attach inside this enemy underscore one game object. So let's do that. So we're gonna open up our enemy underscore one script once again by double clicking on it in the inspector. So right now, after dying that, what we want to do, we want to disable our box collider 2D. But before we disable, we do know that we need a reference of this box collider 2D, then we can do it. So let's go to top of our class and let's grab the reference as we have done with the animator component. So we're gonna make a private, it doesn't need to be public, and we need to get the component, or we need to get the component which we are looking for. So since we're looking for box collider 2D, so we're going to type this box collider 2D, and we have to name it. So I'm going to call this one box collider 2D, and let's close that up with semicolon. So since we made this one private, we do know that we're not gonna notice underneath our enemy underscore one script in the inspector. As you can see, we're not gonna able to see that. So that's why we need to grab the reference in this start function. So we will move over to this start function, and we do know that this start function get called in the start of the game, and we're gonna get the component, and we just gonna approach the same way as we have done with this animator. So we will use this dot game object, which is referencing the enemy game object itself, and then we're going to use dot get component, and we need to make these arrows. So the component we're looking for is a box collider 2D. So we're going to type this box collider 2D and make this first packet. Now we can see we have the box collider 2D of this anime game object, as you can see over here. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this box collider 2D inside this parameter that we created over here. So let's store there. So we're gonna set our box collider 2D equal to this. Basically what we're doing, we're just taking this box collider 2D of this anime game object, and we're storing this box collider 2D inside this box collider 2D parameter that we created over here in the top, as you can see. So now as you can see right over here inside our start function, I'm gonna arrange this and I'm gonna remove these comments to make our code clean, and I guess it seems fine by now. And we have the reference of this box collider 2D of this anime game object, and now we are ready to disable that. To disable that, let's move over to our die function inside our anime underscore one script. So over here we have the die function. So we want to disable that box collider 2D, and in order to disable that, so you're gonna use, so firstly we will go to box collider 2D component, and now we're gonna use dot and label, and we're gonna set equal to false. Basically means we just disabling that. We simply moving over to this anime game object, this box collider 2D, and we unchecking, or you can simply say we just disabling, as you can see. Dot enable, we just set equal to false, basically means uncheck, or we disabling this box collider 2D component, 2D component of this anime game object. So right now it's gonna work fine. So let's take that out. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and let's take a look on it, and it's gonna be fine. But also we need to set the gravity scale to 0. So but before we do that, let's have a look. So if I damage, we can notice this enemy game object taking damage, and once it's died, we can notice that it's basically played the death animation clip, but we can see it didn't get disabled. So what we need to do, we need to do something else, that let's get out of play mode. We guess we forgot to save our script. So if we're gonna move over to our enemy underscore one script, as you can see we didn't save it our script. So make sure you press down Ctrl S on your keyboard once you were done with your script. Then make sure you press down Ctrl S to save your script, and then move over to Unity editor. So how you can check that you didn't save, inside this anime script which I have in the left bar, you can have it in the top as well. You're gonna see a star asterisk key in the somewhere over here inside your player script, somewhere over here after the name, next to your script name. So if that is the case, then make sure you press down Ctrl S to save your script. And once we're done, we can click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And by now the box collider 2D just gonna be disabled, so our ray just gonna able to pass through that, because we disabling the box collider 2D. So we hit, let's do that, and now as you can see, indeed it's done. But the problem is that as soon as we disable it, our box collider 2D of that anime game object, it's get fall down. Why? Because we can notice that if I select my enemy underscore one and then post my game in the top, move over to inspector, we can notice that we have a rigid body 2D component and gravity scale to 5. So what we need to do, we need to set the gravity scale to 0 of that enemy game object, so it's not gonna fall down before we disable this box collider 2D. So we also need a reference of this rigid body 2D of that enemy game object. Then we can just access this gravity scale parameter, and we can set equal to 0 inside our script. So let's get out of play mode and let's move over to script once again. So to do that, let's grab the reference first. So we will go to top of our class, and also that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we're gonna make this one private. And the component that we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. So we're gonna type this rigid body 2D, and we're gonna call this one RB, short for a rigid body. And we can simply hold down Alt on our keyboard, and we can use up and down arrow key on our keyboard to move this line of code anywhere we want. So since I want in the top of my animator, so I'm gonna move it there. And to grab the reference, let's move over to this start function. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna get the basically we just gonna grab the reference. So we're gonna type this dot game object, which is referencing itself, and the component that we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. So we're gonna use this dot game get component. Let's make this first arrows, and inside these arrows we need to pass the component name that we're looking for. So we're gonna pass our rigid body 2D because we're looking for that rigid body 2D, sorry, rigid body 2D. And let's make this first bracket, and now we can see we have the rigid body 2D component of that anime game object. And now we're gonna store it inside this RB parameter, rigid body RB parameter that we created over here. So let's store there our rigid body 2D component. So I'm gonna set RB equal to this, basically just setting that. And now we're gonna move over to our die function. So over here we playing the die animation clip, and we disabling our box collider 2D. So before we disable it, we just want to set the gravity scale to 0. So what we will do, we will go to RB, short for rigid body dot, and we're gonna access the gravity scale parameter, and we're gonna set equal to 0f. And let's close that up with semicolon, and make sure you press down Ctrl S to save your script, and then move over to Unity editor. So what we simply doing, firstly we moving over to this anime game object rigid body 2D, as you can see, and by this rigid body 2D we accessing this gravity scale parameter, and we setting equal to 0. So you will see this enemy underscore one game object, it's not gonna fall down once our box collider 2D gets disabled. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and let's take a look on it, and it's gonna be fine. And also we need to destroy this enemy underscore one game object after some period of time. So now if I destroy this, we can notice it's played the die animation clip, and we can see we can easily pass through it. So I'm going to select my player in the hierarchy, and I'm going to make the acceleration something around 1 to speed up, and we can notice that we can easily pass through our enemy game object. I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we need to adjust the box collider 2D of this enemy game object. But before we do, after some period of time, I also want to destroy this enemy game object, because we don't need once it get destroyed or play the animation clip, which is the dead one. And after playing the animation clip, something like after 5 seconds, since it's gonna play the death animation clip, after that like 5 seconds, I just want to destroy this enemy game object itself. So how we can do that? In order to do that, let's move over to our script, and we will move over to our die function. So to destroy that, to destroy the game object, enemy game object itself, we need to use this destroy function. And this destroy function in brackets, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So since we don't want to destroy the game object itself, which is enemy, so we're gonna pass this dot game object. It's basically means it's referencing itself, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. But it's gonna destroy it right away, which we really don't want, because we want to play the death animation clip of this anime. And after that we want to destroy something few seconds, something like that, something like 1 second, not 1 second, we're going to choose something around 5 or 7. So that's why as a second argument inside this destroy function, comma, we can put the value that how much after how much amount of time we just want to destroy the enemy game object itself. So since I want to destroy after 7 seconds, so I'm going to put 7f, or means 7 second. So the enemy game object just gonna destroy itself after 7 seconds. And if you don't put any second argument, then the game object will be destroyed right away, which we really don't want. So that's why. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as this enemy game object will loses all of his health, then it's gonna play that animation clip, and after that like 7 seconds, it's gonna destroy itself, and we're gonna take a look on it. But before I do, I'm gonna collapse my rigid body 2D. So basically I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one. Let's go over to inspector and let's click on this rigid body 2D component to just collapse at once. And now let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and you will notice once our enemy game object loses all of his health, after 7 seconds it's gonna destroy itself. So let's take a look on it, and we can see it's played that animation clip, and after 7 seconds it's going to destroy itself, and you will see that. And indeed we can notice that our enemy game object gets destroyed itself after 7 seconds. So I'm gonna get out of play mode and it's working fine. And now we need to adjust the box collider 2D of this enemy game object. To do that, let's select the enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, box collider 2D component, and let's click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our enemy sprite, something like this much, and it seems fine. And once you satisfied, then go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. And let's click on this play button in the top once again to check it out. So let's damage our enemy underscore one. We can see it's working, and indeed it's fine. And now we can see it's laying down perfectly on top of our ground, and we can see our way it's working fine. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. What we're gonna do now, we need to shake our camera. So if I select my cam game object in the hierarchy, then move over to my animator tab, we can see we have two animation clip. We have the camera shake and the camera idle, and we do know that once we trigger this camera shake parameter manually, we able to notice our camera is shaking. So we need to do it through our code. So we're gonna create a script for it. To do that, let's head over to our project tab, then assets, and then I will head over to my scripts folder, then right click, create in the top, then mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like camera shake. I already created a script called camera shake over here, as you can see. So I'm going to select my cam game object, or we can simply select the main camera, because if I select this main camera, go over to inspector, we can notice a animator component is attached to this main camera, not the parent one. So that's why we can just drag our camera shake script to this main camera instead of dragging or to our parent game object. So we're going to select our main camera in the hierarchy, then select the script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. And now we're going to open that up by double clicking on it. So let's open that up, and we're going to remove this update function we don't need. So we're going to create a separate function for our sake. But before we create, we need a reference to our animator component. So if we move over to an Unity editor, select main camera underneath our cam game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, we can notice the animator component. So we need a reference of this animator component, and we do know if we have it, then we can just trigger this shake parameter through our code. So we need a reference to this animator component. So let's open up our camera shake script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a private parameter. It doesn't need to be public, so we're gonna use this private, and the component that we're looking for is a animator. So we're going to type this animator, and we can call this one animator, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're going to use this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game, we do know. So in the start of the game, we're going to grab the reference. Since we made this field private, so we're not going to able to notice underneath our camera shake script in the inspector, but however we need to get the reference. To get that, we're going to use this start function as we have done with our player script. So we're going to do the same thing to grab the reference. So we're going to use this dot game object, and this dot game object over here, the main camera itself. and then we're gonna get the component. So we're gonna use this dot get component, and then we need to make these arrows, and inside arrows we need to pass the component that we're looking for. So we're looking for animator, so we're gonna pass this animator, then make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So this dot game object, it's referencing itself. So if I move over to my Unity editor, so this dot game object basically referencing this main camera itself, as you can see, and then we're using this dot can get component to get the animator component, basically this animator component. Now we have the animator component, and we are ready to store this animator component into this animator variable that we created over here. So now let's take our animator component and we're gonna store it into this animator variable. So we're gonna set animator equal to this. So simply what we're doing, we just taking this animator component and we storing this animator component into this animator variable that we created up over here. As you can see, animator equal to this dot game object dot get component animator. Now we have the reference of the animator component of our main camera, and now we are ready to trigger this parameter. To do that, I'm gonna make a function called sec. So let's move over to our script, and we're gonna make this function public. Why? Because we're gonna call this function from any from other classes or other C# classes, basically scripting. So that's why we're gonna make this function public. So we're gonna make this function public. For function, we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So we can call this function to something like shake. So let's call it shake, something like that. Shake camera, let's call it shake camera. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we basically want to shake, and in order to shake we need to move over to our animator component, basically this animator, which we do know that we have the reference. By going over to this animator parameter, we're gonna trigger this shake parameter, and we do know that once we gonna trigger that, it's gonna play that camera shake animation clip. So now let's move over to once again to our script, and now what we will do, we will go to animator, and now we're gonna use this dot set trigger function, set trigger function, in order to trigger that parameter. And this set trigger, we do know in inside quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name. So the parameter name is sec, and make sure you spelling it correct and close that up with semicolon. So basically we just going over to this animator component first of this main camera, then we just going over we just using set trigger function in order to trigger this check parameter, as you can see in the animator in the left side. So I hope you get the idea, and now we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we can move over to Unity editor. But we also need to call that check function. We just created that, and we never calling it anywhere. So when we need to call that check function, once we're gonna take damage from our player game object, or this enemy game object just gonna shoot on our player game object, then we want to shake. So for now we're gonna shake with once our enemy 2 game object gets hurt, then we're gonna call the shake function. So now if I select my enemy underscore 2 or enemy 1 in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector enemy underscore 1 script, and then open that up by double clicking on it. So let's move over to that line of code, in which line of code we just taking damage. So I'm gonna move over to here. So as you can see over here, we taking damage from our player game object, and we playing the heart animation clip, as you can see. So basically what we need to do, we need to call the shake function, shake camera function, from that shisha from this camera shake script. So if I move over to my camera shake script, so we created this function, and now we need to call this function. And what this function just gonna do, it's gonna move over to our main camera animator component, and then it's gonna trigger that shake parameter. And we do know that once we're gonna trigger that, it's gonna play the shake animation clip. So we basically need to call this function. So let's move over to our enemy underscore 1 script, and let's call the function over here. And to call it, we can use this find any object by type. any object by type. So make sure you just do the thing as I have done over here, and we need to make these arrows, and inside these arrows we need to pass the script name, in which script we just want to go, or which script we're looking for. So we're looking for camera shake, so we're gonna type this camera shake and then make this first bracket. And then now what we need to do, we need to call the shake function, and in order to call that, type dot and the function name, which is shake camera, and then make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So we finding our camera shake script by this finding any object by type, and the type is camera shake, basically the script, and then calling the shake camera function. So basically we just going over to this camera shake script, this script, and then calling the shake camera function, and this this shake camera function basically doing this thing, which is triggering our shake parameter. And now I'm gonna move over to once again to my enemy underscore one skip, and now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as this enemy game object just gonna take damage, then we calling the shake camera function, and that shake camera function just going over to animator component of our main camera, and then triggering the shake parameter that we created earlier once we created all of those animation clip of our main camera shake and the ideal one. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play my game. So let's firstly I'm gonna select my main camera in the hierarchy, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check that out. So as you can see, as soon as as soon as this enemy underscore two game objects taking damages from our player game object, we are able to notice that the camera just shaking right away. So I'm gonna check out one more time. So I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top to unpause my game, and let's take a look. And as you can see, as soon as this enemy game object takes damage, it's basically shaking our camera. So we're gonna get out of play mode, but one thing, to keep our code clean, so what we need to do, instead of doing that, basically I'm gonna show you. So let's move over to our enemy underscore one scape. So I'm gonna move over to my enemy underscore one scape. As you can see, this is pretty heavy testing. Firstly we just finding, we using this finding any object by type, then camera shake, then shake camera. Basically this is pretty heavy texting. So instead of doing this, or basically if you just want to keep your project, or sorry, if you just want to keep your code clean, instead of using that, using this, we're gonna use singleton pattern. So for now I'm gonna put double forward slash to make it comment, and we do know that comment don't interrupt our code. So to do that, what we need to do, we need to move over to this camera shake escape, and we need to go to top of our class. We're gonna use singleton pattern in order to make our code clean, you can simply say. So firstly we need to type this public, so we can access from any other classes. Then we need to type this static, and then we need to create a variable, and it should be same as the name of the script, which is camera shake. So we're gonna create a camera shake variable, and make sure it's basically the variable should be camera shake itself, the script. And we can call this one instance, and let's close that up with some semicolon. So what we have done over here, we just made a public static. So static basically means you can directly access any parameter by typing name of the parameter. You don't need to like do that thing. We can simply call this direct shake camera function by going over to this instance parameter. So that's why we type a static. A static basically allow us to direct to access any parameter or any function directly without using that find any object by type as you seen. So and then we just name it as the name of the script, which is camera shake. So basically we need to create a variable type, and it should be same as the name of the script, which is camera shake. and we just name it the variable instant. And we also need to check out that if instance it's already there is a two instant, then we need to destroy it. If there is no instant, then we need to set this instant itself. Basically we need to check if we have double camera shake script or not. So for that we're gonna use this awake function, awake. So just type as I did over here, and you can just remove this private from this void awake. So this awake function get called in the start of the game, and it's get called before this start function, and it's get called only one time. But but this function get called before this start function, and after this function this start function get called, and it's called only one time. So in the start of the game what we want to do, we just want to check if there only one skip or one camera shake instant. If it's already there, then we need to destroy it. If we don't have, then we need to set the instant itself. So basically we need to use this if condition that make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we need to check over here, we basically need to check if our instance equals to null. Basically means we don't have an instance of this camera shake. Basically means we don't have any camera shake script in our game, or in the scene view, or in the game view, or in the hierarchy. Means the same thing. Means we don't have. Then what we need to do, we need to set the instant itself. So we're gonna set instant equal to this. Basically we don't have, and let's suppose there is a already instant of our this camera shake script. Then what we need to do, we need to destroy that one because we already have it. So that's why, else if there is a already instant, then we're gonna destroy that. And to destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function in brackets, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So we want to destroy itself, so we're gonna type this means itself, and then close that up with semicolon. So before we setting the instant, we just checking if there is a no instant. Instance equals to null. Basically means there is a no instant of this camera shake script. Then we setting the instant itself, instant equal to this. Basically we don't have an instant of this camera shake script, that's why. But let's suppose there is a already instant, then instance of this camera shake, then what we doing, we just destroying that one. As you can see, destroy this. Basically it's just referencing itself, the camera shake script. So I hope you get the idea. And now we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we can move over to Unity editor, and we can open up our Enemy 2 script. So just wait a moment, and Unity just gonna take a few seconds to compile our script. And once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check that out. Now it's almost done. And if I just open up our enemy 2 script, sorry, enemy 1. So I'm gonna open up my enemy underscore 1 script in the inspector. So let's select the enemy underscore 2 or enemy underscore 1 in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, enemy underscore 1 script, and let's double click on it in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna remove this because we created the singleton parameter, and now we can just call the function directly. So firstly what we need to do, we basically need to type the camera shake. Basically we just looking for our camera shake script. So we're gonna type this camera shake, then dot, and then we're gonna access this instant, then dot, a dot, we're gonna call the shake camera function. So let's call the shake camera, and then make this first bracket. And also let me explain one more time. So if I move over to my camera shake script, we basically storing all of this information into this instant parameter. As you can see over here, instant equal to this basically means we storing this cache camera function, this is start function, and all of this parameter as well into this instant parameter. And if I move over to my enemy underscore 1 script, we can see that we just going over to our camera shake script, then we going over to instant, and then we calling the shake camera function. Means we simply just going over to camera shake script, and then we going over to instant because we stored all of the things inside this instant parameter. As you can see, instant equal to this means we just stored all of the information or all of the functions, variables, variables of this camera shake inside this instant parameter. So that's why we moving over to this instant parameter, and after that we calling the shake camera function, as you can see in the bottom. And you can notice over here we just going over to camera shake script, then instant, and then we calling the shake function. So we can directly call the shake camera function. Why? Because if I move over to my camera shake script, we just type static, and static basically allow us to access any function or any parameter or variable directly without just calling the function, calling basically text heavy testing like that. So I hope you get the idea. And now we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we can move over to Unity editor to check that out, and it's gonna work fine. And you can use singleton pattern inside your player script, inside your enemy 2 script, sorry, enemy 1 script, in any class you can use that, because that makes our the code clean, you can simply say. And we can just go ahead and we can play our game. So I'm going to click on this play button in the top in order to play the game, and let's take a look on it. And it should be fine by now. The camera just gonna shake. Let's damage our enemy game object, and indeed it's working fine. Our enemy game object is taking damage and the camera just shaking, and once it's die, we can notice once it loses all of its health, then it's gets totally, it's just played the die animation clip, and then after some period of time it just get destroy itself. And we also need to call the camera shake function once our enemy game object gets die. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and also we need to call it inside our player, you can simply say player. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my enemy one script first, and we tying over here. So let's call the shake function once again once our enemy game object dies. So what we will do for that, so for that we will go to our camera shake script, camera shake, then we're gonna go to instant, and by this instant we're gonna call the shake function. So let's type dot shake camera, basically calling the function, and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And we also want to call this function once our player game object just gonna take damage. So if I move over to my player script, we don't have the take damage function inside our player script, as you can see. So we're gonna call it once our bullet hits to our you can simply say to our player game object. So we can simply open up our enemy bullet. So we can basically we can open up our enemy bullet script. So I'm gonna move over to my enemy underscore bullet script, and bullet colliding with our player game object over here, as you can see. Before it's colliding or triggering, it's just taking the tag if it's equals to player, means just bullet the bullet just triggering with our player. Now what we need to do, we need to shake our camera. To shake that, we can simply move over to our camera shake function, sorry, camera shake script, then dot instant, then we're gonna call the function. So dot shake camera, and make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. And now we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we can move over to Unity editor. So as soon as this player game object also gonna take damage from this enemy underscore 2 game object, then camera just gonna shake right away, because we calling the function there as well once our bullet hits on this player game object. So let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check it out. So if I hit, we can notice the camera is shaking, but and we also can notice that whenever the bullet triggering with our player game object, we can notice the camera just shaking, and also the camera is shaking once we hit our enemy game object. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. So basically we using the singleton pattern, and you can use the singleton pattern inside player game object player escape as well. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select my player in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector player escape, and let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make it public. So public, so we can call it from any other C# class or C# script, and we're gonna type this static for directly accessing, and we need to create the variable, and the variable type should be the as the script name. So the script name is player, and now we need to name the variable basically the player C# script variable. We can call it something like player, or we can simply call it instance. So let's set instant, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna use the awake function. So let's use it, this awake function. So this awake function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, we just want to check if there is no instant, then we're gonna set the instant itself, and if there is already one, then we need to destroy this one. So we're gonna check. So we will check if, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we will check if instant equals to null, means there is a no instant. Basically there is no C sharp basically player C sharp player script. So now what we need to do, we're gonna set instant equal to this, and or you can simply say that we're storing all of this information, basically these variables, inside this instant parameter, as you can see that we created in the top. And we also storing all of this function, this jump function, this check is on ground function inside this instant parameter that we created over here, as you can see in instant equal to this. And let's suppose there is a no instance of this player class or player C# script, then what we need to do if there is already a script basically instant of this player C# script, then we need to destroy that one. So else if there is a already instant of this player C# script, then we're gonna destroy that one. And for that we're gonna use this we're gonna use this destroy function. And this destroy function, basically in brackets, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So since we want to destroy this player C# script itself, or this player C# class instant, so that's why we're gonna pass this, basically referencing itself. And then we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and we can simply press down control is in our keyboard to save our script, and we can just move over to Unity editor, and we can call that as shake we can call any function from this player script by simply typing by going over to our player C# class, and then we can access the instant parameter that we created top of our player C# script, and we can call any function or any parameter, or we can basically access. Let's start with our tile map, but before I do, I'm going to select my enemy underscore 2 game object in the hierarchy. So let's select that, and I will move over to inspector, and I'm gonna disable for now because we're gonna make the tile map. So just wait. So I'm gonna select my enemy underscore 2 in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck, means disable. And we will move over to our project tab, assets, and then the sprites folder, and I will head over to my tile map folder, and I have the tile sprite sheet over here, as you can see. So I'm gonna select that, then go over to inspector, sprite mode, choose multiple, and pixel per unit we will choose 16, and to remove blurry we will choose filter mode to point no filter, and let's click on this apply button in the bottom right, and we can just click on this open sprite editor in the inspector, and we need to slice it 16 by 16. So we're gonna click on this slice, and let's select automatic true grid by cell size, and in the X we're gonna choose 16, and in the Y we're gonna choose 16, and then click on slice, then apply, and now it's done. And we can select our game view once again. So what we basically want to do, we're gonna create a point somewhere around here or anywhere From that point we just want to spawn the tile map, or the tile map you can simply say. And also we're gonna create a second point from where we want to spawn the second tile map. So we need to do that. To do it, firstly let's create a folder for it. So for that I'm going to move over to my project tab, assets, and then sprites, or we can create a separate folder for our tile map. So let's do that. So I'm going to head over to my assets. Let's right click, create in the top folder, and I'm going to call this folder to something like tile map. And inside this folder we need to drag our tiles. So we tiles so let's do that. But before we do, let's move over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and let's reset the transform. And I'm gonna call this game object to something like let's call it ground underscore one, ground underscore one. And if you want to choose an gizmos, then go over to inspector, click over here, and we're going to choose this gizmos. And let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here. So from this point I want to spawn my tile. So that's why we created firstly empty parent game object, and inside this game object we're gonna start placing our tiles. So we will simply select our ground underscore one in the hierarchy, then right click top of it, right click on it, then go to 2D object tile map, and then choose this rectangular. So go to 2D object 2D object tile map, then rectangular, and it's gonna create the grid. And as soon as we have chosen, we can see what we need to do now. Basically we can create. So basically we can select our grid in the hierarchy, and we're gonna drag it top of this ground underscore one game object in order to make this grid child of that game object. And if we select our grid underneath our ground underscore one in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, right click on this transform, and then reset, we can see that the position just gets reset. So if I select my ground underscore one game object in the hierarchy and move it anywhere in the scene view, we can see the grid game object itself moving as well. So basically we just made the grid child of our this ground underscore one game object. Now the grid is basically child of our ground underscore one, and we can see in the hierarchy. And we are ready to create our tile map. Basically we are ready to place our tiles. To do that, we're gonna select our tile map or the grid and move over to scene view. And in scene view you can see the open tile palette anywhere you can find it. I have it in the top left side. As you can see, you can have it in the left bar, right, or in the bottom, or in the top. So make sure you find out first, and then click on top of that to open the tile palette. And we can see that we just get a tile palette tab, and it says that create a new tile palette, drag tile sprite texture sprite type assets here to create new. So we're gonna create that. So let's create it. So I'm gonna click on this create new tile palette, and we're gonna click on this create new tile palette, and we need to name it. Let's call it something like tiles, something like that. And then click on this create button. And once we're gonna create, it's gonna take us to a folder where we want to place it. So we will go to assets in the top, we can see, or in the top left side you will notice. And we're gonna open up our tile map by double clicking on it, and we're gonna click on this select folder in the bottom right. And as soon as we just click on it, we can see that over here. So what we need to do, we just gonna drag our we're gonna just drag our tile sprite sheet that we split it in the 16 by 16. So we need to drag it over here. To do that, we will head over to project tab once again, assets, sprites, and then we will head over to our tile map folder, and we can see the tile sprite sheet that we slice it 16 by 16. So we can select totally, and we can drag it over to this tile palette tab. And if you click on this arrow, we can see individual tiles which we don't want to drag like one by one, like selecting all of this by holding down shift and then drag it over there. Instead of doing that, we need to take the whole sprite sheet or a sprite sheet of this tile, and then we need to take it inside this tile palette. And once we drag it inside that tile palette, and we also need to choose the place, so we will go to assets in the top left, then tile map folder that we created. So inside this we want to place it, so we're gonna click on this select folder in the bottom, and as soon as we're gonna click our select folder, we will able to notice. So just wait a few seconds, and by now we can notice we have it, and we are ready to place it. So you can drag this style palette tab anywhere in your Unity editor. It's up to you. You can drag it anywhere. You can toggle it anywhere you like. And let's suppose you just lost. If I just close this tab, as you can see, tile map is gone. And if we move over to scene view, we not able to notice our open tile palette button. To see that, what we need to do, we need to choose our grid or the tile map. So we need to head over to this hierarchy, then select the grid underneath your ground. In my case it will be ground underscore one game object. So we can simply select the grid or the tile map, and if we move over to scene view now, we can notice we have the open tile palette in the top left side, and we're gonna click on it to get it, basically to restore. And we can see, and we have many tools in the top bar. We have this tool, it's called area select, and the shortcut key is S. We have brush tool, we have this mark tool or pick tool, we have eraser tool to erase, and we can just drop, and we can rotate and flip as well. So we have many things in the top bar inside our tile palette tab, and we just ready to place our tiles. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select this one, and make sure you choose the brush tool in the top, or the shortcut key you can notice is B. So we can just place it like this, and then we're gonna choose the middle one, and we can place like this. And let's suppose you just want to copy, and you just don't want to place one by one or next to each other, then you can select this tool, and its tool called pick or mark, and the shortcut key we can notice is I. So we can simply click on it, or we can press down I on our keyboard to get that tool. And as soon as we're gonna click on it, we can just choose the area that we want to copy. So I want to copy this area, so I'm gonna select that, and we can just paste it inside our scene view like this, as you can see. And this seems pretty much cool. And we also need to create the second point from where we want to spawn the next tile map. You can simply say, so I want to spawn it somewhere around here. But before we do that, so let's create the next point from where we want to spawn the next tile. To do that, we will head over to once again in our hierarchy tab, then we will select our ground underscore one game object in the hierarchy. Make sure you select the ground underscore one, not the grid one. So we're gonna select our ground underscore one, the parent that we created. We're gonna right click on it, then create an empty game object, and we can call this game object to something like next point, or next spawn point, or next spawn position. So let's call it something like next spawn point, spawn point, something like that. And then we're going to choose the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere over here, so from this point I want to spawn the next tile, you can simply say, or we can simply drag it over here as well. it's basically uh it's basically up to you from where you want to spawn it. I'm gonna spawn it something over here. And if you just want to take a look on it, or you just want to identify right away, then you can choose an gizmos for it as well. So make sure you select that game object, go over to inspector, click on it, and we're gonna choose this yellow. So from this point I want to spawn the next tile map. So that's why I have just created an empty child game object, and I just drag it over here, and I name it as is next spawn point or position. And I need to place a different tile over here instead of placing this one. So we will go to inside our tile palette tab, and let's choose the left one, basically this left corner, this top left corner. Let's place it over here, and we can just place this like this. And for now I want to disable this this ground white square, sorry, rectangle, basically this white ground. Let's select that and let's disable it, and now it's done. And we can just paste it like this, and I'm gonna drag my ground underscore one game object somewhere around here. So let's choose the ground underscore one in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here, sorry, center pivot. Okay, so basically what you need to do, you need to click on it. This is, you can get it in the bottom, so make sure you just click on it, then go over to in scene view. In the top left side you can see center, so make sure you choose this pivot one. So firstly what you need to do, you need to find this tool. You can get it in the scene view anywhere. I have it in the bottom left side, as you can see, bottom left side. So make sure you just click on this, and then go over to in your scene view once again. In the top left side you can see the pivot. So basically it will be center, so make sure you just click on it and then click on this pivot. So it's gonna choose the pivot, and we will select our ground underscore one by now, underscore one, and we're gonna drag it somewhere around here, and this seems pretty much cool. So make sure you change the pivot point. The pivot point by now, it's this is ground underscore one, and let's place our tiles. So let's move over to hierarchy, create, then select the tile map, go over to your scene view, and we're gonna click on this open tile palette, and let's open that up quickly, and let's paste our tiles like this. Sorry, this one will be over here, so we can just paste it like this. And let's suppose you just place a wrong tile somewhere, anywhere in the scene view, then you can choose this eraser tool, and the shortcut key is D. So we can simply press down D on our keyboard to choose that tool, and we can just erase the tiles that we wrongly place it in our scene view. So we can just do that, and we can select this tool once again, and we're gonna copy this, and let's paste it over here, here, and here. And I guess it's totally fine, and we need to place the left one, so let's drag it like this, and over here we're gonna drag this. And let's suppose you just want to move a little bit this tile a little bit further away or a little bit down, then you can select this tool in the top left side. You can see inside your tile palette tab, and the shortcut key is S. So we can press down S keyword on our keyboard to choose that tool, and we can choose the area that we want to move or split. So we can choose that tool, and next to it you can see the move tool, move selection with active brush M. So the shortcut key is M, so we can just click on it in order to choose that tool, and we can just move it down somewhere like this. As you can see, we can move it anywhere we like. You can even choose this whole grid or this tile map, and you can move it anywhere. It's basically after you, and that seems pretty much great. And if you want to flip this the whole tile, then you can move over to your tile palette tab. In the top left side we can see mirror, so we can just flip like this, and that's basically pretty much fine. We can just go ahead, and that's cool. And for the bottom I'm gonna choose this one, and for this one I'm gonna choose this, and this seems pretty much cool by now. And we can just cut this step, and make sure you just make this ground underscore one into a prefab. So you just gonna have the copy of it, and if you need, then you can just directly store it. So let's make this ground underscore one prefab. So I'm gonna select my ground underscore one in the hierarchy, and let's move over to this prefabs folder inside this assets folder. Basically inside this subfolder which is prefab, and that seems pretty much cool. And that's it. Let's add up a tile map collider to our tile map. uh, I'm gonna show you why. Let's click on this play button in the top to play our game. I'm gonna take my player somewhere over here, so let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it over here, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So as soon as our game will start, you will see that our player game object just gonna pass through this tile map, because we don't have any colliders to this tile map. So that is the reason. Just wait a moment and I'm gonna show you that. And it's almost done, and we can see as soon as our game just started, our player just easily gets passed through this tile map. So to restrict that, we need to add up tile map collider. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you go over to hierarchy. Then I'm gonna select my ground underscore one game object, and then I will select my create and the tile map. So inside this tile map, we need to add our tile map collider. So make sure you select the tile map, not the grid one. Select the tile map, go over to inspector, click on add component, and add the tile map collider by typing name of that collider, which is tile map collider, and we're gonna hit enter in order to attach it. And if I just go ahead and play our game and try to jump on top of this tile map collider, it's not gonna make the jump. It's gonna make the first jump, and after it, it's not gonna do that. And our player by now, it should be land top of this our tile map, and indeed it's doing. And if I press down a space key, we can see jump, but we can notice that we never getting back to our running animation clip, and we also not able to jump. Why? So let me explain that. So if I select my tile map, then go over to inspector, we can notice that we didn't tag it this ground as a ground tag. So our player game object don't know that this is our ground or not, and this tile map is our ground. So that's why we need to assign it as a ground tag. So we're gonna go over to inspector, and untag we're gonna assign with ground, and layer we also gonna assign it with our ground. Now our player game object just gonna see this is our ground, and it's gonna jump top of that in the next time as well, because we assigned it this tile map as a ground tag. We can see in the inspector, and if we play our game by now, it should be fine, and we will able to jump top of that. You can simply say that tile map or ground. So we're gonna rename that to something like ground instead of calling tile map, and we can see we are able to jump, and we just getting back to our running animation clip as soon as we just colliding with our tile map. And what we have to do by now, we basically just let's suppose you just want to collapse all of these individual tile map collider at once. Then what you can do, but before we do, let's call it something like ground. So this will be our ground, so let's rename this to ground. So I'm gonna call this one to ground, and to just collapse it, we need to add a component called composite collider 2D, and it's gonna just merge all of this individual tile map collider at once. So click on this add component, and we need to add composite collider 2D. So let's add that, and it's automatically just gonna add the rigid body 2D. So we will go to rigid body 2D component, and body type we're gonna set it to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down. And collision detection to choose continuous, interpolate to interpolate for smoothness. You can skip it, it's up to you. And once we add it, Then what we need to do, we need to move over to our tile map collider, then go over to this composite operation, and it says none. So just click on it, and then click on it and click on this merge. And as soon as we clicked on merge, we can notice by now we can see that all of this individual tile map collider just gets merged at once. And also make sure you select the parent, then overrides and apply all. And now this seems pretty much fine. And we need to create the background one, and in the top I also want to have one. So we can simply select the ground and we can duplicate, but instead of doing that, we want to have a background, and into that background I don't want to add any collider because it's gonna restrict our player. So that's why we're gonna select the ground, not this ground, sorry, select the grid, not the ground. So select this grid, right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then rectangular. And you can call this tile map to something like background. So I'm gonna call this one background, or we can call this one something like let's call it background. So let's call this one background, and we are ready to place it. So what we can do, we can just select our background, then go over to your scene view, then click on this open tile palette to get the tile palette tab, and we can just make the background. But before you make sure you select your grid game object. So underneath my ground underscore one, select the grid one, not this ground. Select the grid one, right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then rectangular, and name it to something like background. So we're gonna choose our background tiles, and we are ready to paste it. So we can select like this, and we can paste it over here, and we can choose this one. Let's paste it, and let's choose this tool, and it's called the mark or pick tool, we do know. So we're gonna paste it like this, and I guess this seems fine. But the problem is that we can see that our tile map or this ground tile, it seems like it's behind of this background tiles. So we just want our background style behind of these ground tiles. So for that we need to assign some sorting layer. So we're gonna choose our background or ground. You can select any game object, then go over to inspector, then tile map renderer or sprite renderer, it's gonna say that. So if I select my player, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, we can see. And if I select my ground or this background, then move over to inspectors, a tile map renderer, basically the same thing. And then move over to this additional setting, sorting layer. So click on it, and then click on this add sorting layer. And we already created some sorting layer, as you can see. So we're gonna create one for our this ground tile and one for our background tile. So let's create two sorting layers. So we're gonna click on this plus icon, and let's call this one background, and let's create another one, and this will be our ground. So we're gonna call it ground, something like that. And we're gonna take our background and we will drag all the way behind, and top of that we just want this ground over here, it's basically fine. So we just drag it our background all the way behind, and we need to assign one by one. So let's choose the background underneath our grid, underneath our ground underscore one game object in the hierarchy. Then go over to inspector, tile map renderer, and then sorting layer, we're going to choose our background. And as soon as we have chosen background, we can see by now the background tile seems lit behind of this ground tile, and we can take a look in the game view as well. So let's check it, and it should be fine. And we're not going to attach any collided 2D to this tile map, to these background tiles, or this, you can see these sprites. And it seems pretty much cool. So let's get out of play mode and let's place it. So and also make sure you select your ground tile, then go over to inspector, tile map renderer, sorting layer, and we're gonna choose our ground sorting layer. And now this is fine. Let's select the inspect parent, and we're gonna click on overrides and then apply all. and we are ready to place our background tiles. So let's do that. I'm gonna select this tool and let's place it over here, and this seems pretty much fine, and we can just paste it like this. And sorry, and we're gonna paste it over here like this. Mm, and this seems pretty much cool, and we need to fill out this area. So we're gonna fill out. Let's fill this area. From this next point we're gonna do that like this. As you can see now, this is fine, and I also want to have a top ground somewhere in the top, so we can simply copy this and we can flip it. But before I do, I need to place two background tiles over here. So let's select the background tiles underneath our grid in the hierarchy, and let's click on this open tile palette, and let's drag over here. Now it seems pretty much fine, and also I want to have the top ground tile. So what I can do, I can simply select this ground and I can press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and then I can just move it in the top. But instead of doing that, we're gonna approach another way. So basically I'm gonna select my ground in the sorry, in the hierarchy, and sorry, not ground. Basically we need to select this grid. Let's right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, then rectangular, and we can call this tile map to something like top tiles. So let's call it top tiles. And sorry, the spelling is wrong, so it will be top tiles, something like that. And let's go over to inspect. Sorry, we need to open up our tile palette tab, and we can paste it in the top like this. And if you want to zoom out a little bit of your camera, then we can select our cam. Underneath this cam object in the hierarchy, I have the main camera, so I'm gonna choose that. Go over to inspector, camera component, and size we can choose something like a little bit something around 6, I guess. 6 seems pretty much fine. And if you just want to zoom in a little bit, then we can choose 5.5, and for me 5.5 seems pretty much great. So let's drag it my player. So I'm going to select my player in the hierarchy, and let's choose the move tool, and let's move it somewhere around here. So I want the top tiles over here, so let's select the top tiles. Let's click on this open tile palette, and we are ready to place it, and we're gonna place it like this, and this seems pretty much cool. So I guess from here I need to remove. So let's choose the eraser tool and let's remove. And these top tiles also should be in front of this you can see back tiles. So we can assign these top tiles a sorting layer as a ground. So we can simply select our top tiles underneath our grid in the hierarchy. Then we can move over to inspector, tile map renderer, sorting layer. We're gonna choose ground because this ground sorting layer is in front of all of these sprites from all of these sprites or these tiles from this player. Because if we click on the sorting layer, we can see ground sorting layer in the top, means it's all the way up, and all of these layers, which is the enemy bullet, enemy, and the background is behind of this ground sorting layer, we can see. So that's why I just assign it, and we can see. And we also want to attach collider 2D or a tile map collider 2D to these top tiles, so we can do that. But before we do, and let's make it a little bit, so we're gonna select our top tiles and let's make it like this. And this seems pretty much fine. And I guess this is fine. And once we are satisfied, then we can just add that up. So let's add it. So I'm gonna choose my top tiles. Let's go over to inspector, click on add component. Let's add up tile map collider 2D, and let's also add up our composite collider 2D. Composite collider 2D. Let's go to rigid body type to kinematic, collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate. Let's go over to tile map collider, and composite operation we're gonna choose merge. And we're not gonna assign this top tile as a ground or something else. So this player game object will know this is just only a restriction, and that is not our ground. So basically that is the thing. And we can go to parent, then overrides, and then apply all. And let's create another tiles. And I want the next point somewhere over here, so I'm gonna choose my next point underneath my ground underscore one game object in the hierarchy. And uh, let's choose the next point, and let's move it somewhere around here. I guess 23, and this seems cool. And once we satisfied, we can just drag it inside. Let's drag it inside, and let's create other tiles. Let's create some ground tiles or something like that. So we're gonna choose our ground under sorry create, then open up our tile map, and we can add this. So just wait, I'm gonna add this up over here. So I'm gonna choose my ground, and let's do it somewhere over here. And I'm gonna move this one, basically this back tiles, or in the top a little bit up. So I'm gonna choose my background tiles, and let's select this tool in the inside our tile palette, which is our area tool. And the shortcut key is S, sorry. And we can just select this area, and next to it we have the select move tool, move selection tool, and we can just move it up somewhere over here I want. And we need to fill this area, so let's select this tool, and let's copy this, and we're gonna paste it over here. Now this seems pretty much fine. And what we're gonna do now, we can choose our ground, or we can simply create another, but I'm gonna choose the ground. Let's choose this, and let's paste it over here. And we need another here, and this seems great. And let's do that. This seems perfect, and if it seems kind of bit weird, then you can just remove that. And as you can see by now, it seems pretty much great. And we can just place another. Let's paste our you can see front stuff or back stuff. We can do that, and we're gonna take a look in the next chapter or in the next lecture. But before you do, make sure you select your parent, then go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. Let's create our platformer grounds. We can create that. So let's move over to hierarchy. Then we're gonna select ground underscore one game object. Let's select the create, and then we're gonna choose our background or top tiles. So let's select any of them, then move over to your scene view and open up the tile palette tab. I'm going to click on this open tile palette tab. I have it in the top bar. You can have it anywhere in the scene view, so make sure you just find out first, and then you just click on it to get that. I have platformer tiles over here, and this one. Let's create another tile map. Basically we're gonna create another, you can see, like we have created this ground, background, and the top tiles. So let's select the grid underneath our hierarchy, underneath our ground underscore one game object in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then rectangular. And we can call this one, let's call this one platformer tiles. Let's call it platformer platformer tiles, something like that. And we are ready to place it. So make sure you select your platformer tiles underneath your grid in the hierarchy, then move over to your tile palette tab, and you can just choose the tile. So let's suppose I just want to place it somewhere over here. Let's suppose we just want to want over here. Also we want to add collider tile map collider to this platformer tiles. Why? Because we just want to jump top of that, so that is the reason. Let's select our platformer tiles underneath our grid. Let's move to inspector, then click on add component, and we will add our tile map collider. And to make it basically to compiles at once, we do know that we need to attach a composite collider 2D. And I'm going to toggle it my tile over here as something like that. So to just collapse all of this individual collider tile map collider at once, we're gonna add composite collider 2D. So let's click on this add component, composite collider 2D. Let's attach that. Let's move over to our rigid body 2D, body type to kinematic, collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate, and then let's move to our tile map collider and composite operation. We're gonna choose merge. Now we can see at once. So if we just go ahead and play our game and then try to jump top of these type platformer tiles, we will see that our player game object will also able to jump top of these platformer tiles. I'm going to show you. Just wait a moment. Just wait a moment, and if I jump top of that, sorry, the player speed is kind of bit slow. Let's pause our game and let's select the player in the hierarchy. Let's go over to player escape, and I'm gonna make the speed. So let's find out our speed. Move speed is over here, so I'm gonna select 1, and I'm gonna unpause my game. And if I try to jump top of this tile, as you can see, we are able to jump. But the problem is that if we get out of play mode, we're not able to jump top of this platformer tiles, because this player game object doesn't know that this is our platformer tiles or this ground. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign these platformer tiles platformer tiles as a platformer layer tile. And also we want to assign with a tag called platformer. To do that, we need to select our platformer tiles underneath our grid in the underneath our grid in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector. In the top right side we can see layer. Let's click on it. Let's click on add layer, and we're gonna create a new layer for this platformer type. So we can call this one platformer tiles. Let's call it platformer tiles. And after doing that, hit enter. Then make sure you select your platformer tiles, then go over to inspector and assign with the layer that you recently created. Now as you can notice, we assigned it this platformer tiles as a platformer tiles layer. And also we need to assign these platformer tiles as a platformer tile tag. So let's click on this untag. Let's click on add tag, and we're gonna create a new tag for our platformer tiles. So let's call this one platformer tiles, and then click on save. And let's choose once again and also assign with the tag which we recently created. But we're not gonna still not gonna able to do that, because we need to select our player. Then we need to move over to our player scape, and if we scroll down in the bottom, we can over here underneath over here, as you can see, ground check layer, we only have chosen ground. Basically means we just only able to jump top of our ground. So we also want to choose our platformer tiles, because we also want to jump top of these platformer tiles. So that's why. So ground check layer, we're gonna click on it, and we're gonna choose these platformer tiles. In the bottom we can see as well. Now as you can see, it says mixed, means that our player game object just gonna know our ground and the platformer tiles that we need to jump on it. We can jump, and still we're not gonna able to do that, because if I'm gonna set my player speed to something like 1. So I'm gonna select my player. So let's go to player skip, and I'm gonna set a move speed to something like 0.5 or 1 for testing purposes. And let's play our game and have a look on this. So as soon as we just gonna land top of our ground, it should it sh- sorry as soon as we're gonna jump top of our platformer tiles, we will able to see that. So let's jump top of this platformer tiles, and we can notice that we are able to jump, but the problem is that the animation never getting back to running. And as soon as we just land top of this ground, we can see the animation is playing, which is the running one. So basically we need to get out of play mode, and we need to check with these platformer tiles. So let's select our player skip, and let's open that up quickly. And if I move over to my player scape and then move over to my on collision enter 2D function, as you can see right over here, if collision.gameObject.tag, if it's equals to ground, then we're setting the jump parameter to false, means we just playing the running animation clip. So over here we also want to check with platformer tiles, or basically platformer tile tag that we created. So we also need to check that one. Let's check it. So for that we need to use this double this sign. So hold down shift on your keyboard, and you're gonna get it in top of your enter key sorry on your keyboard. You just gonna get that, and we're gonna use this collision.gameObject.tag, and we will check if the tag is equals to our platformer tiles. So we're gonna check platformer tiles, and make sure you spell it correct. And to check that, move over to your Unity editor, and then select your platformer tiles underneath your grid, then go over to inspector, and we can see the tag is platformer tiles tag. So make sure spelling is correct, and we can check it spelling is correct. So basically collision.gameObject means the game object that we collided with, and we extracting the tag, and we do know that the tag is platformer tiles, and we checking if it's equals to platformer tiles. Then what we doing, we setting jump parameter to false, means we're gonna play the running animation clip after playing the jump one, as soon as we're gonna land top of that ground or this platformer tiles. So if any of them, basically if this one or this one is true, means the tag is same, then we just doing these things, means we playing the running animation clip. And we can save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor, and we can check that out. It's gonna take few seconds to compile our script, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check that out. By now it's gonna work fine, and we also need some front stuff, some back stuff, and all of those things. Just wait a moment and you will see. Now it's done, and we can check that out. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. Importing assets. Let's jump top of this ground. Just wait. And if I jump top of my platformer tiles, sorry, I'm gonna pause my game. I'm gonna select my player in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere over here. And if I unpause my game, we can see as soon as we colliding with platformer tiles, we also able to see we playing the running animation clip by now. Means it's working fine, and we can get out of play mode, and we can have it some front stuff. Let's do that. So let's move. I'm gonna cut this tile palette tab, so I'm gonna right click on it, and let's click on this close step to basically to remove that, basically to get rid of our tile palette tab. But we can bring that up, and we need, so we're gonna select our grid underneath our this ground underscore one game object, and let's click on this open tile palette. And what I want some front stuff and the back stuff. To do that, we're going to create another tile map. So we basically need to select our grid, Let's right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map rectangular, and we can call this one, let's call it front stop, front underscore stop, something like that, and that seems pretty much fine. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my ground underscore 1 game object in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna drag it in the top so I can see all the time. And also make sure you, if you turn it your game object into a prefab, then move over to inspector overrides and then apply all. So I want some front stuff, so I'm going to select my front underscore stuffs in underneath my create game object, and I want some crates, you can simply say this, and I'm going to place it over here, something like over here. And I'm not gonna attach any collider to this front underscore stuff because I just want to pass through it. And if I just go ahead and then play our game, we can check that out, and we can easily able to pass through we will able to pass through those front underscore stuffs game object, because we didn't add tile map collider to those game object, and you will see. And indeed we can notice, and I want this front step in front of my player game object. As you can see that our player seems it's in front of this front step, but I want this front step in front of this player, so we can just get out of play mode, and we can create a new sorting layer for this front step, and we're gonna bring it up all the way to in the front position. So let's select our front underscore start game object underneath create in the hierarchy. Let's move over to inspector, tile map renderer, then sorting layer. We're gonna create a new sorting layer, and let's click on this plus icon to create that. And we're gonna call this one front underscore stop, stop, something like that. And now we create it, and we're gonna leave it in the top because I want this front underscore stop sorting layer all the way in front of all of this, like this player game object, this ground, this platformer ground. So that's why we can drag it behind, but I don't want that. I want all the way to the front position, so that is the reason. And let's select our front underscore stop. Let's move over to tile map renderer sorting layer, and we're gonna assign with front underscore stops. And if I play my game, uh, and we're gonna have a look on it, and it should be fine. Our player game object will be behind of this front underscore stop game object, because we just drag it all the way to the front position. And if I pause my game, as you can see in the game view as well as in the scene view, we can see our player seems it's behind of this front underscore game object. Let's get out of play mode and let's create another, and we're gonna create some back stops by now. Let's do that. So let's select our grid in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then rectangular, and we're gonna call this one back stops. So let's call this one back underscore stops and stops, and we're gonna select that, and let's open up our tile palette, and this will be back stops, means it should be behind our player sorting layer. So for that I'm gonna choose this spot, and I'm gonna place it somewhere over here, and I'm gonna choose my front underscore stops in the hierarchy underneath my create game object. And let's move over to this tile palette tab, and I'm gonna select my move tool, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here for now. So I'm gonna select this, and let's select the move tool next to it, move selection, and we can just move it in this in view somewhere over here, because we're gonna test it out with this back stops. And now we just did, and I'm gonna choose my back underscore stops game object. Let's move over to our tile palette tab, and let's select this tool in the top left side. We can see inside our tile palette, and the tool name is grid, and the shortcut key is S. Let's choose, and let's move it somewhere over here. over here, and that seems pretty much fine. And we can just cut this step, and I want this back underscore stop game object behind of my player. So we can create a new sorting layer as well for this back stops. So I'm gonna choose my back underscore stops stop underneath my hierarchy in the sorry, underneath my grid game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, tile map renderer, sorting layer, and let's click on add sorting layer. And we're gonna create new sorting layer. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna call this one, let's call this one back underscore stuffs, something like that. And I want this back underscore stuff behind my player, so we can simply take that and we can drag it behind our player, or we can drag it behind our enemy as well as enemy bullet. So this should be all the way behind, so I'm gonna drag it behind, but it should be in front of this background tiles. So that's why I just bring it top of, basically, or I just drag it all the way behind, but it should be back, it should be in front of our background tiles. So that's why I just drag it over here, not behind my background tiles. And we're gonna choose our back underscore stops, then go over to inspector, tile map renderer, sorting layer, we're gonna assign with back underscore stops. Now this should be behind of our player, and we can take a look on it as well. Let's check it. And we can just duplicate this ground to create the next one, and I'm going to show you that in the next check lecture or chapter. So as you can notice, if I move over to my scene view, we can see player is in front of these pots, and this pots is behind of this player sorting layer or this player game object, and it seems fine, and you can just place it anywhere. You can create multiples, basically up to you. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and also make sure you select your the parent game object. So in my case, this ground underscore one, select that, go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. We're gonna create our second ground, so we can select our simply the ground underscore one game object, and we can press down control D to duplicate. But there gonna be a something wrong, there will be some messy, basically we're gonna get some weird things because if we go to the parent one and then go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all, the changes we made with the first one, it will be saved in the next one that we duplicated, the which one we duplicated. So to ignore that, or to basically, if we want a totally separate, and if we change anything we don't want to save to the next one, so that's why instead of duplicating in the hierarchy, we need to duplicate from that prefab folder. Basically what we have to do, we need to move over to our project tab, then assets, and then we will head over to our prefabs folder, and then we will head over to our, so we can see we have the ground underscore over here inside this prefab folder. So we need to duplicate from here, not in the hierarchy, because the duplicate one I already want to have it to basically I just want to have it totally different. So that's why we need to duplicate here instead of duplicating in the hierarchy. So we will move over to our prefabs folder, and we will select our ground underscore one, and let's press down control D to duplicate, and let's select the duplicate one, and let's right click on it, and then click on this rename in the top, and we can call this one ground underscore two, a ground underscore two. And I'm gonna select my ground underscore one in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and I'm gonna disable, and I'm gonna select my ground underscore two from that prefabs folder, and I'm gonna drag it in this scene view or into this hierarchy, something like that. And I want to change some tiles, so I just want this to bring down. So we can select our ground underscore two, then we're gonna select our create, and let's select the ground tiles, and let's click on this open tile palette in the scene view, and we can just remove this. So I'm gonna choose this eraser tool, and let's erase, and I'm gonna place some tiles over here, over here, and this seems pretty much fine. And I want to remove platformer tiles inside this ground underscore 2. So I'm going to choose my platformer tiles underneath my grid in the hierarchy, a grid in the hierarchy. And let's select this eraser tool inside our tile palette and let's erase. And also I want to move this back stuffs and the front stuff somewhere over here. So I'm gonna choose my front underscore stuff underneath my grid in the hierarchy, and let's select this tool and let's move it somewhere over. Sorry, we're gonna select this and let's select the tool and let's move it somewhere around here. And I want to have these spots uh, over here. So I'm gonna choose my back underscore stuffs and let's move over to our tile palette tab and let's select this tool and let's move it somewhere around here. And also I want to change the background. Basically I just want this something over here. So I'm gonna choose my background or the background tiles and let's select this tool once again, and we're gonna select this area. And sorry, we can just move it anywhere over here. And let's suppose you have done something wrong and you just want to undo that thing, then you can simply press down on your keyboard control plus Z to just undo anything that you have done it. So you can simply press down control plus Z to undo. And I'm gonna choose my background tiles once again and let's select this and we're gonna paste it over here. And now this seems pretty much fine. And you can create your third crown as well, and you can play around with the next point. Basically you can drag the next point somewhere over here and make sure you just fill that area. So I'm gonna create my third ground, so I'm gonna simply cut this step for now. And also also make sure you select your ground underscore 2, then go over to inspector overrides and then apply all. And I'm going to select my ground underscore 2 in the hierarchy, and the ground underscore 1 I'm going to enable first. I'm going to select both of them and I'm going to press down delete on my keyboard to delete. And let's move over to prefabs folder once again, and I will choose my ground underscore 2 and we will press down control D to duplicate. And let's rename the duplicate one as something like ground underscore 3. So let's right click on it, let's click on this rename in the top and let's rename it to ground underscore 3, something like that. And we're gonna choose our ground underscore 3. Let's drag it into the scene view or into our hierarchy. I want this next point somewhere over here, so I'm going to choose my next point underneath my ground underscore 3 in the hierarchy, and let's use the move tool and let's move it somewhere over here. So basically we need to extend this. So we're gonna choose our this ground tiles or ground, and let's open up our tile palette sorry, this tab. And we can simply use this tool, which is copy, and we can just select the area that we want to copy and let's paste it over here. So I'm gonna do it close to the next point. So we need to make sure we just paste it, we paste next to the next to the this next point, you can simply say. And we're gonna choose this and let's paste it, and this seems pretty much fine. And also we need to extend our background tiles and the top tiles as well. So we're gonna choose our top tiles and let's select this area and let's do it something over here, I guess. uh, and that seems okay, and that's basically fine. And we're gonna choose the background tiles as well, and we're gonna copy this area and we need to fill this out. We need to fill out, and we can just copy this one. So I'm gonna copy that and we can just copy and we can paste it here, one here and one here, basically the background tiles. And also I want to have some front stuffs. So I'm gonna select my front underscore stuffs underneath my create underneath my ground underscore 3 game object in the hierarchy. And let's move over to our tile palette tab, and we can just choose, I'm gonna choose this one, cage, and let's place it in the top, I guess somewhere over here. So this is our front stop, and we can choose this these chains. And this I'm gonna choose for this one, it will be back stuff. So I'm gonna choose my back underscore stuff tiles, and we're gonna paste it like this, as you can see. And this seems pretty much cool. And you can just duplicate, and you can create your fourth ground, fifth ground, and the sixth ground, and so on. It's basically up to you. And I also want to have some platformer tiles, so we can place it into the next one. So you can create as many you want, basically it's up to you. And I'm gonna cut this step. So I hope you get the idea that how you can create your ground underscore 3 ground underscore 4, because we just want to spawn a random one from this next point that we created. So we're gonna spawn it from here, but we're gonna choose a random one. So you can have multiple grounds. So I'm gonna create something around 20 or 15 to just make it even more cool and amazing. And that's pretty much great to do that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And make sure you select the pattern, then go over to inspector overrides, and then apply all. And that's pretty much fine. And we can check this out by playing. So let's play our game, and let's have a look. Let's take a closer look on this. Once our game just loaded, we can just test this out, and it's working fine. So we also need to make the camera movement, and we're going to take a look on it later. For now, as you can see, this seems pretty much great, and we can shoot, as you can see. And this is our back stops, and this sorry, this is front stop, and this is back stops, as you can see. So this seems amazing. And make sure that you don't add any collider to this back stuff or front stuff, so it's not gonna register our player to pass through it. And that is the logic. And you can create as many crown you want. One thing we forgot to do is that we need to add a box collider 2D in order to spawn the next one. Basically, we just around like this much of size, and we need to make sure that we check that is trigger box, so this player game object just gonna easily pass through it, and it's not gonna register our player. So what we need to do, we basically need to attach a box collider 2D component, and we need to check the is trigger, and we need to do with all of those ground that we created. For that, I will head over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and I will move over to my ground underscore prefab subfolder. And let's open up the first one by double clicking on it. You can just double clicking on it in order to open that up in prefab mode, as you can see. And now we need to attach the box collider 2D component. So let's select the ground underscore one. Let's click on add component. Make sure you do with the parent, not this inside this grid or to the next spawn point. So we will select the parent one. In my case, this is ground underscore one. And then let's click on this add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D component. And we need to and what we have to do, we need to adjust the collider as the size of this ground underscore one game object. To do that, let's click on this edit collider in the inspector, and let's edit the collider as the size, and make sure it just fit to your next spawn point. So make sure you just fit that area wherever your next spawn point is. So you can just do that, and we're gonna make it something like this. And in the Y, sorry, we're gonna click on edit collider, and in the Y we need to bring it in the top. And this seems pretty much fine, and we can just drag it a little bit down. And also make sure you go over to inspector box collider 2D component and check this is trigger. So our player game object just gonna check with the trigger, and this not gonna register our player to pass through it. And if you want to go back, then in hierarchy you can see the back arrow. You can click on it in order to go back, and we will open up the second one. And we also need to add the box collider 2D. Basically we're just setting up the logic, and later on we're gonna use that in order to spawn the next one. Sorry, I have to open up the second one. This is the third one. So I'm gonna double click on this ground underscore two from that folder, and let's select this. Let's click on add component, and let's attach a box collider 2D, and let's edit the collider as the size of our this, sorry. And make sure you do with the parent, not the child one, which is the create and the next spawn point. And we're gonna bring it up something must this. And also make sure you check the edge trigger, and let's do with the third one. Let's click on add component box collider 2D. Let's edit the collider and do the same thing with all of those, and it's gonna be fine. And I guess this is pretty much cool. And once we satisfied, we can just do that. And let's do with this fourth one. Let's click on add component box collider 2D. Let's click on edit collider. Let's go to edge trigger and check this one. And let's do the fourth one, oh sorry, fifth one. Let's click on add component box collider 2D. Let's fit this area. It's fine. Let's bring it in the top. Let's do the sixth. Then let's click on add component. This is amazing. I already created so many ground. As you can notice, I have created all of them. I'm gonna create um, I'm gonna create you can simply say more. By now I'm gonna create them to make the game much cool and amazing, you can simply say. And we need to install the Cinemachine camera. If we want to use that, we have to install it before we use that Cinemachine camera. And this seems pretty much cool. And now, and make sure you check this is trigger as checked, and to go back we can simply click on this back arrow in the hierarchy, and I have done with all of them, and now it's pretty much fine. And make sure you do that as well, because we need to set the logic, and later on we have to spawn the next one from that next spawn point, and we will choose a random one, and that random one we're gonna spawn from this next spawn point. So that's why we just attach the box collider 2D in order to spawn the next prefabs of grounds, you can simply say. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. To make camera follow, we will install Cinemachine, and in order to do that, let's move over to window in the top, then package manager, and in the left side you gonna have in project, Unity registry, my assets, and built in. So make sure you select Unity registry in the left bar, then search over here Cinemachine, or you can simply scroll down and find out Cinemachine, and I have it over here. So as soon as you're gonna choose that, in the right side you're gonna see a install button, so just click on it and it's gonna install Cinemachine in your project. And once you have it, it's gonna say something like remove. So we don't want to remove since we already install it, so we can simply cut this tab by now, and we can create our Cinemachine camera to make our follow. And before I do that, I just want to show that our camera is not following our player. So I'm going to select my player in the hierarchy, and let's move it somewhere over here, and I'm going to select my cam in the hierarchy. Let's move it in the X over here, something like this. And if I just go ahead and play my game, just wait, and we can see camera is not following. So let's get out of play mode, and we turned this cam into a you can simply say a prefab. And let's suppose you just want to unpack that. So make sure you select that, right click on it, then go to prefab in the middle and scroll down, says unpack. So I'm going to click on this unpack, and I'm going to select my main camera underneath my cam game object, and I'm going to take this out from this cam game object. Now this main camera is not child of this cam game object, and we can just go ahead and we can make our Cinemachine camera. To make the Cinemachine camera, let's right click on hierarchy or hit this plus icon, then go over to Cinemachine in the bottom, then targeted cameras, and then click on this 2D camera. And if we select our Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy and then move over to inspector, we can see the Cinemachine camera component, and over here we need to drag the game object that we want to follow, and it says tracking target. So since we want to follow our player, so we will take our player from the hierarchy and we're gonna drag it over there. And as soon as we drag it, we can see that this our main camera is just get centered with our player game object. And if we select our main camera, we can see in the bottom in the inspector tab, a Cinemachine brain component just added to this main camera. So what it does, basically whatever as a Cinemachine camera just gonna do, it's gonna tell us our main camera what it's actually need to do. Let's suppose this player is going to the right direction, then this Cinemachine camera just gonna give instruction to this main camera that you need to go to the right direction with your player game object. So that's why if we select our main camera, this Cinemachine brain component added to our main camera. It means that Cinemachine camera just gonna give instruction to our main camera what it's actually need to do. And we can test that. So I'm gonna test it out, and we need to adjust the zoom in and zoom out a little bit. We need to zoom in, we can see that we are too much zoom out, so we need to zoom in a little bit. And just wait a moment, and we can see indeed our main camera is now following our player. So we need to make the zoom in. So for that, let's select our Cinemachine camera, then we will move over to Cinemachine camera component and then a lens, and we can play around with it. So we can just make it less in order to zoom in. So we want this much, and I don't want my you can simply say that I don't want follow this player game object in the y axis. So in order to stop that, we need to move over to Cinemachine. Make sure you select Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and in the bottom you can see Cinemachine position composer component over here in the bottom. So since we don't want to follow our player in the y axis, so we can make the screen also I want to move up a little bit in the y axis my Cinemachine camera. So to do that, we need to move over to this Cinemachine position composer component, and we will go to composition and screen in the y. We're gonna increase that value. So I just want this much. You can simply say something around point 0.1. Point 0.1 seems perfect number, and we can go with point 0.2 as well. And in order to not follow our player in the y, we can move over to Cinemachine camera, Cinemachine camera component, and over here I guess we need to do it inside this tracking target offset. So we need to play around with the dead zone. So make sure you just click on this dead zone, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna adjust the area in the y. So we can make the size in the y as something around 2 or something like that, since we don't want to follow our player in the y. So that's why we just made it 2. Means that our main camera is not gonna follow our player in the y axis, even though our player just gonna jump, and we can check that out. So we're gonna check it, and we will see that our main camera by now it's not gonna follow our player in the y. So make sure you just move over to Cinemachine position composer component and just mess around with those value, and you will get of it. And we can notice, so in the x I don't want, basically this is to a dead zone. Means in this area, our main camera not gonna follow, but I want to follow in the x-axis totally. So I will move over to my dead zone, and I will make in the size to 0, and I'm gonna leave in the y to something like 2. 2 we can make it something around, let's suppose 5, a bigger number, since we don't want. And let's check it one more time. And also you can play around with the tracking target tracking and target offset. And even though if we jump in the y, you will able to notice our camera not gonna follow, as you can see that we jumping in the y, but our main camera is not going in the y direction, as our player going vertically or in the y axis, but it's doing in the x and x. So I want to move my main camera, or the cinema, basically I want to move my main camera to the right direction a little bit more. So we can move over to Cinemachine position composer component, target tracking, target offset, and in the x we can choose something around this much. Basically it's up to you how much you want, so we can put it 3 over here or 4. I think 4 seems pretty much cool, or let's go around with 3.5. 3.5, I'm gonna go with 3.8. 3.8 is now fine. And let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So make sure you just check this state zone, and in the y choose a bigger number greater than something around 2. You can choose anywhere between 5 to 10 or 2 to 10. And indeed it's basically working fine. And now we have done it, and if you want to zoom out a little bit, then you can just move over to Cinemachine camera component, and you can play around with this. Basically move over to lens, and then you can make it orthographic size to something around 5.56. I'm gonna make it something around 5.5, and 5.5 basically zooming. If you make it less, it will zoom in. Main camera just gonna be zoom in, and if you make it a bigger number, something like 10 or something around greater than 10, then it's gonna zoom out. And over here, tracking target, you need to drag the game object that you want to follow. So since we want to follow our player, so that's why we just took our player from hierarchy and we drag it over to that slot, since we want to follow our player. And we can play around with these values. You can just move over to Cinemachine position composer component, and you can play around with these values. You can play around with the damping. Basically, you can simply say uh, smoothness is how much smoothness you want, or how much rigid you want your main camera to follow your player, basically all of those things. So you can mess around with this value to get a perfect camera follow. And let's suppose you just want to get bluish, then you can select any other game object in the hierarchy and it will be gone. And as soon as we have chosen any basically I have chosen my ground underscore 7 or any other game object, then we can see the bluish is gone. But as soon as we're going to choose our Cinemachine camera, that bluish we can see. Basically it's basically just gonna show us how it's gonna work. And I'm gonna take my cam game object in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna delete it since we don't need, and we can just simply destroy that, or we can simply select and we can press down delete key on our keyboard in order to remove that or to delete that. To spawn our next ground, we gonna create a script in order to spawn our ground. So for that, let's move over to our project app, assets, then script folder, then right click, create mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like ground spawner or spawner ground. It's totally up to you uh, what name you would like to go with. So I have already created a script called ground underscore spawner, as you can see. So we need to attach any game object in the hierarchy, or we can create a separate game object. So let's move to our hierarchy. Let's create an empty game object, and let's call this one ground spawner. So I'm gonna call it ground underscore spawner, and then I'm gonna reset the transform. And now let's select the script from that folder and drag it over to add components section, and let's open up our script by double clicking on it. So for that, we're gonna make a function. So let's remove this start and update function, we don't need. If we need, we're gonna take a look on it later, and we will make this function public. So since we're gonna call this function from other classes, so that's why. So we're gonna make a public to call this function from another class or another script void, and we're gonna name this function to something like spawn ground, something like that we're gonna call it. And let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we want to spawn. And in order to spawn, we do know we need to use this instantiate function. And this instantiate function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to spawn. Second thing, it's gonna take this position, and the third thing, it's gonna take the rotation. So let's make this one commit by double forward slash, and we need to grab those reference. Basically we need a reference to our ground. So if I move over to my Unity editor, project apps, then assets, and then prefabs folder, and if I head over to my ground underscore prefabs folder, I have many ground, as you can see. So we're gonna pick a random one and we're gonna spawn it. So we need to pick a random one. So we need a reference. Basically we're gonna make an array. An array can hold up many things. It can be game object, it can be numbers, anything like that. So we're gonna create an array of game object, because these all of this ground game object itself. So that's why. So let's move over to script and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a let's firstly I'm gonna give a title. So I'm gonna type header, and I'm gonna say something like spawning, spawn ground, ground title, something like we can go with. And let's populate our variable. So we need to make this one public or serial as well. So we can notice underneath our ground underscore spawner script, and we need a reference to that game object. So we're going to type game object. Basically you can uh, simply say those ground. So since we have multiple grounds, so that's why we need to make these square brackets. It's basically means array, and we can take all of those grounds and we can put it into this game object array, and we have to name the array what we want to call it. So I'm gonna call this one, let's call it grounds. Let's call it grounds prefabs. So I'm gonna call it ground underscore prefabs, something like that. Let's close that up with semicolon. And also we need our position, and it doesn't need to be public, so we can make this one private, and this will be transform responsible for position, and we can call this one next spawn point. So let's call it next spawn point, and close that up with semicolon, and head over to Unity editor. So we need to assign one by one, and I'm going to take my ground underscore spawner game object in the hierarchy, and I'm going to drag it in the top so I can see all the time, and we need to assign it one by one. So we just made a array. An array basically hold up multiple things. It can be numbers, it can be game objects, it can be position or anything like that. So if I if I click on this ground underscore spawner game object, basically select in the hierarchy, if I select that and then move over to my inspector, we can see we have ground prefabs array, and it says 0 means empty. Firstly I'm gonna drag my ground underscore spawner game object in the top in my hierarchy tab so I can see all the time. And if we move over to inspector ground spawner skip, we can see that a ground underscore prefabs array is totally empty. So we can select one by one from that prefabs folder, and we can drag it over to this ground underscore prefabs array. Instead of doing one by one, we can do it shortly. So we need to lock it. So in the top right you can see in inspector lock button, so just click on it in order to lock it. And we're gonna select all of these grounds by holding down shift and then drag it over to that array. And we can see by now we have the ground underscore 1, ground underscore 2, ground underscore 3, ground underscore 4, basically all of these grounds, and we gonna pick a random one, and that one we gonna spawn it. And once you done, make sure you click on that lock button once again to unlock the inspector. And if we select our ground underscore spawner, we can see all of those. Sorry, I'm gonna drag it up. So let's suppose you want to spawn the first one. So the first one index is 0 as you can see, and the second one index is 1. If we want to spawn the second one, then we need to pass the index which is 1. And if we want to spawn the third one, sorry, this should be in the bottom and this should be down. And now this looks perfect. If we want to spawn the third one, and we can notice the third one index is 2, so we need to pass the index. And let's open up our script by double clicking on it, and let's remove this to forward slash. So first thing, it's gonna take our ground prefabs, so we will pass our ground prefabs array, and then we need to make these square brackets, and in square brackets we need to pass the index which one we want to spawn. So let's assume for now we're gonna spawn the first one, and the first one we can see index is 0, so we can pass index is 0, then comma. Second thing, it's gonna take the point from where we want to spawn, so we're gonna spawn from we're gonna spawn it something over here, from over here. So we need to check the position. For that we're gonna create an empty game object, and we're gonna call it position to check the position from where we want to spawn. So let's move over to hierarchy, let's create an empty game object, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here. So from this point, and also I'm gonna choose n gizmos. So let's choose engage mode. So from this point I want to spawn, and we can see the position. If we let's call it, instead of game object we're gonna call this one test position. test position, test underscore position, position. And if we go to transform, we can see in the x is 47.99, so let's choose something around 48. And in the y, we can see is minus 1.781, so we will choose minus 1.7 in order to make it easy, or we can choose minus 1.8. I'm gonna choose something like minus 2, and minus 2 seems perfect. So we can see the position in the x is 42 and in the y is minus 2. So we can go over to script, and next spawn point that we created the variable over here, we can set the position by default. So we can set equal to a new vector to so it over here, instead of passing transform, we need to pass vector 2 or vector 3 for position. So I really apologize for it. So basically we need to type vector 2, and we do know this vector 2 just gonna have the x axis and the y axis, and we just call it next spawn point. So as I said, and by default we want to set new vector 2, because that is a vector 2 parameter which gonna have x axis and y axis. And let's close that up with semicolon. So in the y, if I move over to Unity editor, in the y we can see is minus 2, so I'm gonna put minus 2 in the y, minus 2 f minus 2f in the y. And in the x we can see 48, so I'm gonna put in the x 48, 48f. And now over here we need to pass the position, so I'm gonna pass my next spawn point. And next spawn point, we by default we have assigned it. So in the x is 42, means we just want to spawn from this position, which is our next point. By default we just assign it. And the third argument, it's gonna take the rotation, so we don't want to play around with the rotation. We simply just gonna pass our quaternion dot identity, and that's great. And we can save our script. Now let's go to Unity and let's check it out. But we also need to call the function we just made it. We also need to call it in order to spawn. If I just go ahead and then start my game, our next basically first ground will not be spawned from this position, because we also need to call the function that we created, and we're gonna call it in the start function. But before I do, I'm gonna show you. So we will play our game, and let's take a look on this. We will use a start function for now in order to spawn, and later on we uh, just gonna use on trigger. As you can see, as soon as our game started, we're not able to see that the first ground is spawned from this position, because we need to call the function. So we will get out of play mode, and for that we're gonna use a start function. So I'm gonna include the start function once again. So we're gonna make sure you just leave the start function, or just type as I did over here, and you can ignore this private, or you can just simply remove that. So void at start. So this is start function get called in the start of the game, and in the start of the game I want to spawn the first ground, so we need to call the spawn ground function that we created over here. So let's call it, which is our spawn ground. Let's make first bracket, and now this seems fine, and let's check it out. Sorry, we need to press down Ctrl S to save our script. So make sure you press down Ctrl S on your keyboard in order to save your script. And once you're done, make sure you go over to Unity editor and check that out. Now just wait a moment, and it's gonna be fine. And let's play our game. And we created this test underscore position to test the position. So the first ground should be spawned from here, the position that we define it. And indeed we can see, if I pause my game, we can notice that the first ground just spawned from this position. If I select my ground underscore 1 in the hierarchy, we can see it's a clone, basically means the first ground just spawned from this position. But instead of spawning the first position, what we want to do, we just want to pick up a random one. So if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs, and move over to my ground underscore prefabs folder, we have multiple grounds. So we just want to pick a random one, and that one we want to spawn instead of spawning the specific one. So we will get out of play mode, and in order to do that, we need to move over to our script, and before we spawn, we just gonna pick up a random one. And for that, we gonna use the random dot range function as we use it earlier. So for that, we're gonna use this random dot range function, range function, and this in brackets it's gonna take the minimum inclusive. So we're gonna start from 0 comma, and we have to pass the maximum inclusive. So we can simply pass our spawn ground underscore prefabs dot length, and let's close that up with semicolon. So ground underscore prefabs dot length over here basically means how many grounds we have. And if we move to Unity, we can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So we have 7 ground. So this ground underscore dot length over here gonna be 7 7. And this random dot range function, it's just gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 7. Let's suppose this random dot range function picks up something like 4. And if we move over to Unity editor and then select our ground underscore spawner game object, we can see if the index is 4. So index 4 basically means the ground 5, means the ground 5 will be spawned. And let's suppose that random dot range function pick up something like 2. So we can see index 2 just gonna be the third ground. So what we will do, we're gonna store the result or whatever we get into a another parameter, and that gonna be int type, because this just gonna give a whole number. It can be 0 1 2 3 4 5 6, but it's not gonna pick up the 7 at all. So this will be int type, and we can call index. So let's call it index, and let's set equal to this. So this index over here, it can be 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. So let's assume this is 3. This random dot range function pick up 3. So this index over here, it's gonna be 3 because we directly setting it. And if we take a look on it, so index 3 basically means the fourth ground, means the fourth ground will be spawned. So, and if we move over to our next line of code, we can see that we just pass the 0. Basically we spawning the first one. So instead of doing that, we're gonna pass our index. So we will pass our index, and we do know that this index can be a random number. It can be 1, it can be 0, it can be 4, it can be 5, basically a different. So let's assume that this over here it's became 6. If we move to Unity, so 6 index is the 7th ground, means the 7th ground will be spawned from this position. But we do know that we just use the random dot range function, so it's gonna pick up a random one, and that one just gonna spawn, and we're gonna check that out. So just wait a moment for compiling our script. Wait a moment. Let's play our game way you want. So to pause my game, so as you can see, if we move over to hierarchy, the ground underscore 7 just gets spawned, and we can notice in the hierarchy in the bottom. And if I get out of play mode and play my game once again, it should be different by now. It shouldn't be the ground underscore 7, but it's gonna be a random one. And indeed it's spawning the ground underscore 7. Let's get out of play mode, and let's check it out. And indeed, if I pause my game, we can see in our hierarchy tab in the bottom, the ground underscore 7 gets spawned from that position. And if I get out of play mode once again and then play my game, it should be different by now. It can be the first one, it can be the second one, even it can be the sixth one. And indeed it's going. So underground underscore 4, basically it's getting a random between you can simply say between 0 0 to 6 index, basically picking up a random index. And what we have to do, we need to remove this. Instead of, as you can see, we need to place the items, or sorry, the tile set in a way that it's just gonna seamlessly gonna be fine. So we need to do like that. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. That seems pretty much cool. And let's make this ground underscore spawner game object. Let's turn it into a prefab. So I'm gonna drag it over to my prefabs folder in order to turn this into a prefab. We need to call the function a function once we gonna trigger with the box collider 2D of this ground game object. So if I select my ground underscore 7 in the hierarchy, we can see the box collider 2D that we attached. And if we move over to our box collider 2D component, we just take the is trigger as true, as you can see. So what we basically want to do, we just want to check if we trigger with this box collider 2D of this ground game object, then we want to spawn the next ground. So what we have to do, we need to assign with some certain text the box collider 2D. If I select my ground underscore 7, move over to inspector, we can notice we didn't assign with a tag. So let's click on this untag, and we're gonna click on add tag, and we will create a new tag for this ground, and we're gonna call it something like box or whatever. So I'm gonna click on this plus icon, and let's create a new tag, and I'm gonna call it box. Let's save it, and let's select our ground underscore 7. Then I'm gonna assign with the tag which I recently created, and we need to do with all of the grounds. So I will head over to my project tab, assets, prefabs, and then I will head over to my ground underscore prefab subfolder, and I will select all of this ground by holding down shift. Let's go over to inspector tag. We're gonna assign with the tag which we recently created. Now I assign it all of this ground as a box tag. So tag. Now what we have to do, we just need to check the trigger that if we triggering with this box collider, then we just want to spawn. Basically we need to check that trigger. Let's open up our player script, and we're gonna use on trigger enter 2D function. So let's use it over here. You can make it anywhere. It doesn't need to be in order. You can just make it anywhere in your C# class. I'm gonna make it somewhere over here, and we need to use this on trigger enter 2D function. Why we need to use this on trigger enter 2D function? Because if we move over to Unity editor and check all of this ground, we assign it with a trigger called box. Sorry, we assign it a tag called box, and if we move over to our box collider 2D component, we just take the is trigger as tick or 2. So that's why we're going to use that function. So this function get called when we're gonna trigger with something, and we can extract information by going over to this collision parameter. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and over here we want to check if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to a box. If that is the case, and make sure you spell it correct. So basically we just going over to collision dot game object, means the game object we just trigger it with, and we definitely gonna trigger with that ground game object, and we assign it that ground as a box tag, and we accessing the tag as you can see. So basically we just going over to that ground game object, and we accessing the tag, and we checking if the tag is equals to box, and indeed the tag is box. Means what we need to do, we need to spawn our ground. So for now I just want to print out my a message in my console tab, and later on we just gonna replace that. So let's use this debug.log in order to print out, and I'm gonna say something like let's say spawn next round, and spawn next round, and that seems great. And we have to check it. So I'm gonna select my console tab in order to check it out, and let's check this. And indeed indeed if we I'm gonna pause my game, and if I move over to my console tab, we can see a message just gets pop up, says spawn next round. So instead of printing out message, what I want to do, I want to spawn my next round. and I'm gonna make my player speed a little bit up. So let's do those things. I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I will select my player and move his speed. I'm gonna make it something around 3 in order to check, and I will open up my ground spawner script. So I will head over to my ground underscore spawner script. So we calling the function in the start. So I don't want to call it for now. We're gonna do it later. Sorry, I done the mistake over here. So I'm gonna do that later, and we're gonna use the singleton pattern. We have done it earlier. So we will go to top of our class, and we do know that we basically need to call this function, and this function just gonna spawn that. So we need to call this function, and we will call this function from inside that player C# class where we triggering. So we need to call it, and in order to make it easy, basically to make our keep our coding clean, we're gonna use singleton. So we will go to top of our class, and if you little bit confused about this, then you can check out my previous lectures or chapters where I have explained it singleton pattern already, so you can check that out. So we're gonna make public static, and we need to create a variable, and the type should be the name of the script, which is ground underscore spawner, and I'm gonna call this one instance. Let's call this one instant, and let's use the awake function. And over here we will check if there is no instant. So if instance equals to null, means empty, then the instant we're gonna set this script itself. So we will set instant equal to this, and let's suppose there is already instant of this class, then we need to destroy that one. So else if it there already a instant of this class, then we're gonna destroy that. So let's use this destroy, and we're gonna destroy this itself. So we're gonna pass this, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's head over to our player scape. Now what we need to do, we need to call the function. So we simply printing out the message. So instead of doing this, we just want to call the function. So let's remove this, and we're gonna call the function. And to call the function, we will go to our ground spawner script first, then we're gonna access the instant, and we're gonna call the spawn ground function. So let's call it spawn ground, and that's it. And head over to Unity editor, and we're gonna check that out if it's working fine or not. Now the script gets compiled, so I will head over to my player script, and player C# script in the inspector, and I'm gonna make the acceleration something like 0.1, and the move speed something 4. And let's take a look on this, and indeed the ground just spawned here, and we can see it's working fine. And if we trigger with this, and if I pause my game, as you can see, as soon as we basically you can simply say we trigger with the box collider 2D. If I choose the second one, so this one, we can see multiple grounds spawned from the same position. So what we basically need to do, we need to change the second position. So we need to spawn it from the next point that we created inside our ground game object. So we want to spawn it from there instead of spawning every ground from this position. So we will get out of play mode, and we need to move over to that script in which script we spawning it, and we do know we're doing inside ground spawner. So we will head over to our ground spawner script, and over here as you can see we just passed the position which is next point. So we also need to change this position in the next time for the next round, because we just want to spawn the second ground from the next point that we created inside every ground game object. So we just want to spawn from that. So we need to change the position which is our next spawn point. To do that, firstly what we need to do, we basically need to go over to that game object. So we spawned this ground prefabs, whatever it's pick up at this position with no rotation. As you can see we just passed. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this the game object that we spawned. So in our case it will be ground. So let's store that ground into a container or into a variable type, and the variable type will be game object, because the ground game object itself a whole game object. So we're going to store it into a game object type, container, or variable, or you can simply say a parameter, and we can call this one temp ground, or short for temporary ground, and let's set equal to this. So we're spawning this ground at this position with no rotation, and after spawning that we just took that spawn ground that we spawned it, and we stored it into this temp ground variable, as you can see. And now what we have to do, we need to change the next spawn point to our that game object that we spawned to that child game object, basically the next point. So we will go to temp ground, temp ground. So sorry, we need to set the position. So basically we will set our next spawn point equal to, and now we need to set the position. So we will go to temp ground dot game object, and then we're gonna use this dot find. Sorry, we need to use this, we can simply use temp ground dot game object dot transform. Then we're gonna use this find, and we need to make these brackets, and then inside quotation we need to pass the game object or the position that we're looking for. So we're looking for next spawn point, so we're going to type this next is spawn point, a spawn point, and then we need to type dot transform dot position, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what we're simply doing, let's suppose we spawn let's suppose we spawn the fourth ground. So if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and if I take any of them, let's suppose the fourth one, if I drag it over here, so we're spawning this ground. Let's assume that we're spawning this ground. So basically we just go then what we're doing, we just storing this ground into this temp ground variable that we created over here, you can see. So we storing this ground into this temp ground, and then what we're doing, we're just setting the next spawn point, the position, equal to temp ground dot game object dot transform. Basically we're just going over to this game object, this temp ground game object. So in our case, we assume made this ground underscore 4, so we basically going over to this game object, and then we going over to transform component of this game object, you can see in the inspector. Then what we're doing, by this transform, we basically using dot find function in order to find the next point. Basically we just going over to this game object, and we taking this position, and if I select my ground underscore 4 in the hierarchy, and then click over here, so we basically taking this next spawn point, and inside this quotation we basically need to make sure that spelling is correct, so make sure. So basically we just going over to this next spawn point by using that find function, and inside that find function we need to pass the position, sorry, we need to pass the name of the game object. So in our case, we can see the name of the game object is next spawn point, and next spawn point, and inside quotation we need to make sure the spelling is correct. And after that, what we're doing, we're just going over to that game object transform component, and then accessing the position. So in our case, we basically going over to this next spawn point transform component, and by this transform component we accessing the position, as you can see in the inspector. So we have the position, and then what we're doing, we're just taking that position, and we're storing that position into this next point, next spawn point. So basically we just changed the next spawn point position. Now the every ground just gonna spawn from this position, or basically every game object ground next position, next spawn point position, it's gonna spawn. I hope you get the idea. And now what we need to do, we basically need to save our script. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script, and let's move to Unity editor. For now I'm gonna delete my ground underscore 4. So the every ground game object just gonna spawn from that next spawn point that we created earlier. So I'm gonna select my ground underscore 4, and let's delete that one, and I'm gonna scroll my mouse to zoom out, and let's check it out. so it's gonna spawn from here. And if we trigger with the which with basically gonna spawn from here, if we trigger with that, so the third ground should be spawned from somewhere over here. So let's check that out. I want to click on this play button in the top to play our game. Fine, fine, it's fine. And if we firstly, I'm gonna pause my game, and if I select my cron underscore 4, so this is our box collider 2D. So if we trigger this one, so the next ground should be spawned from this position, because we accessing this position and we storing this position into that next spawn point variable that we created, which is the position variable. So now let's check it out. So I'm gonna check this out, and surely it's working fine. And so basically the next ground is spawned from this position. And if we trigger with this one, so if I select my ground underscore 4 in the hierarchy, so if we trigger this one, then the next one should be spawned from this position once again. So let's trigger with this box collider 2D, and I'm gonna zoom out to check it, and you will able to notice that indeed it's working, and it's working fine. And what we have to do, we need to destroy after some period of time. So what we spawned behind, we basically need to destroy it after some period of time, and for that we can use a function called something like a crown sorry, we can use a script. Basically we're gonna create a script for that, for every single crown, uh, and we're gonna take a look on it. So we can simply move over to our project tab, and then assets, let's move over to our script folder. Let's right click, create mono behavior script, and I'm gonna call this script to something like ground. Let's call it ground, and we need to open this up. Let's double click on it in order to open that up inside Visual Studio. And also we need to make sure that we attach this script to our every ground. So I'm going to select my every ground from my prefab folder, and we're gonna add this script to every ground that we created, because we basically want to destroy. Just wait, and now it's done. So I'm gonna select my ground. So let's select all of this, all of this. Let's select all of this, and I'm gonna lock it first, and I will head over to my script folder, and let's select the ground script, and let's drag it over to this add component section. And now we attach this ground script to every you can simply say to every ground. And I'm gonna unlock that, and if I move over to basically select every ground, if we select the first one, we can see the ground script is attached. If we select the second one, indeed the second the ground script is still attached. So now let's open up the script by double clicking on it, and to destroy that we're going to use the on trigger and on trigger enter 2D function. So we're going to use the on trigger exit 2D function. So let's use this on trigger exit 2D function, and let me explain what this function actually does. So this function get called when we trigger out. So if I select my ground underscore 7, so let's suppose if we trigger out from this box collider 2D, let's suppose player is somewhere over here. So we do know that it's going to trigger out this from this box collider 2D. So that's why this function over here just gonna get called, and we can as always we can extract information but we trigger it out by going over to this collision parameter. So what we will do over here, we're gonna check. So let's use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and curly brackets, and we want to check if collision dot object dot tag, if it's equals to player, and we need to pass inside quotation. So collision dot game object means the game object that our ground trigger it out. So definitely player just gonna trigger it out from this ground game object. Then what we need to do, we need to destroy that this ground after some period of time, because to just keep clean our to keep hierarchy clean, so we need to destroy after some period of time. And we definitely gonna trigger with trigger out from that player game object. So now what we need to do, we need to destroy the ground. And to destroy ground, let's use the destroy function. So we want to destroy the ground itself, and this script is setting on our every ground, so we need to destroy the ground itself. So we're going to pass this dot game object means the ground game object itself. And the second thing, we can specify the time, after how much amount of time we want to destroy, after how much amount of the time that we want to destroy when we trigger out. So something like I want to destroy after 5 seconds, so I can put 5f, and it's gonna be okay. You can create a variable for this, so I'm gonna create a variable. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a public that will be float, and we can call this one destroy time. Destroy time. And by default I'm gonna give something around 5f, mean 5 seconds. And over here, instead of hard coding, we're gonna pass our destroy time. And after something like 5 seconds, it's going to destroy, because as a destroy time we have chosen 5. Let's check it out. So let's play our game, and it's spawned from here. And if we trigger out this box correlated 2D after 5 seconds, this ground will be destroy itself. And indeed it's working fine. So basically this getting destroyed after 5 seconds, and we can notice that. And we also need to stop moving our main camera once our player in the bottom. And I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my project. At the start of the game, we want to spawn some grounds. We're gonna use for loop for it. So let's open up our ground spawner script by double clicking on it, and let's go to start function. And inside this start function, we're gonna use for loop in order to spawn at one time multiple ground in the start of the game. So let's use that. So for it, what we're gonna do, we're gonna spawn it. So let's use this for loop for, and tap twice, basically tap key, double tap on it, basically double tap on it. So it's gonna fill out the for loop, and it can run up to this length. And over here this for loop just gonna start from 0, as you can see. And the condition we need to pass right over here, which is says length. So instead of passing length, we need to pass that how many crowns we have. So we will pass this parameter. So let's remove this length. Let's pass over here grounds underscore prefabs dot length. It's basically means how many ground prefabs we have. We can check that out if I move over to my Unity and then open up my prefab folder, and then ground underscore prefabs folder. We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So we have 7 grounds. Means this ground prefabs dot length means how many grounds prefab we have. So we have 7 prefab. So this condition over here for loop, it's gonna run up to 7 times. And let's suppose if you want to spawn 3 grounds, then you can simply pass 3, or you can simply pass 2 as well. Means in the start of the game, how many grounds you want to spawn. So I want to spawn 3 grounds, so that's why I'm gonna pass 3. So it's gonna start from 0. and as 0 we do know that it's lesser than 3, so the condition over here getting true. So whatever we're gonna do, it's gonna be execute, and after that from that 0 it's gonna add 1, and we can notice right over here I plus plus, it's basically means 0 plus 1, it's 1. So over here for loop gonna run second time, and is now 1, so 1 is still lesser than 3, lesser than 3, so the condition over here once again it's true. So whatever we're gonna do inside this curly bracket still gonna execute. So the I is 1, so 1 plus 1 gonna be 2, so this I is now 2, and in the third times this I over here is now 2, and 2 is still lesser than 3, means it is still gonna execute, and after that it's gonna add up 1, so 2 plus 1 it's gonna be 3. And if we run if this for loop runs 4 time, now this I is 3, and 3 is not lesser than 3, so the condition over here breaks out once our I reaches 3, because we do know that 3 is not lesser than 3, 3 is equals to 3, or 3 is equal to 3, so the condition over here getting false. So that's why this for loop right over here it's just gonna run only 3 times, because as second over here we just pass 3. Let's suppose you pass 2, then this for loop just gonna run 2 times. So but the condition should be right over here. So now what we have to do, we need to call the function which is our spawn ground. So what I'm gonna do, inside this curly bracket we will call out our spawn ground function, means this function, and we do know what this function is really doing. It's basically taking a random ground prefabs and it's spawning from that next point. So let's call out the spawn ground function, spawn ground, and we do know that this function over here it's going to run 3 times since we pass inside this for loop as a second argument right over here is 3. If you want to spawn 5 grounds in the start of the game, then you can put 5, or you can simply pass grounds dot prefabs, which basically means grounds underscore prefabs dot len, means how many grounds we have. So since I want to spawn only 3 crowns, so that's why inside this for loop I just pass 3. So this for loop just gonna run until and unless this condition over here breaks out. If it breaks out, then this function just gonna stop calling, means we will see 3 crowns in the start of the game when we just gonna hit our play button in order to play our game. And we need to make sure we save our script, and Unity just gonna take few seconds in order to compile our script, and it's totally compile it. Now we just gonna see, and indeed if I pause my game, in the start of the game we can notice, if we move over to my hierarchy we can see we have the first ground and the second one and the third one, and so on. And we need to fill this, we have basically we already done a mistake. We need to put these tiles over here, so it's not gonna seem like this weird. It's gonna seems like it's totally overlapping, so we need to be off from that. For that we need to fix our tile, and indeed we can notice 3 ground spawned. We have 1 2 3 because we triggered it with that, so that's why it's spawning, and we need to fix that as well. We spawn it from here, and it's going basically fine. And we can call that on trigger interface function, basically where we spawning, we can just get off from that. Let's get out of play mode, and if I open up my player scape, if I move over to my player scape, we calling the spawn ground function over here, we can see. So what we want to do, we don't want to call this spawn ground function in the start of the game, sorry, once we're gonna trigger with the box. So first thing what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna uncheck the first ground. Basically what we have to do, we're gonna select our first ground that we have in the scene view. So in my case, ground underscore 7. I will delete this one, and let's take the first one and let's drag it into the scene view. Drag it into this scene view or into this hierarchy. We can drag it, and I don't want to assign this ground as a box, because if we trigger with that, we're gonna spawn a ground from here, which we really don't want. We do know that we're using the for loop in order to spawn 3 grounds in the start of the game, in the start of the game. So that's why we're gonna untag the first ground as a normal tag. Basically we just need to untag. So let's select our ground underscore 1. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna click on this tag, and we're gonna assign with untag. Now this player game object will know this is not our ground, because in the start of the game we're spawning 3 grounds, so that is the reason. And let's move to overrides and then apply all, and let's see what's happening. So by now it should be fixed, because we're spawning in the start of the game 3 grounds. You can pass inside that for loop it 5. If you want to spawn 5 grounds in the start of the game, you can put 6, and indeed it's working. But the position we getting from here, so what we need to do, we just want to spawn something from here. So we need to check the position. So firstly we need to we're gonna unpack this ground underscore 1 game object. So let's select that, let's right click on it, let's go to prefab and unpack in the bottom, and we will choose our next point from this ground, and let's take this out from this ground underscore 1 game object in the hierarchy. And if we select our next spawn point, then move over to inspector, we can see the position in the X, which is 15.74, and let's simply choose a simpler number, or we can go with 15.74, and in the Y we can see it's minus 2.06. So we need to assign the position in the start of the game. For that we will open up our ground spawner script. Let's move over to ground underscore spawner script, and we assign it the position over here. And in the X we have chosen 48. Instead of choosing 48, we need to choose this 15.74. So let's pass as a first argument, which is 15.74 f, and the second thing, which is the y value. So the y value, if we take a look, which is minus 2.06. So let's put it inside over here. So minus 2.06 f, and it seems fine by now. So the position we assign it, and it should be spawned from here, not from there. And make sure you just don't make the first ground, basically don't assign the first ground that you have currently in the scene view or in the hierarchy as a box tag or a specific tags a tag, because we don't want to spawn it. We using the for loop it in order to spawn 3 grounds in the start of the game, and it should be spawned from here. Let's check that out. If you little bit confused about the for loop, then you can just rewatch this lecture or chapter in order to grasp it. Basically for loops runs until and unless the second condition gets breaks out. And indeed we can notice that the first ground spawned sorry, 1 ground we can see over here, the second ground here, and the third ground here. And if we move to hierarchy tab, in the bottom we can notice 3 ground just spawned, which is ground underscore 4 clone, ground underscore 5 clone, and the ground underscore 7, because we as a second argument we pass I, which is 3. 3 we can put 5 as well. Let's put 5 there. So let's move over to our ground underscore spawner script, and over here I'm gonna pass something around 5, and right now it should spawn 5 grounds in the start of the game as a because that for loop just gonna run 5 times. As a second condition we just pass 5, so that is the reason until and unless that condition breaks out. And let's take it, and we basically need to assign the tile map. Basically what we have to do, we need to make it seamless. Over here you can notice that I just make it like the I place it top left, sorry, bottom left corner over here, the tile set. Instead of doing that, we need just gonna pick up this area and we can paste it over here by opening up our grid. But before we do, let's have a look on this. It kinda bit weird, weird I guess, because we seamlessly not doing it, and we need to do that. And indeed it seems fine. And if we move to hierarchy, we can see we spawned ground underscore 7, and we can zoom out in the scene view in order to take a look the whole thing. We have ground underscore 7, ground underscore 1, ground underscore 6, ground underscore once again, and ground underscore 5 once again. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 in the hierarchy, because as a second argument we just pass 5. We can spawn 10 in the start of the game as well, so we need to pass their 10. And if we want to spawn 15, then we can simply pass our 15 integer value. And let's get out of play mode, and we need to make sure that it seems seamlessly. So I just want to copy this and I'm gonna paste it over here for each of my ground. So I will move over to my project tab, assets, prefabs, and then ground underscore prefab subfolder, and let's open up the second one by double clicking on it. And what we will do, we will select the crate in the hierarchy, and then let's click on this open tile palette in the scene view, and let's pick up this area or this tile, and let's paste it over here. It can take up a little bit second since my system is little bit slow. I really apologize for that. So I'm gonna choose this pick tool, and let's pick up this area. Sorry, firstly we need to select our ground tile or the top tile. So in my case I'm gonna choose my top tiles, and now let's select this tool, and the shortcut key is I. We can simply press down I in order to select that tool, and let's select this area, and I'm gonna paste it over here like this. And we need to do with each of those ground. Let's do that. Let's open up the third one by double clicking on it, and let's choose one against our top tiles. Let's select this tool, and let's paste it over here like this. Sorry, I'm gonna erase this area, and now this is fine. Make sure it just cover up. Let's Sorry, make sure you just doing as I'm doing over here, and it's gonna work fine. Let's open up the third one. Sorry, we need to select our grid underneath ground underscore 6 top tiles. I'm gonna erase this area. Now this seems great. So let's get back to our you can simply say in this scene view. Let's test that out. And by now you can see it's like seamlessly not gonna look like it's overlapping, because we perfectly and precisely we place it our top tiles and the tiles we have, and indeed we can take a look, and it seems like it's pretty much fine, and we can notice this seems. And if I pause my game, we can see this seems pretty much great. And let's take a closer look, and indeed it's seamlessly looking like it's not overlapping, and our seems fine. And we got a bug over here, we can see. So we need to select that in which this one is doing. So is we spawning the first one which we really don't want. So inside that array we need to take out, or we need to remove our first ground. So let's get out of play mode, and let's select our ground underscore spawner game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to ground underscore spawner script. We can see we have the first ground which we don't want to spawn it. So we will take the first one, and we're gonna click on this minus icon in the bottom side, in the bottom right side, to just remove that. And now it's gonna be fine. And also to the first one I don't want anything like that. So let's select our player in the hierarchy. Let's press down F in order to focus on it. So in the first ground, what I want to do, I just want to remove this area, because in the start of the game I don't want any difficulty. So we will choose our grids, then ground tiles. Let's open up our tile palette tab, and let's remove this area. Sorry, we can just select like this, and we can remove. And let's select this tool, and let's pick up here, and I'm gonna paste it, and we can paste it, we can take this out. So you can choose this tool, which is our area, and we can select the area that we want to drag it. And let's select the next tool, next to our this tool, and let's move it somewhere over here. And we're gonna choose this once again, and let's pick this area, and let's place it over here. And also we need to make sure that our top tiles gets over here as well. So let's select our top tiles, and I'm gonna select this area, let's paste it over here. And also we're gonna choose our background, and let's sorry, we need to choose our background. Then we're gonna choose this tool, and this seems pretty much fine. And we need to change the next spawn point, and we need to copy the position once again. So we will choose our move tool in the scene view, and let's choose this next spawn point, and let's move it somewhere around here I want to do. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna basically increase, I just want to place my background and the top tiles once again here to fill this area. And next point I want something over here, and we need to check the position in the X. In the Y we're gonna leave it to minus 2.06, but in the X we need to check that out. So in the X let's do it something around 26. So let's do it in the X 26. And also we need to fill this area, so let's do that. I'm gonna choose my background tiles, and let's fill this area. And I guess let's do it here, and let's select our top tiles, and let's do it here. And we can see by now, and let's select our ground underscore one from that folder, and we can just remove that, or we can just delete, and we can just turn this ground underscore one into a prefab. But before you do, make sure you select your ground underscore one in the hierarchy, then right click on it, go to prefab, and you're gonna see unpack. If you turn it your ground underscore one or the first ground into a prefab, like it's blue. If it's not, then you can simply make that one prefab. So I'm gonna select my ground underscore one in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to that folder. And we have ground underscore one, and we can call this one something else. So I'm going to select the first one, and let's delete that. And I'm going to call this one, which I recently turned it into a prefab, I'm going to rename that. So let's right click, rename in the top, and let's rename it to something like round underscore one. And also make sure you just remove this from that array. Means you need to select your ground underscore spawner script, and from that make sure you select the first one and then delete from that array, since we don't want to spawn the first ground and we just want it to be simple, because in the start of the game we don't want difficulty in our game. So that is the reason, that is the main reason we don't want to spawn the first ground, or we don't want to put our first ground into our array in order to spawn it. So we're not gonna spawn, so that's why we just remove that. So to do that, I will move over to my project tab, assets, sprites, and underneath my sprites folder I have a subfolder called traps, and inside that traps folder I drag it all of the traps that we need. And I can see the shuriken or the saw. So let's select the sprite sheet. Let's move to inspector, open sprite editor. Since we have multiple sprite we can see, so we need to split individually. Pixel per unit, always we're going to choose 16. And to remove our blurry thing, we need to choose filter mode to 0.0 filter, and then click this apply button in the bottom right. And let's move over to our sprite editor tab. Let's click on this slice, then select automatic to grid by cell count, and we need to count how many columns and rows we have. We have four 8 columns, so let's put 8 columns and 1 row, slice, and then apply. And let's move over to that sprite sheet, and let's click on this arrow icon to see the individuals. And I'm going to select my game view, and let's select the first one or any of them. And we're going to drag it into the scene view or into this hierarchy. Let's drag it into this scene view, and let's rename it to something like Shaw. And I'm going to drag it in the top of my hierarchy so I can see every time. So we can notice that. And we need to make the animation spinning. But before we do that, let's add some components to this saw game object. So let's click on this add component. First thing, I'm going to add a rigid body 2D, and I will set the body type to kinematics, so it's not going to fall down due to our gravity. Collision detection to continuous, and interpolate to interpolate. And let's add up our circle collider 2D for collision detection. Let's click on this add component, and let's add up a circle collider 2D. And make sure you check the is trigger box, check that, so our player game object will able to easily pass through this saw game object. And we can adjust the radius. We can move over to radius slot, and we can make it something around 0.9. Let's make the radius a little bit less. And once we done let's assign this saw game object as a trap tag, since this is a trap. So that's why we need to assign it with a tag called trap or something just like that. Let's click on this untag in the inspector, then add tag. Let's create a new tag, and I'm gonna name this tag to something around trap, then save. And make sure you select your game object once again in the hierarchy and assign with the tag which you recently created. And you can take a look that I just assigned this trap as a trap game object. And we can make the animation by now. Let's make it. Let's begin with making our animation. For that, let's move over to project tab, assets, sprites, then traps folder, and let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift. and let's drag it top of this saw game object in the hierarchy to make the animation right away. And we need to place the animation where we want to place it. So let's click these assets in the top left side, and we have the animation folder. So let's quickly open that up by double clicking on it, and let's create another subfolder for our traps animation. Let's right click, new folder, and we're gonna name this folder to uh, like we can call it traps underscore animation, something just like that. And let's open up this subfolder by double clicking on it, and we will name this animation clip to something like saw spinning. So let's call it saw, or you can call it saw spinning. So I'm gonna call it saw underscore spinning. And if the spelling is incorrect, I really apologize. I don't know, but let's do that. Let's click on the save button in the bottom right, and if we select our saw, then move over to animation tab and then click on this play button, we can see the animation indeed playing. And now what we have to do, we're gonna attach a script to our saw game object in order to damage our player. We can do inside our player script, but that's gonna be a pretty critical. If we create a separate script for these traps, it's just gonna be fine and our project will be clean. So that is the main reason to just create a separate script for our traps as well. To do that, we will go to our assets, then script folder, right click, create mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like saw. I already created a script called saw, so I'm gonna select my saw game object in the hierarchy, and let's select the script and drag it over to this add component section. And let's open that saw script by double clicking on it, and let's remove the start and update function, but I'm gonna leave the start function. Why? Because I want to spinning animation a little bit faster, so we need a reference to this animator component of this saw game object, and after that we can just speed up the animation. So that's why I'm not gonna remove the start function, but indeed we're gonna remove this update function, we don't need, and we will use the on trigger. But before we work on that, I just want to speed up my animation, so we need a reference to our animator component. So let's go to top of our class and let's grab the reference. So we're gonna make it private, it doesn't need to be public, and the component that we are looking for is animator. So we will type animator, and let's call it something like animator. We just created a variable, and we will use this start function in order to take the reference. So we will use this dot game object, means it's referencing itself. Then we're gonna get the component, so dot get component. Let's make these arrows, and in between these arrows we need to pass the component that we're looking for. So we're looking for our animator component, so we need to type the animator, uh, means the component name, and then make first bracket, and that's it. And now we have this animator component, and let's store it, this animator component, inside this animator parameter that we created top of our class. So let's put it there. So we will set our animator equal to this, means basically we taking this animator component of this saw game object, and then we just taking that and we putting inside this animator component the variable that we created up here. Now we have the animator component, and we can simply access the speed of our animator component, and we can set it to some variable. Let's create a variable for our animator speed, and we will make that one public, so we can just adjust underneath our show script. So let's move to top of our class, and we will make this public, since we want to adjust underneath our script, and this will be float, and we can call this one animator speed. So I'm gonna call this one animator speed, and by default I'm gonna set it to something like 1.2f. One basically normal, but I put 1.2f, basically speed up a little bit. And then after grabbing the reference, then we can set the animator speed. So we will firstly go to animator component, and then we need to access the speed of the animator, so dot speed, and we can set the speed equal to our animator speed, which is 1.2f. Means it's normally just gonna be a little bit up. That means the spinning just gonna be a little bit fast. And now let's get back to Unity editor, and we should see that gonna happen, and we can adjust this animator speed, the variable that we created inside our show script. That's one we made it public, so that's why we gonna able to adjust the speed underneath our show script. We can go with 1.5, and if you put something like 2, then the animation speed will be twice 2 times faster. So animator speed, I'm going to choose something around 1.5, and let's take a look on this. Normally the speed, if you just put 1, it's normal speed. If you put 2, then speed will be 2 times faster than as usual. You can go with any number. If you wish, you would like to go with any number, it's totally up to you. And indeed we can notice the animation shifts a little bit faster. And if I just make it animator speed, so I just click on this pause button in the top to pause my game, and if I set it to something like 2, you will see by now the animation gonna be 2 times faster. And we can click on this pause button in the top to unpause our game, and indeed we can notice that sorry, we need to do it in the start of the game. Basically we need to get out of play mode, and if I choose as animator speed something around 2, and then play my game, the animation speed uh, will be much faster than as usual. Basically it will be 2 times more than our normal speed. And indeed we can notice it's spinning too much fast, so we can just get out of play mode. I'm gonna choose something around 1.6, and 1.6 just gonna be a perfect number for me. But if you just would like to go with 2, it's totally up to you. If you wish, you can go with any number that you would like to go with. And now what we have to do, we need to make sure that if this player game object trigger with this saw game object, means just trigger it with this trap, then we need to call the take damage function from our player script. And that take damage function, our damaging our player, we do know, so we can call it. For that we will open up our script, and we're gonna use on trigger enter 2d. Why? Because we check the is trigger box that you seen earlier. That is the reason we just gonna use the on trigger enter 2d function. And let's do it over here, on trigger enter 2d function. And we do know that this function get called when we gonna trigger with something. So if we trigger with our player game object, then we need to call that take damage function from our player skip in order to damage our player. But before we damage our player, we need to make sure that we assign it our player as a player tag. So if we head over to Unity editor, select our player in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, we can notice we assigned this player as a player tag. If you haven't, then just click on it and then assign it with player. So we already assigned this player as a player tag, and now we basically need to check the trigger. And we always know that we can access by this collision parameter over here, this argument. We can extract information about what we trigger it with, anything that we would like to extract. For now I just want to print out message. So firstly we're gonna use this if condition to check. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we just want to check check. So we will pass our collision dot game object, and collision dot game object means the game object we trigger it with. And now we're gonna access the tag of it dot tag, and we will check if the tag is equals to player. If that is the case, means we triggering with our player, means this show game object just triggering with this player game object. So we can call the take damage function from our player skip. But before I do that, I simply want to print out a message something like this show game object trigger with our player. So let's print out the message debug.log, and I will print out show trigger it with, and top of that plus we're gonna add the message. We will say something like collision dot game object dot name, and close that up with semicolon. So this message should be pop up underneath our console tab, says show trigger it with collision dot game object, means the game object that we trigger it with. So we definitely gonna trigger with our player, and then we accessing the name. So the name of the player game object is player, so the message should be show trigger it with player whenever we're gonna trigger with our player game object. So make sure you select your console tab, because we just want to see the message for now. And also make sure you just check the is trigger box to true, or basically check that one inside your trap game object, which I already have done it. So you need to do that as I have done earlier. And I'm gonna clear all of the previous messages, and let's play our game. For different, we also gonna have spear. You can simply say spear, you can say spear traps. So let's trigger with our player, and indeed if we move over to our console tab, the message just gets pop up that says so trigger it with player. So instead of printing out message, we want to damage our player. So what I want to do, I'm gonna open up my player scape, and we will use the singleton pattern to just directly access the take damage function from our player scape. And if you confuse, as always, I'm gonna suggest you to check out the chapter where I have explained it about singleton, or chapter or lecture, so you can check that out. I'm gonna open up my player script. Let's open that up quickly, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make our singleton. And I already done it, so I don't need to do it. As you can see in the top of my class, public static player instant, and we can call the take damage function from our player script that we created over here. And this take damage function, we do know what it's doing. So now let's move over to our show script, and instead of printing out message, we're gonna call the function. So we will go to player script, player dot instant, and now dot, let's call the take damage function. So I'm gonna call take damage, and this function, it's gonna take the damage amount. So since I want to damage by 1 unit, so I'm gonna pass something around 1, and it's done. Let's check it out. And we can create a spear, you can simply say spear trap as well. Let's give it some few seconds to compile our script, and the compilation almost done. And I'm going to select my player in the hierarchy, and let's check it. So the max health, we can notice we have something around 5. By default we have given to our player game object, which is 5. it should be 4 as soon as we're gonna trigger with this saw, and indeed it's becoming 4. And if we trigger with second time with this saw, it's gonna be something like 3, and it's basically working fine. And we need to turn this saw game object into a prefab, so we're gonna have the copy of it and we can place around our level. Let's turn it into our prefab. So let's select the saw game object in the hierarchy, and I will move over to my prefabs folder, and let's create another subfolder for our traps. So let's right click on this prefab, create folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like traps underscore prefabs. Prefabs, something like that. I spell it wrong, really apologize. It should be prefabs, and let's select our saw and let's drag it inside that folder in order to turn it into a prefab. Now we just turn it into a prefab and it seems pretty much great. And let's duplicate this prefab to just see. Let's duplicate 5 times, because we have player max health 5 amount 5 unit health, so we just want to check that out. I'm gonna select my saw in the hierarchy and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's move this one here. Let's duplicate one more time. I'm gonna duplicate 5 times, and let's check it out. So we have 5 unit of health of this player game object, and if we trigger with all of this, then we just gonna lose all of our health of this player game object. Let's see this. We the max health becoming 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, and then 0. And indeed we need to duplicate one more time, sorry. Let's duplicate, we just want to duplicate 6 times, and let's move it up here, and I'm gonna select all of them. Let's move it to the left direction, and let's take a look on this. And also we need to show up how many health we have inside our player game object in the UI, and we will talk about it later. We can see it's became 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, then 0, and if we take 1, and we can see that our player game objects dies immediately, and we need to stop basically destroying our ground once it's inside our, you can simply say, uh, once our player game object inside that ground tile. And it's looking fine, by the way. We can destroy our ground something like after 100 seconds. If you just don't want to try out difficult things, then you can just destroy your ground. You can choose the maximum time. If you would like to go with, you can go with something around 100 seconds. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and this seems pretty much fine. And the duplicate one, I'm gonna delete it, all of them. I will select all of them in the hierarchy by holding down shift or control, and let's press down delete, and that's it. Let's make our camera movement independent. We want to have our main camera, basically it's need to move to the right direction independently. It should not follow our player, but it should move as the same speed of our player moving to the right direction. So first thing what we need to do, we need to take out the slot. We need to select our Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go over to Cinemachine camera component, and tracking target. We can see that we just pass our player transform, means we just following our player, which we don't want. We want our main camera to move to the right direction independently. So that's why we're gonna choose none over here instead of choosing our player. Now our Cinemachine camera, or basically the main camera, is now independent. If I select my move tool in the scene view and try to move it anywhere in the scene view, we can notice it's moving independently and the player is not moving with it. I means it's independent by now. And we can create a script in order to move this main camera to the right direction. And to do that, we're gonna create a script called something like camera move. So let's head over to our project tab, assets, then a script folder, right click on it, create a mono behavior script, and you can call the script something like camera move. I have created a script called camera move and I have it inside my script folder. So what we need to do, we need to attach this attach this script to our Cinemachine camera. So make sure you select the Cinemachine, not the main camera, select the Cinemachine one and attach the script there, which is camera move. And we're gonna open up our script by double clicking on it. And we need to move our this main camera to the right direction as the same speed of our player moving to the right direction. So however, we need a reference to our player script, and we can access the we need our player script, a player skip, and inside that player skip we already created a variable called move speed that we created. So we need to get access of that parameter, and we can multiply with the movement we moving to our main camera. Let me show you how we're gonna do that. So let's open up our skip by double clicking on it, and we can remove the start function we don't need. So let's remove that, and we will use this update function. And inside this update function, we're gonna use this transform sorry, it should be transform dot translate function. As always, these functions gonna take the direction in which direction we want to move, or basically a vector 3 parameter. So since we want to move to the right direction, so we can simply pass vector2 dot right. So we will pass vector2 dot right, vector2 dot right, and we can multiply with our player speed, but we need to get access of it. And vector2 dot right over here, it basically means 1 in the x and 0 in the y. Because we don't want our player to the move in the y axis, we only want our player move to the right direction. So that's why we use this vector2 dot right. It's mean 1 in the x and 0 in the y, and we need to multiply with our player speed. So we need a reference to our player script. And if we move over to our player C# class, and then move over to top of our class, we created a parameter called move speed, and we have it over here. So we need to get access of it, and we already created the singleton pattern, we can see. So we can directly type the name of the script, which is player, and then instant, and then we can access the move speed. So let's move over to our camera underscore move C# class, and we will multiply this with our move speed. So firstly we will go to our player script, then dot instant, then dot, we're gonna access the move speed. Now we're moving this main camera, basically transform dot translate, it's just gonna move our main camera to the right direction. And this function basically take the direction or a vector2 or vector3 parameter in which direction we just going. So this vector2 dot right, it basically means 1 in the x and 0 in the y, and we just multiplying with this player dot instant dot move speed. So let's suppose as a move speed we have chosen 3. So this over here it's gonna be 3, and in the x it will be 1 0. So in the x it will be 1, so 1 into 3, this one we assume it 3. So 1 into 3, it's gonna be 3, means our camera just gonna move to the right direction with 3 unit of speed, and basically according to our player move speed. So that's why we just multiply with this move speed. And we also need to make sure that we multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. So let's multiply with time dot delta time, and then close that up with semicolon. Now it's basically fine. Or we can cast this into a variable instead of doing like this. It's kind of bit pretty heavy texting we can use. I'm gonna show you it later. Now the compilation is done, and let's check it. I'm gonna click on this play button in the top so we can play our game and we can check that out. And indeed our main camera is going to the right direction as the speed of our player. And if we get stuck over here, we can still see that our main camera is moving no matter where a player is. And if the player game object dies, we can see that camera is still moving. So we need to stop moving our main camera once our player game object dies totally. We can get out of play mode and we can make that one. So firstly I'm gonna cast this script which is player. So let's open up our script quickly, and let's go to top of our class, and over here we're gonna make a variable for it. It doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private. Basically we just want to grab the reference of our player script. So then we're gonna pass this player the component that we looking for, and we can call this one player. And let's use the start function, and in the start of the game we just want to grab the reference. So we will go to our player, then dot instant, means we just taking our player script, and now we're gonna we're gonna say, basically we will take our player dot instant and we're gonna put it into this player that we created the variable over here. So let's put it there, player equal to this, and it seems fine. And instead of typing player dot instant dot move speed, we can have it over here, we have it over here. So we can simply remove that, and we can just move over to player dot speed, move speed. So firstly we just go taking we just created a variable called player type, or basically we're looking for player. And then we just going over to player dot instant, means that we're taking the player C# class and we're storing inside this player script we can see over here. And then we can simply we directly accessing the player move speed. And now what we have to do, we need to stop moving our main camera once our player game object destroy itself when it's in the y-axis, we do know. So we need to stops moving our main camera. And in order to stop that, we're gonna head over to our player script, and we will create a variable in order to keep track of if the player game object died or not. And I'm gonna make it in the bottom somewhere over here. And we need to make this parameter public so we can easily access through another class or another script. And I don't want to see this variable underneath my player script. If I move over to my Unity editor, select my player and go over to my player script, over here I don't want to see that parameter, I just want to hide it. And in order to hide that parameter, we can use hide in inspector. But before we do that, we need to create the parameter. So let's create that. So we're gonna make a public, and this will be bool, and it's just gonna keep track of if our player game object died or not. So we're gonna make a bool variable, and we can call this one is player diet, and let's close that up with semicolon. And I don't want to see this parameter underneath my script, so we can simply use this square brackets, and a square inside this square brackets we can put this hide in inspector, and it's gonna hide our variable underneath our player script part. We can easily access through another C# class or script since we made it public. but it's gonna be hide underneath our player skip. And we will go to our start function, and in the start of the game is player diet we're gonna set equal to fall. The reason is in the start of the game our player can gonna have some health amount, so that's why in the start of the game is player diet, or inside our start function we will set equal to false. But let's suppose player game object loses all of his health, means it dies. Then in that situation, we need to set our is player died to true, because it's totally gets destroy itself. So we will move over to our fall die function, and the die function. Let's go there, and over here we can see we destroying our player. We disabling the box collider 2D and doing all of these things. So over here we also need to set the is player diet equal to true inside our die function, and we need to do the same thing when we die by falling, and we can see we have done it over here. So we will set is player diet equal to true, and now it's done. And we have to save our script, and we can simply move over to our camera underscore move script. So over here this line of code is responsible for moving our main camera to the right side, and before we move we need to make sure that if our player it's destroy itself, then we need to stop moving. So for that we're gonna use our if condition to check whether our player game object is died or not, basically that parameter that we created. Let's use the if function, if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets, and over here we want to check. So firstly we need to go over to our player script, so we will go to player, and then we're gonna access the it dot is player diet, and we will check if it's equals to true. True means that our player game object just loses all of his health. That means what we need to do, we need to stop moving. So inside this curly bracket we basically need to pass this return, and after return whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all, means our main camera will stop moving as soon as our player game object just gonna loses of all of his health, or it's gonna die. Simply we checking, we just going over to player escape, and we accessing the is player diet parameter, and we checking if that one is equals to true, means that parameter is true. And then what we doing, we just typing return, and after return whatever we gonna do, or whatever line of code we just put, it's not gonna be execute at all, means our main camera will stop moving to the right direction as soon as our player game object gonna die. And if we move over to our player skip, basically we simply moving over to this player skip, and then we accessing this parameter that we created over here, and we just hide it underneath our player skip. Let's get back to our camera underscore move skip, and let's save it our main camera, and that's fine. And I will select my player in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on it. Let's check this out, and we have some enemies. Let's die over here, and it's tied, and indeed the main camera just stops moving as soon as our player game object dies. And we're gonna get out of play mode, and now we're gonna check with our enemy game object. So firstly I'm gonna select my player, and let's go to player script, and the max health I'm gonna keep something around 2 in order to checking in order to purpose of checking purpose. And we're gonna die with our enemy bullet. Let's check this out, and we have enemy red enemy here. Let's jump over on top of these tiles, and sorry, we need to make the jump height a little bit up. Let's make the jump height something around. First I'm gonna move, instead of making the jump high, I will make the move speed 3.5, and acceleration I'm gonna choose 0. 0. Uh, 0.08, a little bit bigger number, or we can simply pass 0 0.1, and this seems pretty much cool. Just play around or mess around with those values to get a perfect speed, and we're doing for checking purpose only, but make sure once you make the game completely completely, then check out. So let's jump, and indeed we're jumping. Firstly I'm gonna kill this enemy. Sorry, I'm not. Let's let's kill. I don't know, this enemy is not killing at all. Let's get out of play mode. I'm gonna make the shooting type of those enemies less, so it's gonna shoot frequently. To do that, I will head over to my prefabs folder, then enemies underscore sub prefabs folder, and I will select all of the enemy by holding down shift. Then let's move over to our enemy underscore one script in the in the inspector, and let's make the shooting time to something around 0. 0.4, and now it's gonna shoot. Take your Cinemachine camera and just move it a little bit up to just cover whole area. And later on we also gonna include some lights to our game in order to make it amazing, so our can feel the aesthetic of it. And we are dying, and indeed we died over here. We can notice with our enemy bullet, and this player game object, sorry, we need to destroy that ground after something like 100 seconds, instead of destroying those ground right away. And this seems perfect, and it's working fine. And what we have to do, we need to destroy this player game object once our player game object outside of this main camera range. Let's suppose the player somewhere over here, then we just want to destroy our player right away. To check that out, we can just create a box collider 2D or edge collider 2D, and we can attach to our main camera. And if our player game object just trigger with that or collide with that, we can destroy our player right away, or we can just make the player max health to 0. To do that, let's select the Cinemachine camera. Let's right click on it. Let's create an empty child game object, and for that I'm going to choose Gizmos, and let's move that game object somewhere over here. And inside this game object we will attach a box collider 2D or any collider 2D in order to check that out. Let's click on this add component, and I'm gonna add a box collider 2D, and let's make the size. So let's click on this edit collider, and I'm gonna make it something like this. So why I created underneath my Cinemachine, basically we need to do it inside main camera because the main camera is moving, also the Cinemachine, but it would be perfect if you do inside your main camera instead of doing underneath your Cinemachine camera, because this Cinemachine camera just giving instruction our main camera what it's need to do. So we can take our game object, and we can take this out from our Cinemachine camera, and we can place it top of this main camera. So just drag it top of your main camera, so this game object will be child of our main camera. And we can call this game object to something like date line. Let's call this one date underscore line, sorry, let's call it date underscore line. And also make sure you just move over to is trigger and check this one, so it's gonna check with trigger. And we need to adjust the collider. and we just made it child because it's just gonna move with our main camera. And let's suppose the player is somewhere over here, so it's gonna trigger with this. And as soon as it's gonna trigger with this, we want to call the die function inside our player script, and that die function just gonna handle to destroy our player. And as soon as our player just gonna die, the main camera immediately gonna stop moving to the right direction. But we need to adjust the box collider 2D. Let's make it something like this much, sorry. And also we want to assign this game object as a deadline. Let's do that. So let's select the we need to tag that. So we will choose our deadline underscore underscore our main camera in the hierarchy. Go over to inspector, let's click on this untag, then add tag, and let's create a new tag for our deadline. So let's click on this plus icon, and let's create date underscore line, and then we need to assign it. Let's select the deadline and assign with the tag which we recently created. Now we assign it as a deadline, and also make sure you just check the is trigger as check, so it's gonna trigger, it's gonna check with trigger. And we can open up our script and we can check that out. If we trigger with this deadline, then we want to call the die function, and die function just gonna do the rest thing that we're doing. Let's open up our player script quickly, and we will move over to our on trigger enter 2D function. There we do know that what we're doing. So over here we just calling the on trigger enter. So this over here it's get called when we trigger with something, and we're gonna do it in the bottom. You can do it anywhere inside your on trigger enter 2D function. It doesn't need to be in order. If you wish, you could if you wish, you can make it in the top as well. So for that, let's use this if first bracket and some curly brackets. And over here what we want to do, we want to check. So we will go to collision. Basically we using that collision parameter dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to our deadline. So make sure you pass the tag name which is deadline, and also you need to make sure the tag is same, the tag name. To check that out, move over to Unity editor, select your deadline underneath your main camera or Cinemachine camera, go over to inspector, and we can see we assign it as deadline, and the spelling is correct, and you need to put it inside this collision, inside this quotation. Firstly we going over to collision dot game object, means the game object that we trigger it, and then accessing the tag of it. So we let's suppose the player is somewhere over here, so definitely player just gonna trigger with this deadline game object. So what we're doing, we just accessing of the tag of it, and we can notice the tag is deadline date underscore line. And if we checking that if it's equals to date underscore line tag, means we just triggering with that. So now what we have to do, we need to call the die function, and the die function doing the rest thing, which is playing the date animation clip sorry, the main camera just gonna stop moving. So we simply need to call this die function. So let's call it here. So I'm gonna call the die function, and let's make first bracket, and it's done. It's done, and that's it. When you require of them of those, let's check it out. And I'm really sorry if I'm speaking kind of bit weird, but I'm trying to include new words. I'm just practicing. And let's do this. Let's check this out. And we just died. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bump up the player max cell. So let's set it to something around 20. And now we're gonna check this out. My system is hanging, For that I'm really apologize. And now the camera will stop, and if we trigger, and indeed we just died, because if I select my main camera, the diode line we trigger it, and we can notice right over here, and it's simply working fine. And we need to destroy our ground after like 100 seconds, and that amount of time it's gonna be perfect, and we can simply get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. So you can make your player die right away. And also we need to place some traps in our game object, and we're gonna do that as well. We're gonna take a look on that in the next lecture or in the next chapter. Let's quickly create our score UI. Firstly, I'm gonna take this enemy and I'm gonna delete it from this scene view now. So let's select that, and I'm gonna delete that one. And let's create the UI first, or we can do the scripting in order to do it. So let's do the scripting, or let's start with the scripting one. So for that we will head over to our project tab, assets, and then script folder. Then right click there, create mono behavior script, and you can name it to something like score manager. And then you can just add that script to any game object in a hierarchy, or you can create a separate game object to just keep your hierarchy clean. So for this I'm gonna create a separate game object. So let's navigate to our hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna call this game object to something like score score manager. And then I'm gonna reset the transform, and let's select the script I already created. I have it over here, so I'm gonna take that one, and let's drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, and let's quickly open that up by double clicking on it. And we're gonna remove the start function, we don't need, but we do need later on, so I'm gonna just leave it as it is. So let's go to top of our class, and let's create a variable for that, and we're gonna create that. And to create that, we're gonna make this one private. It doesn't need to be public, but however we're not able to see underneath our script, and we do know that in order to see that we can just move over to debug mode, so we can easily see later on. And that will be float, and we're gonna call this one high score. So let's call it high score, or let's simply call it score. Let's call this one score, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we will move over to our start function. In the start of the game we can set the score to 0, or let's leave it like this, because by default it's gonna be 0, be 0 if we don't assign, or we can simply set equal to 0 if, just like this. And now let's navigate to our update function, and inside this update function we need to increase this score amount by some unit. So we're gonna make a variable for that, and we by now this variable we will make it public, so we can just adjust underneath our score manager script, and we don't need to come over to this script and change the value over again and again. But before I do that, I want to put a title. So we're gonna make this header, square brackets header, and I will call score and UI. So let's call it something like score and UI, just like that. And let's make a public variable, and this also gonna be a float, and we can call amount, a score amount or amount to add. So let's call it amount to add, and by default I'm gonna set equal to something like 1f, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now let's move over to this update function. So inside this update function we just want to increase our score, so we will type score, sorry, not screen, score, and top of our score we will add up this amount to add. So plus equal amount to add, sorry, amount to add, and then we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So this amount to add, by default we have given 1, and we're doing inside this update function which calls every single frame, means every single frame top of this score we just adding amount to add. So in this start of the game is 0, and we assume it 1, So this score is 0, so 0, and this amount to 8 we have chosen 1, means 0 plus 1 it's gonna be 1, and in the next frame it will be 2 because the score is now 2. So 2 plus sorry, score is now 1, so 1 plus 1 it will be 2, then 3, and the list just goes on. But to make this over time, we need to make this amount to add a constant number, or else it will be up over again and again, which we don't want. We just want to keep it in a constant number. So what we can simply do, we can simply multiply this amount to add with time dot delta time in order to make it constant over inside our update function. We do know that we need to multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. So we're gonna simply multiply with time dot delta time to make this a constant number every single frame. So this amount to add number, it will not be rising over again and again or inside our update function. So that's why we just multiply it with time dot delta time. And we need to choose in debug mode. So basically we need to navigate to our inspector, and then we need to click on this three dot like I have shown earlier many times. So we can just see that. Just wait a moment. And also we need to set the UI, and we're gonna do it in the next lecture, that how we can do that. And amount to add, we can just choose any number between 1 to 10 or 0.1 as well. And we can notice as soon as our script gets compiled, we can notice the title, which is score and UI, and the amount to add is 1. So we can adjust it over here, but we're not able to notice our which is score. And to see that, we need to move over to debug mode. So let's click on these three dots in the top right inside our inspector, and then we're going to choose this debug. And as soon as we have chosen debug score, by now we can notice it's 0. And let's click on this play button to play our game, and let's see over time this score just gonna increase 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 basically increase. It's gonna increase over time. And we can choose the amount to add a less number to just make it a small, and it's means fine, we can notice. And if I pause my game, go over to my score manager script, we can see the score is 5.95, means over time it's just increasing. But the problem is that if we die, it is still gonna increase over again and again. Even though our player game object dies totally, we can still notice this increasing this score just keep increasing and increasing. So we need to stop that once our player game object dies. Let's get out of play mode, and we do know that we basically need to get access to our player scape, and we can just stop increasing our score once our player game object dies. So let's move over to our scape. So before we increase our score, we just want to check if the max health of our player is already 0, then we need to stop doing it. So however, we need a reference to our player skip, or we can simply just move over to player because we have done the singleton. So I will head over to my score manager script, and before we increasing our score, we just want to check. So let's use the if condition, and we want to check that if our player dot instant dot max health max health, if it's lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, mean we need to stop increasing our score. So that's why we're gonna type this return. And we already knew that if we type return, after that whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all, means the score will stop adding this amount to add. It will stop wherever it is right now, means once our player game object dies. Let's suppose the max health is not lesser than or equal to 0. So else if it's not, that we want to keep increasing our score script. So we're gonna put this line of code by control X, and we're gonna paste it inside these curly brackets. Else if the player max health is not 0, means the player is still alive, then we just adding the score. You can see over here, top of our score, we just adding this amount to add, and we multiply with time dot delta time to just make frame rate independence. Now it's done. We can see so firstly what we're doing, we're just going over to this player script, the singleton we created previously. So we're just going over to this instant parameter, and by this instant parameter we're just accessing the max health, which is by default we have given 5, and we're just doing that. As you can notice over here, we're just going to max health and we're checking the max health. If it's lesser than or equal to 0, then we typing return, means we not increasing our score at all. But the max health is if our player max health is not 0, means the player is still alive, then else we just increasing our score by this much of amount, which is amount to add. And we need to check this out. So let's check it. Play your game, and we're gonna take a look on this. The score is keep increasing. Let's give our player to die, and it should be fine. And we can see it's still increasing and increasing. Basically we have done a mistake. We need to get out of play mode, and what we have to do, instead of checking player.maxl, we can check out our player game object. So we have done the mistake over here. We're just checking player maxl. Instead of doing this, we can simply select if this player dot instant, if it's equals to null, means that our player game object, means the player script is not in this in view. Let's suppose if we select our player and if we destroy it, we do know that if we destroy our player, with that our player script and this player collectible script also be destroyed. And here we checking if its player dot instance equals to null, means we don't have the instance of our player script in the scene view or in the game. And then what we're doing, we just typing return, means we don't have the player script, or you can simply say the player dot instant, means the player script or the player game object itself. If it's equals to null, means we don't have, because we do know that once our player game object destroyed, uh, uh, destroyed destroyed, it will be, or we can simply check with something like game object diet. So instead of checking with this, you can go with this as well, but you can do this thing as well. Basically I will move over to top of my class, and we can just use this function. So we're gonna, sorry, not function, we can create a variable type, and we that will be game object, and we can simply call this one player. And over here we will check if player, you can go with this, means the same thing we're doing. So we will check if player is equals to null, means we don't have the player. So first thing we need to assign it. So let's go back to Unity editor, and we need to assign it underneath our score manager script. So let's select the score manager game object in the hierarchy, and if we move over to score manager script in the inspector or in the debug mode, we can notice player and it says none. So we can simply take our player from the hierarchy and we can drag it there. Now we assign it our player variable or the player, and the player itself a game object, so that's the variable type. We just type it, which is game object variable type. And over here we checking if player is equals to null, means the player game object we don't have in the scene view or in the hierarchy or in the game. Then what we doing, we just typing return inside these curly brackets, means we just stop increasing our score, as you can notice. But else if the player game object is still alive, then we just adding the score. But if it's died, then we just stopping increasing our score, and that's it. And now what we have to do, we just gonna just gonna save our script, and that's it we need to do, and it seems amazing by now, and we can play our game. And also we need a way to save our score. Just wait, and it should uh, we need to let our player game object to die, and immediately it's gonna stop increasing the score, and indeed it does. If we move over to score manager script, then we can notice a player and it says missing, means that we destroyed our player game object completely. And as soon as we destroy it, immediately this score just gets stuck at 11.75697 unit. I means the score is this, which is 11. And basically by now it's done, we have done that thing, and we can get out of play mode. So however, we need a way to show up in the UI, so we need to create the UI. And I just want to go back in normal mode. To do that, we will click on this three dot once again in the top right inside our Unity editor, and we will click on this normal to go back in inspector mode. And now it's done. And make sure you also turn this score manager into a prefab, so you just gonna have the copy of it. So I'm gonna turn it into a prefab, so let's do that. And sorry, I'm gonna drag it over here, and we just turn it into a prefab by now. Show up our score in the UI, so let's set that up. So I'm gonna select my canvas in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on it. What we can simply do, we can simply copy this. Basically we can duplicate this text in order to create that, but for that I'm going to create a separate. So I will move over to my canvas, and I will create an empty game object, and I'm going to call that one to something like score UI. So let's select the canvas in the hierarchy, let's right click on it, let's create an empty game object, and let's call this one score UI. Like we just following the same process with our collectibles UI and as well as this player health UI. And now what we have to do, we need to make this as the size of our canvas. So let's do that. Let's go over to inspector rect transform, and we're gonna hold down alt on our keyboard, and let's choose this bottom right one. And as soon as we have chosen, it just gets as the size of our canvas. We creating separate game object, empty parent game objects to keep our canvas clean, and also the hierarchy and our project will be clean. So that's why we're just doing that. And now we're gonna select the score underscore UI game object. Let's right click on it, let's go to UI legacy in the bottom, then choose this text, and let's call this text to something like score underscore text, score underscore text, and we need to increase the size of it. Let's do that, so we barely able to notice. To see that, we will move over to text component, and font style we're gonna choose bold, and font something we're gonna choose 80. And I also want to change the color, so we will go over to color, and I'm gonna choose something like this. You can go with any color you like, it's basically up to you. Then move over to alignment, and I want this text start from the left side, so that's why alignment I'm gonna choose this one, and we need to choose this middle one, so it will be middle, and we can just increase the size of it just like this. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna put it 0 instead of calling new text. And also I want to change the font of it. To do that, I will move over to my font slot inside this text component, and I'm gonna choose the font that I want to go I would like to go with. And we need to increase the font size once again, so let's make it something around 150, and we need to put it in the top right corner. To do that, we will go to rect transform, then click here, and we're gonna hold down one, and we will choose this top right one. And now if we try to scale down our screen size or the canvas, we can notice this text just getting resized at the size of our screen, and it's is staying or it's sticking all is it's taking to the top right corner even though we shrinking down our game screen. So that is the reason we have chosen that top right anchor. And I'm gonna move it something over here, and it will be always there. Sorry, we're gonna choose this score underscore text. I'm gonna move it somewhere over here from the right, and I guess this is fine. And we can just increase a little bit our font size. So I'm gonna go with something like 170 and 170, and make sure you just select this area and drag it to the left side, so you can just start. And we can, if we put 100, that we can notice that it's just getting from the right side. And I'm gonna put back to 0. And what we have to do now, we need a reference to this text component so we can mess around with this value, which is the text. And we will open up our score manager script. But before we do, let's turn this score underscore UI into a prefab once again. So we will have the copy of it. So I'm going to drag it inside my this UI underscore prefab subfolder inside our project tab. Now we just turn it into a prefab, and let's quickly open up our script and let's grab the reference first. So let's go to top of our class, and I'm gonna make it something over here. Let's make public, and the component that we're looking for is a text type. So we do know that whenever we have to work with UI, if we simply type text, we're not getting it. Why? Because the reason is that we need to get the reference, we need to include a namespace called using unity engine.ui. So whenever we working with UI, we need to include that namespace. Basically, you need to move over to top of your class and include this namespace called using unity engine.ui. And once you included that, and we are ready to get the reference, so we're gonna make public, and the component that we're looking for is a text. So we will type this text, and we can call this one, or we can name it score underscore text, just like that. And now we need to take our reference. Now the compilation is done. If we move over to our score manager script, underneath our score and UI title, we can see score underscore text, and it says none. So what we need to do, we need to select this score underscore text. And we do know that if we select this game object and take a look in the inspector, we can notice the text component is sitting on this game object. So that's why there we need to select this game object, and we need to drag it over to that score underscore text slot. And we can notice we have the reference score underscore text component, and we are ready to update by now. So let's open up our script quickly, and we will move over to this update function. So we adding the score over here, and after adding the score, we need to show up in the UI. So we will move over to that game object. So in our case, score underscore text, and now we're gonna access dot text, and we will set equal to our score that we have. And now we can close that up with semicolon. But as always, we do know that this is a integer value, and this one over here is a string value. So we need to convert this one into a string, and to convert that, we can simply type dot to string, and then make this first bracket, basically using this to string function in order to convert that this score into a string. Let's suppose this score is something like 10. So this over here will be 10, means this score underscore text dot text will be 10, meaning that we just going over to this game object first, which is score underscore text, and then we accessing this text component, and we can notice in the inspector, and we setting equal to our score, we can see. Now that's done, and we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script. And let's get over to Unity editor. As soon as our game just gonna start, basically we will start our game. that just gonna update in the UI as well. Sorry, that is a not not a integer value. This one is score. This is a float value. I really apologize. So this one is score is a float value. It's not a int value, and we can take a look on it in the top of our class that we created, float score, which is by default we set 0f, and I really apologize, that is a float value. And now what we need to do, we need to start our game. So let's start our game and let's check this out. So this score just gonna increase every single time by some unit amount to add that we assigned the parameter earlier we created with the script. Just gonna take a look on it, and indeed we can notice the score. It's became 1 2 and the 3, and the list just goes on. But we can see a problem that this is displaying our decimal numbers as well, which we really don't want. So we want to get off these decimal places. To get that off, we're gonna get out of play mode. We basically, what we have to do, we need to move over to our script, and once we convert it to a string right over here, inside this bracket basically put this quotation, and inside this quotation you need to put this 0. Now it's just gonna I really apologize. I really sorry. I'm just getting off. So this inside this quotation you need to put this 0, and now it's gonna show up in integer value or whole numbers, and it will ignore the decimal numbers, and that's it. Later, let's check this out. For now done, and indeed by now we can see it's became 1 2 3 4. We can see the whole numbers only. Let's suppose you want to just increase a little bit fast, then we can select our score manager, and we already created a parameter called amount to add, and we can see underneath our score manager script, so we can increase this number. So if I set it to 5 and then play my game once again, our score will be a little bit fast. With little bit fast, instead of something like once again, it will increase exponentially. Oh, sorry, it will increase constantly, but it will be up value. We can notice this seems pretty much fine by now. It's becoming 20 and it's become 30. So this is really great to have, and I guess you get the idea that how you can do it. And once we die it totally, basically destroyed our player, and if we take a look in the UI, we can see that our score is now 62, and it just gets stuck there, because we do know that once we destroying our player game object, we just stopping doing that. And we need to destroy our ground a little bit more time. So basically after like 100 seconds, 100 second, or after 3 to 4 minutes, we just want to destroy our this ground instead of destroying after a few seconds. And we can also see also we can notice the score just gets stuck in 62, because we have done the scripting there inside our script. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So whenever our player game object just gonna die, the score just gonna stops increasing there. And we also need to show up in the UI. Basically we need a game over UI, and we will do it in the we will do it later. For now, let's begin with creating our game over UI. And before we do that, we're gonna import LeanTween for it. So basically head over to Unity Asset Store. Of course I will have a link in the description. You can go and check it out and search over here LeanTween, and you're gonna get that. Right click on it and then click on this open link in new tab, and once you open it, click on this add to my assets, and you're gonna see a pop-up in the top says open in Unity editor. As soon as you're gonna click on it, it's gonna open up in Unity editor. And so once you in Unity editor, go over to window in the top, then package manager, and in the left side you will see in projects my Unity registry, my assets, service built in. So we need to choose our my assets and then search over here LeanTween. So I'm gonna cut this. So you can search by simply typing LeanTween and it's gonna pop up. And as soon as it's gonna pop up, select that and click on this download. You're gonna see a download button, something over here. Download it and then click on this in project, basically import in project, and you're gonna see a import button in the bottom right. Just click on it and a link to it will be imported in your project. And once you finish all of these things, we can just go ahead, we can create our game over UI. So I'm gonna cut this step by now. So make sure you go to window package manager, my assets, and then LeanTween and import it in your project. And what we're gonna do now, as always, firstly we're gonna create an empty parent game object. So let's navigate to our hierarchy, let's select the canvas and let's create an empty parent game object first. So let's select the canvas, let's right click on it, let's create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object to something like game over underscore UI, just like that. And we will move over to rect transform and we will choose this, hold down alt on your keyboard and choose this bottom right one. So it's gonna be size as the size of our canvas. And now we can create our panel. So let's create the panel. So I'm gonna select my game over UI, let's right click on it, UI, and then go over to panel, and you will see in the top I have it over here. So let's click on it in order to get the panel, and we can hold down alt on our keyboard to resize it from center. And also I want to replace the image of it. If I move over to my image component, we can notice we have the background. So I want to replace with my UI sprite, and to do that I will head over to my project tab, then I will navigate to my assets folder, then I will move over to my sprites folder and then UI folder. And I have many folders over here. I have first folder, and inside this first folder we have this UI elements. And if we go to second folder, we can see, we can also notice we have many UI sprites, basically background. And we can choose the third one we also have. So I'm going to choose the third one. Let's select the sprite sheet, let's go over to inspector, and as well we're going to do that thing. So we're going to leave it a sprite mode to multiple pixel per unit as something 16, and to, in order to remove blurry, let's choose point of filter and then apply. And we will leave it to automatic, then click on slice, click on slice and leave it to automatic slice and then apply. And now it's gonna slice individually. And we can select the game view once again, and I'm gonna select my panel. So instead of calling this one panel, I'm gonna call it something like background. So I will rename it to background. Let's call this one background, and we are ready to replace the source image. So let's click on that arrow to see individual sprite, and now we're gonna choose any of these. Firstly I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard to save my project, and we need to find out the background. So let's find this. So let's, we need to find this one. So this one is, it's a pretty difficult to find, to be honest. So we need to find out first, and we can scroll our mouse to zoom in or zoom out by holding down Control from that folder. And we can choose, I don't know where we have it, just settings. Over here we have the background. Now I'm gonna choose my background underneath my game over UI underscore, sorry, game over underscore UI game object. And let's select that sprite, we have it here. So this one in the middle, so I'm gonna select that and drag it over to this background. But it's almost seems transparent. What we need to do, we need to move over to color. So click on it, then in the bottom you can see A, so drag it all the way to the right direction, so the transparency will be gone. And once our transparency is gone, we can just populate, creating we can populate our buttons, or we can just continue creating our buttons, and we just want to have those buttons inside this background or this panel. So that's why we're gonna select the background game object by now, and we can just right click on it. Then we can move over to UI legacy in the bottom, then we can choose the button. But before I do that, I just want to put a header, and to do that, I'm gonna choose my background, and we're gonna put a text somewhere over here, says something like game is over. For that, I'm gonna choose a different icon for it, basically a header background. So I just want to search a empty sprite for it, empty UI header sprites, just like that, to put the title. And we have it over here. We can choose this one. So this one seems perfect to me, or we can just put the text inside of this as well, instead of you lose something, just like that. So I'm going to choose my background. Let's right click on it. Let's create an empty game object first, and we're going to select this game object, and we're going to call this one header, or we can call it title as well. And make sure you go over to inspector rect transform, then click over here, and we're gonna hold down and we will choose this one, which is so hold down alt on your keyboard and choose this top anchor one, so it will always be there. And we want our text inside this header. So what we're gonna do, we need to just make it the size just this header, just like this. So because I want to put my text inside, so that is the reason. And now this is fine. So from the left, we can move over to rect transform. From the left, we can choose 235, and from the right, we can choose 235 as well. And now this seems pretty much cool. And now we're gonna select the header. We will right click on it. Let's go to UI legacy in the bottom, then text, and we're gonna call this something like, let's call it let's leave it as text. But we barely able to notice our text, so we need to increase the size of it. But before we increase the size of it, we just want to make the text as the size of this game object that we created the header. So that's why we right click it on this header, not this background, because we don't want that text inside background over here, something like that. I want to have it inside this header. So that's why I just created a header game object first, and then I just created child text style game object inside there. And now we're gonna go over to inspector rect transform, and we will hold down one, and we're gonna choose this bottom right one, so it's gonna be size as the size of our parent game object. And we barely able to notice our text. So in order to see, we need to increase the font size. So let's move over to font size, and let's make it something around 60. And also I want to change the color in order to make it visible. And alignment, I'm gonna choose both of this center, and I'm gonna drag it a little bit up. And also I want to change the font, so I can simply first thing, I'm gonna choose my font style to bold, and we can replace the font with monogram or just like that. And I will say, instead of saying new text, I'm gonna say something like you lose, just like that. And we can increase the font size. So let's make the font size something around 90, and 90 seems perfect to me. And once you are satisfied, you can just go ahead and you can create your buttons. So let's create our buttons. So we're gonna choose the background, not this header, because we want to have those button inside this background or this panel. So that's why we're gonna choose the background. So let's select the background. Let's right click on it, then go to UI legacy in the bottom, then choose this button. And let's call this button to something like retry. So let's call this one retry underscore button, or let's simply call it retry button. And we want to increase the size of it, so let's do that. And also I want to change the sprite of it, and as always, to change that, we need to replace the source image. So I will select this one. So I'm gonna choose my retry button, and I will select this as sprite, and let's drag it over to this source image in the hierarchy, and we can see, and we're gonna increase the size of it just like this. And also we need to increase the, you can simply say increase the font size inside this button. So let's click over here and let's select the text inside of this button, and let's make the font size 80 or 90. And font style, I'm gonna choose bold, and color, I'm gonna choose this one. And let's change the font, I'm gonna choose monogram. And instead of saying button, I'm gonna say something like retry, 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 just like that. And we're gonna increase the size, let's do it something around 100. And I'm gonna move it a little bit up, let's choose the retry button, and we can just decrease the size of it. So this is our retry button, and we also want to have a menu button. So let's make the menu button. To make that, we can simply select our retry button, and we can press down Ctrl D to duplicate in order to create the menu button. But we need to make sure this button should be inside of this background all the time, and it should be from the bottom or from the top or from the center. So we basically need to choose an anchor for it. So I will move over to rect transform as always, and then I'm going to choose this one, and let's drag it in the up. Make sure you hold down alt on your keyboard, so you're gonna see that. And let's select the retry button, and we will press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's bring it down a little bit, and this will be our menu button. So let's rename this one to menu button, menu button. And also we need to change the text inside of this button. So I'm going to choose the text, and let's say something like menu, just like that. And we can see we have this nice UI. We have the menu button, we have the retry button, and this seems pretty much fine to me. So I'm going to drag it a little bit down, something over here, and then this button something over here. And also what we want to have, we want to we need to show up the high score that we created inside this game over UI. So what we have to do, we're going to create a score for this. Basically we can simply copy this copy the basically we can simply duplicate this text in order to create that. But I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it from scratch. Basically I will select my background, let's right click on it, let's go to UI legacy in the bottom, then choose this text, and I'm gonna put it somewhere around here. And first thing, I will make it as the size of my background. So let's choose this one, and let's bring it a little bit down, and make sure it's don't overlap with this button. So that's why I'm gonna choose the text, and I'm gonna drag it up. You need to make sure that it doesn't get overlap with this button, else we will not gonna able to click on these buttons, and we barely able to notice our text. So let's do that thing. So alignment both of this center, sorry, both of the center. Font size, I'm gonna make 100, and then color, I will choose white, something just like that. And font, I'm gonna change it with monogram, and I'm gonna increase the size, and let's call this one high score, high score. So I will do it in capitalized later, high score, high score, and then this colon, sorry, this sign. And we can drag from this right side just like this, and I'm gonna drag it in the up. And let's make the font size something around 100, and 100 seems perfect to me. And I want this extra this text to be a start from the left side. So that's why alignment, I'm gonna choose this one. So it's gonna start from the left side, and I'm gonna drag it like this, so I can drag it over here. And let's make the high score a little bit less size, the basically the font. let's make it something 80. 80 seems pretty much small. Let's do it 90, and 90 seems perfect to me. And let's call this one, I'm gonna leave it, I'm gonna rename this shoe something like text only. And let's duplicate this one, and we're gonna put it over here, and over here we need to show up the high score. So let's select the text, and we're gonna press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's move this one to the right side. and uh, and this will be our high score. So let's call this one high score text. So high score underscore text. And I want to put it 0. Instead of calling high score, we're gonna put 0. So it's gonna start from the left side, and I can just move it over here. Now this seems pretty much perfect. And make sure these text don't overlap with these buttons, else it's not gonna work, or we will unable to click on this button. So that is the thing. And now let's turn this game over UI into prefab as well. So we're gonna have the copy, and we can restore it when we want. So let's select our game over underscore UI in the hierarchy, and let's turn it into a prefab. So I'm gonna drag it inside my UI underscore prefab subfolder that I have created earlier when we starting creating those prefabs. So I'm gonna drag it there in order to turn it into a prefab. Now we have this game over underscore UI. And if I just go ahead and then play my game, and then try to click on this retry or this menu button, this button will do nothing currently. And also we need to bring this game over UI in the bottom. By default, in the start of the game, we don't want to have this game over UI like this in this way. So we're gonna bring it down, and once our player game objects dies totally, then we're gonna bring this UI. That is the logic. And it's almost done. And if we click on this retry or this menu button, this button will do nothing currently. So we need to do something with this button. So let's get out of play mode. And so we just set it up our game over underscore UI, and we can create the menu in the same way we have done with this game over UI. And I want to bring it a little bit down, my menu button. So I will head over to my hierarchy canvas, and then game over UI, then background, and then I'm gonna choose my menu button, and let's drag it a little bit down, something over here. And we will go over to the parent game object inspector overrides, and then apply all. Now it's done, and we can simply go ahead, and we can press down Ctrl S on our keyboard in order to save our project. So whatever we have done so far, it will be saved. So I'm going to press down Ctrl S on my keyboard to save my project. So make sure you also import a LeanTween in your project, because we're going to use that to make it more amazing and cool. Basically the game we will make it cool. Let's bring down our game over UI in the bottom, because when we start our game, we don't want to have this game over UI. We only want to have it once our player game object once player game object dies totally. So I will move over to I will navigate to my hierarchy, then canvas, and then I'm gonna move over to my game over UI underscore UI game object, and then I will choose the background, basically the panel, and let's choose the move tool in the scene view, and let's bring it down somewhere around here. And we will create a script in order to trigger this. And let's create that. So basically move over to your project tab, assets, then scripts folder, right click, create mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like game over UI or game over. I already created a script called game over, and I have it inside my script folder. So what I need to do, I need to select my game over underscore UI, or we can select any game object in the hierarchy, and we can just go ahead and attach the script. But I'm gonna attach it to my game over underscore UI game object that I have created in the previous lecture. So I'm gonna select that, and let's select the script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, and let's quickly open that up by double clicking on it. And I will remove the update function, we don't need. Instead we're gonna use a function in order to trigger, and I'm gonna leave the start function because we're gonna use it later. So first thing what we need, we need a reference to this game over UI, game over underscore UI game object, basically the background of it. So we can just move it in the Y, we can move it in the center in the Y. To do that, let's go over to script. So first thing, we need a reference to that game over UI background game object. So let's grab the reference first. So let's move over to top of our class, and let's make a variable for it. So I'm gonna make a public, and that is a game object. So we will type this game object, and let's call it something like game over over underscore game over background. Let's call it game over background, just like that. And that's it. And now we can just move over to Unity editor, and we can just drag the reference underneath our game over skip. The compilation is done, and we can notice underneath our game over script we have the game over background, and it says none, means empty. So let's select the background and let's drag it there. Now we have this background and we are ready to trigger it. So first thing, we need to set the position of this background in the start of the game, in the bottom, basically in the Y axis in the start of the game. So that's why we're gonna use the start function. So let's move over to our start function, and over here first thing we will go to our game over background, basically means we just going over to that background, and then we're gonna move we're gonna access the transform, and then we're gonna access dot local position. So let's access the local position, and which gonna have the x axis, y axis, and the z axis, means a vector 3. So that's why we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3, and this vector 3 just gonna have x axis, y axis, comma a z axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. So in the y, what we want, we just want to put it in the bottom somewhere in the y it will be. So if I select my background, move over to inspector, so in the y it's gonna be something like 1500. We can notice in the top it's 1542. So in the y we can put in the start of the game, which is 1542. So it should be minus, so it will be bottom. So in the y we're gonna put minus 1500, or we can simply put 1542, and make sure you just put f at the end, means it's referencing a floating number. And in the y we don't want to do at all, so we're gonna put 0 in the y, sorry, x axis, 0 in the x axis, and we're gonna do the same thing with the z axis. So we're gonna put 0 in the z axis, and now in the start of the game it will be set. So firstly we just going over to our background, basically this background game object, then we just accessing the transform of it, and in the y we just setting the position, which is minus 1500. So it will be somewhere in the bottom in the start of the game, and we can check it out. So if I take my background and manually drag it in the y in the start of the game, and if I play my game, we have done some mistake. Basically we need to make sure that we just saved our script. So I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard to save my project. So make sure you press down Control S on your keyboard to save your project, and it will be fine by now. Let's check it out. And also we need to hook this button with something as some function. So we can just if we click on this retry button, then we want to play the game one more time, and if we click on this menu button, then we just want to head over to menu scene. And indeed, as soon as game started, we can notice this background in the y it just said minus 1500, but it's a little bit up, which is 1577. But make sure you put minus in front of that number, so it will be down, and if you put a positive number, it will be somewhere in the top of our canvas, and that basically fine. And now what we have to do, once this player game object dies totally, basically means if the player is somewhere around here, it will destroy itself. So we need to trigger the background. So we can notice the player is died totally. So we need to bring this background, which is game over background, in the middle. Let's get out of play mode and let's go over to our script to do that scripting. And for that we're gonna make a function for it. So let's make a function and we will mark this function as public. Why? Because we want to call this function from other class. That is the reason. For function we're gonna type for it, and let's call this function trigger game over background, trigger background, just like that. Let's call it trigger background, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So inside this function, what we basically want to do, we just want to we basically need to grab the reference of this background. So I'm gonna manually drag it down. And so first thing, we will go over to this background, and then we're gonna use the lean move local y to just bring that in the y axis to 0. And that's why we just imported our LeanTween inside our project. If you haven't done, then make sure you check out the previous lecture where I have taught about that how you can import LeanTween in your project, and after this you can follow this tutorial. So first thing, we will go to game over background, means that give background, and then we're gonna use dot transform, then dot lean move local y. And this basically means we just going over to that background, then accessing the transform component of that background, and then we using dot lean move local y function because we want to move our background in the y axis or vertically. So that's why we're using this function. That is the main reason. And the first thing, it will take the time, oh sorry, first thing, it will take the position. So in the position we will set 0f, means in the y0f means we want our background to be centered. So that's why as a first argument we just put 0f. And the second thing, it's gonna take the time, after how much of time you just want to take your background, and you just want to put it in the y axis to 0. So I'm gonna pass something lesser than 1 second, something like 0.8f. And if you want to choose a nice animation, if you want to choose is out or is in, then you can just do it. So for I want little bit bounciness or set out is for basically a little bit, it's gonna go up and then it's gonna set back once again to the somewhere over here, and it's gonna do a little animation. So that's why we're using this little move local y, and after putting the time and just closing the brackets, after that we can use this, which is set is, and we can use any of them. We can use this set is in bounds, we can use this set is in expo. I'm gonna use set is out. So I'm gonna use set is out expo or out back or out bounds. Let's use this set is out bounds and then make this first bracket, and that's it. And we need to call this function, but when we need to call it, once our player game object just gonna die. So we quickly need to open up our player script, and we need to head over to that die function where we calling the die function, and we're gonna make a singleton pattern. So let's move over to script once again, and let's make this one singleton, so we can simply call the function right away. So let's do that. So, and if you little bit confused about the singleton, then make sure you watch the singleton section or the lecture or the chapter. Just take that out and you're gonna get that. So we're gonna make a public static, so we can directly access, and we need to create a variable type which will be the class type itself, and we can call this one instance, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're going to use the awake function, and we will check if there is no instance. So if instance equals to null of this script, then we're gonna set the instance itself. So we will set instance equal to this, and if there is a already dense instance, means else if there is already a instance, then we're gonna delete that instance of this class. So we're gonna use the destroy this, and now we just done that, and we can simply move to our player script, and we can head over to our die function, and we can call the function which is trigger background. So we're gonna quickly open up our player script where we just tying or making our player game object die totally. uh, let's continue with our player script. We're gonna continue with our die function. Let's quickly select our player in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. And let's go over to our die function, and we just made it over here. So we have the die and the fall die. So we need to call the function between this function. Basically we need to call it into this die and also into this fall die. So first thing what we will do, firstly we need to move over to this game over script. So we will go to game over script, game over, then instant, and then we need to call the function, and the function we just name it as trigger background. So we're gonna call the function which is trigger background, then make this first packet, and we can simply copy this line of code, and we're gonna paste it inside this fall die when we dying due to falling. So we're gonna paste it by control V. Means we just going over to this game over script, and then by this instant parameter we're just calling this function, and this function, as you can notice, it's basically taking our background in the Y and it's just putting into 0 with a nice animation, and we just put the time as well, which is set is out. And we need to make sure that we save our player script, and we can just move over to Unity editor and we can check that out. It's gonna take a few moments to compile, sorry, to start our game, but we can definitely check this out. We can shoot, and it's going well. Let this player fall here, and indeed we can notice it's pop up as soon as we died. So I'm gonna get out of play mode and I will test with some enemies. First thing, I'm gonna make my player health. So I'm gonna make the player max health something around 2, and I will select my player in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on it. And I will head over to my project tab, then I will navigate to my prefabs folder, then I enemies underscore prefabs folder, and I'm gonna take this one. Let's drag it here, and let's play our game by now, and it should be fine. And we will see that as soon as we're gonna die, that background just gonna pop up because we calling the trigger background function, which is doing the rest thing. It's basically taking our background, and in the Y it's just putting 0, means in the center in the Y, and we can notice indeed it's doing that thing. And now we need to hook this button with some certain function, but we're gonna take this in the we're gonna take a look on this in the next lecture. And we can also see that the score just keep increasing, so we need to stop doing this. I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we're gonna do that in the next lecture or in the next chapter. Let's begin with saving our high score, and in order to save that we're gonna use prefabs for it. So we will quickly open up our score manager script. So let's select the score manager in the hierarchy. Let's go over to its inspector, and let's double click on this score manager script in order to open that up inside Visual Studio. So we do know that in the start of the game, and whenever our player game object will try to play our game for the first time, we do know that the score will be 0. But if the score is greater than previous current score, then we need to increase our score. Basically, the let's suppose we make the score something like 1, and then in the second time if we make the score something like 5, then we want to set that 5 as a new high score, because that score is greater than the previous score, which is greater than 1, basically the previous score. So that's why we just want to set our a second score as a new high score if the number is greater than the previous one. That's the logic. So let's quickly open up, and for that we will use that player preps. So what we will do, we also need a reference to this high score text. Basically, if I select my canvas, then game over UI background, and then this high score underscore text. So we also need a reference so we can show up the high score. So we need a reference of this text. So let's quickly open that. Let's quickly move over to our script, and let's go to somewhere over here. Let's do it underneath this. Let's make a public, and that is a text component. So we're gonna type this text, sorry, text. This will be text, and we can call this one high score text. So let's call it high score underscore text, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we need to drag the reference, so let's do that. Sorry, I really apologize. So I'm gonna press down Control S to save my script. And now if I select my score manager script, then move over to score manager game object, and then score manager script, we can notice in the bottom we have high score underscore text and it says none. So let's choose our high score underscore text and let's drag it there. Now we can see we have the reference, and open up our script, and let's do the scripting. So we will head over to this start function, and we already know that a start function get called in the start of the game. And in the start of the game we do know that if our player open up our game for the first time, of course our player gonna have zero score. So for that we will use the player preps. So basically we need to use this player preps, and since we gonna have the zero score, or we don't want to set in the start of the game, we need to use this function set dot get float. And we using this get float because we created a amount at, or the score is float number, so that's why we using this get float. You can use the get int as well. If your score in int value, then you can use the get int instead of this get float. And this over here, as a first thing, it's gonna take the key. Basically inside quotation we need to pass a key, and into that key we need to store the data, or basically the high score we need to store into that key. So we need to make this quotation, and inside this quotation we need to pass the key, and you can name the key whatever you want. So I'm gonna call it something like high score. Let's call it high score. And the second thing, it's gonna take the default score, and we do know that in the start of the game we're gonna have a zero score. So that's why as a second argument I'm gonna pass 0f, and then we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And also we need to update this into our high score text. Basically we need to update that inside this high score. So we will take that one, basically the default score in the start of the game, and now we're gonna store it into this high score text that we created the variable over here. So let's put this there. So we're gonna put it into our high score text, a high score text. Then we're gonna access dot text and set equal to this. Basically we taking our high score, and then we just putting inside this, we just going over to this high score underscore text, then we accessing this text component we can see in the inspector, and we setting equal to the default high score. And it says that cannot convert into a string. Basically we this right over here is a float variable, and this one is a string variable. So we need to convert this float variable into a string, and to convert that we always know we need to use this dot to string, and it's gonna do that thing. And now it's done. And now what we have to do, we need to save our high score. So first thing we need to check that if our current score is greater than previous score, then we need to set our new high score, or the current score, as a new high score. We need to set that. So I'm gonna do it inside bottom, or we can do it update function, top of our update function, or we can do it over here. So let's do that. So first thing we're gonna check, so we will use the if condition, and we just want to check if our current score, basically if our score, and this is our current score, basically it's the current score or score, if it's greater than the previous high score. And the previous high score, we do know to get that we need to use this player preps. So we will get the previous high score, and we need to use this dot get float function. And this function we do know as a first argument it's gonna take the the key in which key we just save the high score. So inside quotation we need to pass our high score, and if that is the case, basically we checking if our score or the current score is greater than previous high score, and make sure you pass the same key where you stored your score or the data. If that is the case, that means what we need to do, we need to set this score or this current score as a new high score. And in order to set that, we need to use this function, it's called player prefs. Now to set that, we need to use this player prefs dot set float instead of get float, because we want to save the value or basically the data or the score. And as always, as a first argument, it will take the key in which key we want to save. So we need to make sure we pass the same key, so in our case high score. And the second thing, it's gonna take the value or the current score. So this is score we need to pass, basically this one is the score or the current score. So as a second argument, I'm gonna pass my score, and now it's done. And after doing that, what we need to do, we need to show up in the high score basically over here. So we need to update in the high score text as well after setting up the variable. So we just set this score as a new high score because this score is greater than previous high score, and we can see as you can notice. And now we're gonna update in the UI. So first thing, we will go to our high score text, then we're gonna access the text component, and we will set text equal to our the high score, sorry, equal to our score. Because this score is now as a new high score, because this one is greater than previous score. And we always getting an error because this float, this is a float, this score is a float number. And we can check that out by going over to top of our class, and we can notice this over here is a float variable, that is score. So we need to convert this score into a string, since this one is a string value. And in order to convert that, let's use the function, it's called dot to string. And now it's done, and we gonna save our script, and it's almost done. We have done that thing. So first thing, we checking if our current score or the score is, if it is greater than our previous high score. To get the previous high score, we basically need to use this function, it's called player prefs dot get float, and the key means the previous high score. And we checking if that is the case, then we just setting this score as a new high score. And in order to set that, we need to use this function called set float. And this as a first argument, it's taking the high score, basically the key in which key we want to save. And then second thing, it's just taking the value that we want to set. So we just pass the score or the current score because we want to set. And after setting that, we just updating in the UI, we just going over to our high score text component, and then we setting equal to our this score. And make sure you press down Ctrl S in order to save your script, and then we can just move over to Unity editor, and we can check this. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make my player health a little bit up. So let's select the player in the hierarchy, and I will move over to my player script, and the max health I will make it something around let's make it something around 10. And let's play our game, and let's take a look on this. So we're gonna make the score something around some amount, and the next time we just want to check that out. And we can see, and we died, sorry, we need to die. And indeed we died, and the highest score we can notice is 28.61406. And we getting this problem because we using the decimal places. So what we need to do, we need to convert this into a whole number. And in order to convert that, we do know that inside the two string function, inside in a two string function in brackets, we basically need to pass inside quotation 0 to convert that. But before we do, we just want to check. So the score is 28, we can notice the high score. Let's get out of play mode, and if we play our game one more time, and then kill our enemy, and make the high score a little bit up, something around 40 or 50, then that score should be as a new high score, because that will be greater than our previous high score number. That's is the reason. So I'm gonna destroy this enemy game object, and the high score we're gonna make something like 30 or 50, and we can notice the score is just keep increasing and increasing, and now we can see this 58 become as a new high score because this 58 is greater than the previous high score made, which is 28 point something like that. So this is a greater number, so that's why this one just gets set as a new high score, and we need to convert this into a whole number instead of showing the decimal places. So let's get off this from this high score, and to get this up, let's quickly open up our script. So inside this quotation we can simply pass 0 like we have done with the score earlier, as you can see right over here. And we need to make sure that we also go to this toString basically once we getting the default value. So we need to make sure inside quotation this toString function we simply need to pass this 0, and now it's done. And we can just get over to Unity editor and we can simply check this out. And also let's suppose you just want to delete your saved data. If you want to do that, I'm gonna show you the process that how you can follow the steps in order to delete your previous high score. And that is a simple thing we can do, but before we check that out, we just want to check this one, and by now it should be a whole number instead of with decimal numbers. And indeed by now we can notice it's a whole number, and that seems pretty much fine. And indeed it's done, and we can see the score is now 59. And if you want to make it something bigger, so I'm gonna get out of play mode and I will make my player speed a little bit up in order to make my high score a little bit something like it. If it's 59, I just want to make it something around 100, and I want to see that 100 as a new high score. So that's why I'm gonna make the play move speed a little bit up to make my game easier, lot easier. For testing purposes I'm just doing that. You can check that out as well by doing that. First thing, I'm gonna destroy this enemy game object by shooting on this. So I'm gonna destroy that. Now it's destroyed, and let's check this out. So if I jump, so we should see, and now the score is something around 60, and the score just rising and rising and rising. Let's make it something around 100. I'm gonna make it 100, and it's 100. And if I die here, we can see this 124 gets as a new high score. Why? Because this is greater than the previous score, and the previous score was something like 59. The previous score is basically this score, or the current score is now greater than that previous score, which is 59. So that is the reason this new high score, or the score, gets as a new high score. And that's amazing. And let's suppose you just want to delete the score that you just made. You want to delete that and you just want to start over. Then how you can do it, and let me show you the process in order to do that. So let's open up our score manager script, and to delete that we're gonna make a function, or we can do inside this update function. Basically let's make a function to keep it clean. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. For function we're gonna type, and we can call this function to something like delete score. Delete sorry if the spelling is wrong on delete score. If the spelling is wrong, I really apologize. Delete score, something just like that, or we can call it delete save data. And in order to delete the saved data or the score that we want to delete, we need to use the player preps dot delete. So we need to use this player preps dot delete. So we can use this delete all, and let's suppose you just want to delete the specific key, basically the key where you just save it your score. Then you can use this function. It's called dot delete key, and inside this delete key, inside this quotation it's gonna take the key in which key you just save it your score. So in our case that will be high score. So inside this quotation we're gonna put our high score, basically where we just deleted sorry where we stored the key. So we stored the key inside this high score. So we using this player preps dot delete key in order to delete the saved score, and make sure you close that up with semicolon. So now we need to call this function whenever we want. So if I just right click on my mouse button that I want to delete my key, so I will move over to my update function, and make sure you just go to top of your update function, and you can do it over here. And for that I will use the if condition. Let's make first bracket some curly brackets, and I want to check with the right mouse button. So I'm gonna use this input dot get mouse button down, and let's make this first bracket, and inside quotation I'm gonna pass inside these brackets I'm gonna pass 1. If input dot get mouse button down 1 means we just clicking the right mouse button, then I want to delete the saved score, basically where I stored the score. So I want to delete means we need to call this delete score function, and this function just gonna do this res thing, which is just gonna delete the saving score. So let's call the function here, which is our delete score function, and make first bracket. And also we need to update in the UI. We basically need to set back this to 0. We need to set our score to 0, means we need to update in the high score text. So after deleting the score where we save it, we need to update in the UI. So we will go to our high score text, and then we're gonna access the text, and we will set equal to 0, and make sure you do inside this quotation. So we just setting it to 0. Means we just deleting the saved data, and also we just updating in the UI, which is 0 inside. Make sure inside quotation you just set it to 0, or you can just take this score and you can store it into a variable, and you can pass the variable over here instead of setting it to 0. So we can do that as well. And we just setting or updating in the high score text to 0, and now that's it, which is 124. So I'm gonna right click, and in order to check this out, uh, just wait. Firstly I'm gonna destroy this you can see say enemy, or we just gonna take damage uh, from this enemy game object, and the score will be 124, and we can see in our background. And if the player game object dies, we can see this 124 is the high score, because this number is greater than previous score. And if and that is the reason this 25 didn't get as a new high score, because this 25 is not greater than the previous high score, which is 124. And now if I click the right mouse button, as soon as I click right mouse button, we can see the high score gets back to 0, and the score just gets reset to 0. And if I click on this retry button and make some score, something like uh, 34, and now we can see this 34 as a new high score, because we just deleted that 124, the score that we made. And we use the function called player preps dot delete key to delete the score. And we can always right click on our mouse button to basically delete the score, or to delete the saved data. We save it inside that player preps or into that score. And this seems amazing, and I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And we can notice that our player game object dies, and we can see the score is 24, and it's basically fine, and we can simply get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea that how you can set the score, and how you can just delete your save data or the save score by using player preps dot player get float or delete key. And that seems amazing. I hope you get the idea of this thing. I will turn down my volume, so I'm gonna turn down my volume first, and then I will head over to my project tab, assets, and then a sprites folder. I will move over to my effects folder, and inside this effects folder I can see I have so many effects. I have this red one, we can see, or I can just move over to explosion folder as well. Firstly, I am just gonna find my fire one, so let's find that. We have light fires, so we have it over here. We have the blue, and we can see. So now let's start placing them and then creating the animation clip. But before we do, I just want to move over to my level 1 scene, or the sample scene in which scene we playing our game. So let's head again to our scenes folder, and let's double click on this level 1 in order to move over to that folder. And then once again I will just gonna move over to my sprites folder, then effects folder, and then I will head over to my lights underscore fire subfolder, and I will select all of these collectibles items. For now I just want to disable as well as this enemy, so let's select the enemy underscore 2 and those collectibles to disable. So I'm gonna disable it for now, and let's work with the blue one first. So we have int loops, so we're going to choose the loop one. Let's select the last sprite sheet, or we can select any of them we like. So we can select this one as well. I'm gonna select all of this, so I can simply select like this by holding down shift, and then we're gonna select all of this. Sorry, we need to expand. Basically, I just want to make the pixel per unit a less number in order to make my sprite a little bit larger in size. That is the reason. So I'm gonna select all of them by holding down shift, then move over to inspector, pixel per unit. As always, we're gonna choose 16. To remove blurry, we're gonna choose point no filter, and then apply. And we just done that thing. It's gonna take few seconds, and we can start with the blue one. So let's begin with the blue one. Let's move to our blue folder, and then I will choose this loop folder. Let's select this one or this one, any of them. Then let's open in a sprite editor, and we're going to slice a grid by cell count instead of automatic. So let's click on the slice automatic to grid by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. 3 6 7 8 columns and 1 row. So let's put 8 columns 1 row, slice, and then apply. And let's select the game view once again, and we can click on that arrow to see the individual. So let's select the first one, and I'm gonna drag it over to my scene view or into hierarchy. So just like this, but as you can see it seems lot more small. To make it bigger, we can simply select that one, and then we can make this pixel per unit number even less to make it bigger in size. So we're gonna make it something around 12, and then apply, and I guess 12 seems perfect. Or we can just make it a little bit bigger by going over to that, and then we can just make the pixel per unit number something like 10. 10, I guess it's fine. And I'm gonna call this one fire, and this will be the blue one. I'm gonna drag it in the hierarchy, top of my hierarchy, so I can see all the time. And let's rename it to something like blue fire, or fire blue. Let's call it blue fire, blue underscore, sorry, blue underscore fire, just like that. And to make the animation, we already know that we need to select just like this, and let's drag it on top of this blue underscore fire, basically all of those individual sprite. Let's go to top left, and then click on this double arrow, then assets, or just simply click on this assets in the top, and then we're gonna open up animation folder quickly by double clicking on it. And let's open up this effects underscore animation subfolder that we created. So I'm gonna open that up, double clicking on it, and let's create another subfolder for our fire animation. So let's right click a new folder, and we're gonna call this one fire underscore animation, just like that. We're gonna call it, animation, and let's quickly open up this subfolder as well by double clicking on it. So this is the blue fire, so I'm gonna call this one blue underscore fire, just like that. And now it's done. And if we move over to animation tab and then click on this play button, we can notice it's playing over again and again, and it seems fine. But what we want to do, if I take my blue fire and then move it over to something like clear, this blue fire should be behind of this player, as well as it should be behind of my ground tiles, but it should be in front of my background tiles. To assign that, let's create another sorting layer for this blue fire, for all of those fire. To do that, let's go over to inspector, sprite renderer, sorting layer. Let's click on add sorting layer, and let's create a new sorting layer for our fires. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna name this sorting layer to something like fire. And I'm gonna take my sorting layer, this fire, and I'm gonna drag it behind of my player, as well as I'm gonna drag it behind of my crown. And we can notice we can just drag it all the way behind, but make sure it just in front of your water tiles, bag stuff, and all of background tiles and the back tiles. It should be in front of them. So now we need to assign it. So let's select the blue fire game object in the hierarchy, and let's assign with the sorting layer that we recently created. So in our case, this fire. And now this seems pretty much cool, and we can just play our game in order to check that out. But before I check that out, I just want to make my player move speed a little bit less in for checking purposes only. Let's go over to move speed. I'm gonna make it something like 1, and let's check this out. And this blue fire should be behind of our player, as well as it's gonna be behind of our ground tiles, but it should be behind of our background tiles that we created. And let's take a look on this. And indeed we can notice it's behind of our player. So let's create other fires, because we're gonna introduce line in our game, so that is the reason. So let's select our green one by now. So let's find out the green one, and as well we're gonna make the pixel per unit something like 10, just like we have done with this blue one. Let's click on this apply, and we can just select any of these, then open sprite editor, slice automatic to create by cell count, and we're gonna put it columns 1 row, slice apply. And now this is fine. And let's select the first one, let's drag it into this in view, and let's call this one green fire. So let's call this one green underscore fire, and I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy. And also I want to make this blue fire into a prefab, so we're gonna have the copy of it, and we can just place around our level. So let's turn out our blue fire into a prefab. So first thing, I will create a separate subfolder inside my prefabs folder for my these fires. So let's move over to prefabs folder, and let's right click, create folder, and let's call this folder to something like fire underscore prefabs, just like that. We're gonna call it prefabs. And then we're gonna take our blue fire, let's drag it over to that subfolder in order to turn it into a prefab. And now let's tackle with the green fire, and we're gonna assign with the fire sorting layer first. And now we're gonna make the animation, so let's do that quickly. So I have let's drag it top of this green underscore fire. Let's go to top left, assets animation, effects animation, fire animation, and this will be the green one. So I'm gonna call this one green underscore fire, just like this. And let's check this out as well. So it's basically fine, and that seems perfect. Let's turn this one as well into a prefab. So I will move over to my fire underscore prefab subfolder. Let's take that and then drag it there to turn it into a prefab. And now let's create other one. So let's start with the let's begin with this orange one. So we already already started with this the blue one. So let's do with this orange. So let's make the pixel per unit 16, apply. Then we're gonna select this, open sprite editor, slice, and this seems fine. And let's take that one, let's drag it into the scene view or into hierarchy, and I'm gonna name this one to orange. Sorry, this will be the orange one. So orange underscore fire. And now let's make the animation. Let's go to assets, animation, effects, animation, fire animation, and this will be the orange underscore fire. It looks pretty much great. And then save, and we need to assign with the sorting layer, so fire. And I'm gonna take my orange underscore fire, let's drag it in the top of our hierarchy so we can see all the time. Let's turn it into a prefab, this one as well. So let's make this one prefab. And now we're gonna do with the purple one, so let's do that. So let's move over to this purple folder, and then I'm gonna select all of this, pixel per unit to 16, apply. Let's select the first sprite, open sprite editor, slice automatic to create by cell count, automatic to create by cell counts. Let's put 8 columns 1 row, slice, apply. And now we're gonna take our first sprite, let's drag it into the scene view or into our hierarchy, and we're gonna call this one purple. It took just purple purple underscore fire, just like that. Sorry, we just gonna make it. And sorting layer, we're gonna assign fire. Let's make the animation. So let's do that. Let's go to assets, animation, effects, animation, fire animation, and this will be the purple one. So I'm gonna call this one purple underscore fire, and then save it. And we can check this out as well, and we can see indeed it seems pretty much cool, as you can notice. So let's take this one, let's turn it this one as well into a prefab. So let's do that. So I'm going to take my purple underscore fire, and let's drag it over to this fire underscore prefab subfolder to turn it into a prefab. Now we just made all of this prefab, and if we go ahead and check all of this fire, it's just gonna work fine. And we can create as many fire we want. It's basically up to you. We can make as many fire prefabs we want, and indeed we can notice it seems pretty much cool. So we're gonna introduce light in our game, but before we do, let's tackle with other fires. So let's get out of play mode. Let's go over to sprites folder, then effects folder, and then I will head over to my blue loops. We can see we have many of them. We can select this one, and then if I click on open sprite editor, so let's find out the perfect one. So I can see these are not perfect, but if we go and then make this, still it's not. So this fire doesn't look great, so that's why I'm not gonna drag it them. So I will head over to my effects folder once again, then I'm gonna choose this one. We have green. So this fire seems amazing, as you can see. So we can choose any of them we like. So let's start with the blue one. So let's go to this one, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the sprite sheet. Let's go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and as always we're gonna make the pixel per unit 16, and we will leave sprite mode to multiple since we have a lot of sprite inside this sprite sheet, and we need to cut individually. And to remove blurry, we're gonna choose point of filter, then apply, and we're gonna click on this slice. Let's select automatic to create by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So for 8 columns, so let's put 8 columns. Means we're doing the same thing like we have done with this blue one, orange, green, and the purple one. And we following the same process, and we just doing that right away. And let's take the first one, let's drag it into the scene view or into our hierarchy. And as always, it seems a lot more small, so we're gonna make this one bigger. So let's do that quickly. Let's select pixel per unit and let's make it something around 12. Then apply, and if we select this one, and this seems perfect by now, we can just make it a little bit bigger by making pixel per unit a less number, but I'm gonna go with 12 and it seems fine to me. And let's call this one, so since we already have a blue fire, so this one I'm gonna name something else like blue big fire, or let's call this one blue and blue chew, second blue, or let's call it blue blue big, blue big fire, just like that, underscore fire. I'm gonna call that like this. And let's make the animation quickly. Let's go to assets, animation, effects animation, fire animation, and let's create a subfolder for our, we can create, but I think we can place over here as well. It's basically already clean, so we can just place right over here as well, and it's pretty much fine to us. So let's call this one blue big underscore fire, just like that. And then we're gonna click on save, and if we click on that play button, we can notice it's playing. And we do know that it should be behind of our ground tiles as well as player. So we're gonna assign with the sorting layer that we recently created, which is the fire one. So let's assign with that. And now we just done that thing, and we can just turn this blue peak underscore fire into a prefab, just like we have done the purple, orange, green with those small. So let's do the same thing, and we following the same process. So you can just do that step by step, just like I have done, or you can simply follow the same process. So now I'm going to select the green one, any of them I can select, it's basically to us. And this seems already cool, and I guess this one is pretty much fine to me. Let's make the pixel per unit to something like, so first thing I'm going to check out this one. So if I choose the spreadsheet, we can notice pixel per unit we have chosen 12. So I'm going to make the same pixel per unit number over here as well. So let's make it something around 12. Then open sprite editor, let's click on yes, and then slice grid by cell count and 8 columns. And to remove filter, we're going to choose point of filter, and then that's it, slice. And we can just do that, and then click on this apply. And I'm going to select the first sprite, let's drag it into the scene view or hierarchy, and let's call this one green big underscore fire, just like that. And now it's basically fine. And let's assign with the sorting layer, which is fire. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the animation. So we're gonna do this thing. So let's go to top left, assets, animation, effects animation, fire animation, and we're gonna call this one green green big, green big underscore fire, just like that. And if we go to animation tab and then play, we can see the animation clip. So let's turn this as well into a prefab. Basically the process, the follow the same process, and it's basically fine. And we have all of this, and we also need to create those. Basically we need to create the orange one, we need to create the purple one, follow the same process, and it's basically fine to us. And we can check this out, and it's make our game more cool and amazing to see. And it's already does these things. And indeed, so we're gonna introduce light to our game. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So what you have to do, you can just place this orange fire, green fire, blue fire around your level, just like we have placed the collectible items with the James one, and we have done with the green potion one. So you can just place this fire just like that we have done when we place it our collectible items and anime game object. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and of course I will have a link in the description, or I will have it in the resources, all of this fire. You can just go and check that out and you can just download them. So I hope you get the idea that how you can create this amazing effect. This step we need to install a universal renderer pipeline in order to add light in our game. To do that, we will head over to window in the top, package manager, and then in the left side you will see in project. Then choose this unity registry in the renderer pipeline, and then scroll down all the way bottom and find out the universal renderer pipeline, and I have it over here. So choose that and then click on install button. Somewhere over here you're gonna get that, so click on install. So it's gonna import universal renderer pipeline in your project, and once it's done you can just go ahead and then cut the tab. And firstly we need to create our universal renderer pipeline asset. To do that we need to head over to project tab, assets, then right click, create, and then go over to rendering. So we will go to rendering, then choose this URP 2D renderer in the bottom, you can notice. So make sure you choose that, or choose this URP asset with 2D renderer. So let's choose that. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna call this one URP. So basically this one, this is our universal renderer pipeline, and this is our universal renderer pipeline asset. So we're going to choose this one, and let's call it, right click, and let's rename this. I'm going to rename this as URP, just like that. So since this is a 2D game, so we need to work in 2D assets. Basically we need to use URP 2D assets. This is not a 3D game. To do that, once again we need to head over to assets, then right click, create, then go over to rendering, and then choose this URP 2D renderer in the bottom. In the bottom you can see, and we can call this one 2D RP. So let's call it 2D URP, just like that. And now we're going to choose our this universal renderer, this URP, and now we're going to take this one, the 2D URP. So basically select this 2D URP that we recently name it. So we're gonna select that one, and then we're gonna drag it over to this field called rendering list, and in inspector you can see. So just make sure you just drag it there. So first thing, you need to create the URP assets by right click, create, then go over to rendering, then URP 2D renderer in the bottom, or you just click on this URP assets, and after doing that rename to something else, then choose your URP, and once again you need to right click on this assets, then create, then go over to rendering, and then choose this URP 2D renderer in the bottom. We can notice, because this is our 2D game, it's not 3D game, so the light should be work on 2D. And now what we need to do, we need to move over to edit in the top left, then go to edit in the top left, then go to this project settings, and in the left side we're gonna see graphics. Inside this project settings tab, in the left side we have this graphics section. So now what we need to do, we need to drag our URP right over here, and it says non renderer pipeline asset. So we need to drag our universal renderer pipeline assets over here. So I'm gonna take my URP and let's drag it there, and as soon as we drag it, it says that changing this renderer pipeline asset take a significant amount of time. Yes, it's gonna take. So we're gonna click on this confirm, and now it's done, and it's gonna take a little bit few seconds, and once it's done we can just go ahead and we can create our global 2D light. Just wait a moment. Once it's done we can just go ahead and we can just do that, which is our creating a global light. Now it's done, and we can simply cut this step. So what you need to do, let me explain one more time. Basically go over to top left, edit, then project settings in the bottom, then select this graphics in the left bar, and then drag your URP into the slot. And now it's done, and we can just go ahead and then create our global light 2D. But before I create, I'm gonna create a fire game object, and I will take all of this fire and then drag it top of that game object in order to make my hierarchy clean. So let's navigate to hierarchy, let's right click or hit this plus icon, let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna call this one fires, just like that. And let's reset the transform, and I'm gonna choose an icon for that, and I will take all of this by holding down control, this all of this fire, I'm gonna take them, and then I'm gonna drag it top of this fire game object in the hierarchy, and then I'm gonna take this fire and gonna drag it in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. Now we can just go ahead and then create the global light 2D. So let's do it quickly. So let's go over to hierarchy, right click, then go to light, and in the bottom you can see global light 2D. So make sure you choose the 2D one. So in our case that will be a global light 2D, and as soon as we have chosen, we can see we have the light 2D, and I'm going to drag it in the top. And if I select my light 2D, go over to my light 2D component or the script and play around with the intensity, it's doing nothing at all. So I'm gonna set back to 0. Why it's not doing? So if I set it to something like 0 point half, means the light should be a little bit dim, but it's not doing at all, because we need to convert all of these sprites into a sprite lit material. It's something like it's have chosen by default as sprite default, so we need to change it with sprite lit. Why? Because that sprite lit just gonna impact or just gonna react with our lighting, so that is the main reason. So we're gonna select all of this fire by holding down shift, or we can choose any of them. Make sure you go over to inspector, sprite renderer component, then material. We can notice it says sprites default, which don't react with our lighting or effect with our lighting. So we need to choose over here a sprite lit material. So just click on it and search by typing sprite lit, and if you're not able to get that, then click on this plus icon, click on this eye icon in the right side, you can see. And now we're gonna able to notice we have this sprite lit default, so we're gonna choose that one, and now this is seems pretty much fine. And if we select our light 2D, we can just do this thing, as you can notice indeed. And also we need to do with the same thing with our player sprite renderer, and then these back tiles, these ground tiles, and all of these things. So we need to convert them into sprite lit material, which just gonna react or impact with our lighting. And if it's selected something like a sprite unlit, then it's gonna do at all, because a sprite unlit, it don't react with our lighting. So we need to make sure we select all of our game object, and then we just make it the as sprite material to sprite lit material, so it's gonna impact with our lighting. So let's select my player, so I'm gonna select that, then I will move over to sprite renderer, then material, and then I'm gonna choose my sprite lit. So let's do that quickly, a sprite lit, and now it's done. And I'm gonna do the same thing with these grounds. So I'm gonna open, firstly I will move over to my project tab, assets, and then I will navigate to my prefabs folder, then ground underscore prefab subfolder, and we have all of this ground. So let's select all of them, but it's not doing, so we need to do one by one. So firstly I'm gonna open up the first one, then we will select all of this water back, all of this, then go over to inspector, tile map renderer, material, and let's choose a sprite lit, and let's click on this eye icon to see that. And as soon as we're gonna choose that, now it's gonna react with our lighting. And we can do the same thing with all of this ground, so we can just open one by one, and we can just assign it as a sprite lit. Let's go, and it's gonna take few amount of time, seconds, to convert all of them. So let's do them, I guess it's fine. and just do that thing with all of this, like I have showed the process that how you can do it. And now if I select my light 2D, then go over to inspector, light 2D component, play around with the intensity, we can notice that it's working, it's impacting with our light by now, because we converted all of this sprite material into sprite lit material which react with our lighting. So that is the thing, and indeed we can notice. So by default I'm gonna set something around zero point 0.5, I guess. Let's choose zero point 0.4. zero point 0.4 seems pretty much great, and let's select any of these fire. Let's suppose if I select this blue one, if I select this blue one, what we're gonna do, we're gonna add a sprite light 2D to this blue one. To do that, we're gonna select our blue fire, then right click on it, then go to light, and then choose this sprite light 2D in the bottom. Basically scroll down a bit and you will notice that which is a sprite light 2D. So let's attach it quickly to our this sorry, it shouldn't be, it should be spotlight. I really apologize. So I'm gonna right click once again, go to light, then we're gonna choose this freedom, sorry, we're gonna choose spotlight 2D. So we're gonna choose this one, and we can play around with this with this. You can simply say the radius, angle, and all of this, and we can see in the inspector we have intensity, radius, and all of these things. So I'm gonna take my light 2D by selecting my move tool, and let's drag it a little bit down, and we can just play around with the intensity. So let's make it something just like this, and we can change the color by clicking on this color, and we can choose the color that we like or that we would like to go with, and we can just play around just like this. As you can see, indeed it makes our game lot more cool to see, and as you can notice, it's pretty much a great. And we can play around with this radius just like this, and this is our outer, and we can just drag it down. And now I guess, and in the x-axis or a horizontally, I just want to put 180, so it will be just like line, a straight line horizontally. So let's go over to light 2D component, then inner or outer spot angle, and I'm gonna choose something like 180, and also I'm gonna choose this one 180, just like that. And we're gonna drag it a little bit down, and we can just increase the intensity of that light just like this. And indeed we can notice it seems pretty much cool, and it's make our game looks more cool and amazing. And we can play around with this false intensity. We can target any sorting layer that we want to. So since I want to target all of this, like these back tiles, these ground tiles, this player, so that's why I'm gonna just go with everything. You can choose a specific layer if you just want to target to light up, then you can just choose that layer. But before you do that, make sure you just assign with something that game object with some sorting layer or a specific sorting layer. And I hope you get the idea, and we can play around with this inner, and it makes our game pretty much cool. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my blue underscore fire, basically the parent. Let's go over to overrides and then apply all, and I'm gonna do the same thing with this green one. So first thing, I'm gonna take my blue fire, let's drag it somewhere around here just like this. And I'm gonna take my green one, so let's take this one, and let's right click on it, let's go to light, then and then choose this spot light 2D, scroll down a bit and you will see. And we're gonna quickly attach that, and let's bring it down a little bit, and we need to increase the radius. So we will go to light 2D component, and then we're gonna just play around, or you can simply just manually do like this in this way. And intensity I just want to increase, but before I do that, I want to change the color with green, since this is our green fire. So I will go over to my color, then I'm gonna choose a green color, just like this. And we can now play around with this intensity. And horizontally I'm gonna make it 180, 180, and this one as well 180. And now I'm gonna bring it down a little bit somewhere around here, and we can just do this like this. And we also want a lamp in the top, and I will take a look on this in the next lecture. I'm gonna take a look on it, and it's already making lot more cool. And always I will go over to my parent, then inspector overrides, and then apply all. And if we go ahead and then play our game, and we will able to notice that our game will be more amazing than it was before. It's gonna seem more amazing since we added a light in, we just introduced light or added light in our 2D game. That's awesome to do that. You can do it with more lighting effects if you want. It's if you wish you can have it. Sorry, I'm gonna turn down my volume. It's so much top, so I'm gonna drag it all the way to down, and let me show you. And also we're gonna add the orange fire, purple fire, and the that green fire that we created. So we basically need to do, and you can just follow the same procedure in order to do that. And indeed we can see our games looks more a lot more amazing. And also I want to show basically a sprite light 2D, just like that. And we get some thing weird over here, because also we need to convert all of these second tiles that we spawn in. We need to convert into material to sprite lit material, which gonna affect with lighting. So we need to make sure that we also do the same thing with the those with those multiple grounds. And I'm gonna get out of play mode and makes our game a lot more cool to see, and it seems already amazing. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project. And make sure you just do the same thing and follow the same procedure, and it's basically up to you. And in the next lecture or chapter I'm gonna add some lamp light or some other light effects. You can simply say I will do it in the next chapter or lecture. I have already included lot of fires, as you can see. If I move over to my project tab, assets, prefabs folder, then open up my ground underscore prefab subfolder, I can show you by double clicking on it. So if I just double click on it in order to open that up in prefab mode. So firstly I'm gonna play the game, so let me show you the game. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And as soon as our game just gonna start, we will able to notice all of those ground just gonna spawn right after the game start. And I'm gonna show you that those fires that I have created. So over here we just want to include the lamps, so I'm gonna include lamps. Just wait. Once it's done, we can just go ahead and check this out. And indeed, if I pause my game, I'm gonna turn down my volume. I really apologize. So I'm gonna turn down my volume. Let's drag it to 0. And we can see we have green fires, we have blue fires, orange fires, green fires, and all of this. And also you can notice I have added sprite to the light, and I'm gonna show you how you can do it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. We're gonna have three lamps, and we're just gonna anchor it in the top. So firstly I will select my player in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on it. So I want three type of lamps in the top. So one's gonna be flickering one, another gonna be just gonna be idle one, and other one just gonna sprite itself. It's not gonna influence our environment tiles, but it will glow itself. So let's do that quickly. To do it, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, then I will head over to my assets folder, then I will navigate to my sprites folder, effects folder, and basically I will head over to my items folder, because inside that item folder I have the decoration folder where I have all of those sprite sheet. So let's select the lamp one. So I have it over here. So let's select the sprite sheet. Let's go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and if we scroll our mouse we can see the lamp is over here. And to make it bigger, as always, we're gonna make the pixel per unit 16, filter mode to 0.0 filter to remove the blurry, and then click on this apply button in the bottom right. And now it's done, and we will leave it to automatic. So let's go over to the sprite editor tab, let's click on slice, and we're gonna leave it to automatic, then slice, and then apply. And once we done, we can select our game view, and we can just move over to that sprite sheet, and let's click on this arrow in order to see the individuals. So I need to find out the lamp one. I really apologize. So this is our lamp one. I just drag it right away. So this is our box. I'm gonna delete this one. So this is our lamp, and I don't know the real spelling of it, and if I'm just doing in a wrong way or just misspelling that, I really apologize for it. So firstly I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. So I will drag down the pixel per unit number. Let's put it something like 12, and then apply in the bottom right. And now we can see it just a little bit bigger, and let's rename it to something like lamps, just like that, or I guess it should be lamps. And if the spelling is miscorrect, is spelling is wrong, I really apologize. I don't know the real, but let's leave that. So I want to have a glowing light inside this sprite, these lamps. Firstly we need to drag it a little bit up, and I want this lamp to be behind of my top tiles, and it should be behind all of this, but it should be in front of our background tiles or the back tiles. To do that, let's create another sorting layer for our lamps. To do that, let's navigate to inspector, sprite renderer, sorting layer. Let's click on add sorting layer, and we're gonna create a new sorting layer. So let's click on this plus icon, and I'm gonna name this to something like lamps, and let's drag it behind all the way, but it should be in front of my background tiles, which is in my case background. So I'm going to drag it in front of my water as well. Now it's done, and we can simply assign it. So let's select the game object, let's go over to sorting layer, and we're gonna assign with the lamps. Now I just done that thing. So let's firstly tackle with the sprite light 2D. It's gonna glow with a color. Basically we're just gonna give a color we would like to glow with, and it should glow itself. It's not gonna do at all, basically it's not gonna influence our environment at all. To do that, let's select the lamps, then right click on it, then go to light, and in the bottom you can see sprite light 2D. So just select that, and now this have chosen the sparkle. But if we select our light 2D game object underneath our lamps in the hierarchy, then move over to light 2D component, we can see sprite is a sparkle. So and we can play around with the intensity. So since I want yellow type, so I'm gonna choose the color yellow, just like this yellow, and I can increase the intensity of it, and you can see. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag the over here, we need to drag the sprite, and this sprite should be the lamp itself. We don't want to I don't want to glow this light or just add the light in this way, which is a sparkle. We can just go ahead and we can replace with the square, but it's not gonna be perfect at all. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna basically replace with the sprite itself. Basically, I will head over to my assets folder, then I will navigate to my sprites folder, then items folder. So let's move over to my items decoration, and we can see the sprite. So I'm gonna choose the lamps itself, choose that and drag it over to the slot called sprite. And as soon as we drag it, we can see by now the sparkle is gone, and we can see that this lamp just getting glowing, or we just added the light itself. And now we can just play around with the intensity. We can just made it we can make it something like it, and it seems pretty much fine number. And if you see a little bit difference, then you can just put -1 in the x, and in the y we can put -1. Sorry, in the y we're gonna leave it to 1, and in the x we're gonna leave it to 1. And now this is fine. And as you can see, it's not influencing our background tiles, top tiles at all. So that's why we just added the light 2D. And I have done the same thing with my enemies, and I'm gonna show you that. So if I move over to my project tab, then move over to my prefabs folder, firstly I'm just gonna collapse all of this at once to just make my folder just a clear, just like this. And now this is fine. And if I head over to my prefabs folder, then enemies underscore prefab subfolder, then select any of these. As you can see, I just done the same thing. If I just drag it in the up or select the yellow one, you can see this sprite just get a glowing effect itself. But basically what I have done, basically you need to select the, I just added a sprite light 2D. And you can notice underneath my enemy underscore one game object, which is light 2D. And I just drag it the sprite itself, which is the ideal one. So you can just glow a game object itself if you want, by adding a sprite light 2D. But if you just want to influence the surrounding of your, then you can choose this target sorting layer to everything. If you do one, you can do that, or you can simply go ahead and you can add a spotlight 2D for it. So I have done the same thing like I have done with this lamp. I have done the same thing with my this yellow enemy, black enemy, blue enemy, and the red enemy. So just do the same thing, or the follow the same procedure to do that or to achieve it. So I'm gonna select my enemy and I'm gonna delete from the hierarchy. Now it's gone. And let's turn it this lamp into a prefab. So we're just gonna have the copy of it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag it inside my prefabs folder, and we can simply rename it to something like lamps. I'm gonna just leave like that. And we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna create some other lamps, something like which one, another one, we another just gonna be influence our surrounding, basically the background tiles, top tiles, or all of this. And another one I just want to be like flickering one, which is just gonna flick our light. It's gonna flickering, it's gonna be flickering. Simply I'm gonna say that to build our game. To do that, let's go to project tab and then assets, and then I'm gonna head over to my scenes folder, and let's double click on this level 1. So if you are in level 1, then make sure you are in Manocin. So if I double click on this level 1, you will notice I'm just gonna move over to my level 1 scene. So you need to make sure that you just move over to your manu scene once you just done that thing. So inside my level scene, what I just want to do, I want to increase my player speed. So it's gonna be something like it's gonna be fine. And if you basically do those things, if you forgot some things to do inside your level scene or the symbol scene. So in my case, I'm gonna bump up my player speed. So let's select the player in the hierarchy, then let's navigate to player skip in the inspector, and move speed I already set it to 4, so I'm gonna make it something around 3. And the acceleration, I'm gonna choose a little bit low number, something like 0. 08, just like that. And now it's fine to me, and we can bump up our jump height as well, but I'm going to leave it to 14, so that's fine for me. And after doing that, we can move over to inspector overrides and then apply all. So the changes we made inside this player, it will be saved prefab of this player game object as well. Now I just done the thing that I need to do inside my sample scene or the level. And now I'm just gonna head over to my menu scene. To do that, I'm gonna double click on this menu, and it says that scenes have been modified. So whatever changes I made inside my sample scene or level 1, I want to save it. So I'm going to click on this save button, and as soon as we're going to click on that save button, no, sorry, save button, we just get over to manu scene. And now we can just go ahead and we can make our build. To do that, let's go to top left file, but make sure you inside your manu scene. If it's not, then move over to your project tab, assets, and then scene folder, and double click on that scene in order to move over to that scene. And now let's go to top left file, build profiles. We need to do some settings before we make the build. So select windows. Over here you can see in the left bar or scene list, any of them. So in the top bar you can see player settings, so just click on it, and we need to change some settings over here. So first thing we can see is that company name. So don't leave it to default company, just like that. Don't leave it to that, just name it to something else. You can just name with your you can just replace with your name. So in my case, I'm gonna name it as my YouTube channel, which is bad code. So I'm gonna do I'm gonna put that, and the product name or the basically the game name. So I'm gonna make this yeah, I'm gonna call this game SPG, something just like that, SPG. And you can drag a icon if you have over here, or you can simply click on it and you can just choose the icon I have inside my assets folder. So I will move over to my assets folder, and I have the logo. So I'm gonna select that and drag it over to that slot. If you lost somehow, then make sure you just click on this player settings in the top, and as soon as you're gonna click on it, it's gonna pop up right away. And now I'm gonna select my logo, sorry, logo, and then I'm gonna drag it. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna drag it here, and we can just split our tabs. I'm gonna cut these tabs for now. So I have the project settings tab, and inside we just name the company name to as my YouTube channel. Basically don't leave it to empty or default company, just like that. Just name it to something else that you would like to go with, and name the product whatever you want. So in my case, I'm gonna call it SPG. And then we can just move over to icon, and inside this icon we don't have to do anything like that, but we can see the icon just gonna be like this. As you can see, in any devices it's gonna fit my icon. So I just gonna skip to my resolution and presentation section. And full screen window, we just gonna leave it to full screen window, and resizable window will be unchecked. You can check it or uncheck, it doesn't matter at all, or you can just skip this part. So in my case, I'm just gonna leave it to resizable window. And after doing that, let's go over to next settings, which is splash image, and we can drag image over here to see that, and we can preview our game. So we can preview, so let's click on this preview button, and as soon as we click on this preview button, we can see inside our game view, firstly unity logo loaded up. And once our unity logo loaded up completely, it just gets over to our menu scene, and we can adjust the duration of that logo. We can put a custom logo, even though we can basically remove our unity logo. To do that, so I want to have a custom logo, so I'm gonna move over to this logo section and then click on this plus icon you can see in the right section, and you can just drag the logo, which logo you want to see. In my case, I'm gonna see this logo, so I'm gonna drag it right there. And then if we click on this preview, we can see our logo in the top, and in the bottom we can notice our unity logo. But I want to remove my unity logo, I don't want to show that, so I'm gonna uncheck this show unity logo. And now if we uncheck and then click on this preview button, now we can see our custom logo, but it doesn't match the color with our background color. To match that, we can simply move over to background color, basically scroll down a bit, then click on this background color, and you can choose the color that you would like to go with. So I'm gonna click on this pencil icon, and I'm gonna pick this color, and now it's done. And if we click on this preview, we can see our logo fits perfectly by now. And we can choose the duration of the logo. If you want to have the unity logo, then you can show that. Basically you just leave as check this show unity logo. And after doing all of these things, we can move over to other settings, and inside these other settings we don't have to do anything at all. But if we making our game for Android devices, then we need to basically play around with these values. We need to play around with these attributes or this section. We can set this scripting backend to IL to CPP, but it's not needed inside once we making the build for Windows. It doesn't matter at all. But if we making our game for mobile devices, then we need to make sure that we follow the exact process. And we can take a look in the next lecture or next chapter. We can do that, or we can just skip. I already have some videos on it, so you can check that out on my YouTube channel. But if you watching in Udemy, in later I'm gonna add Android section, basically how you can make the game for Android devices, basically for mobile devices. Even I'm gonna cover up for a website later on, so you can just stick with that for now. You can just stick with this for now, and that's fine. And now we can just click over here to collapse all of these settings, and we can go ahead and make the build. Let's do that quickly. So I'm gonna cut this step by now, and let's move over to top left file once again, build profiles, and then we're gonna click on this build and run in the top right section. So we're gonna click on it, and we can create a folder for our build. Basically what you can do, just right click, create a separate folder for your build. So right click, go to new, then choose folder, and you can just name the folder whatever you want. I already created a folder called build, so I'm gonna choose that folder, and then let's click on this select folder. And as soon as we're gonna do that, it's gonna make our build. And I'm gonna turn down my volume. So I'm gonna turn down my volume. Just let me do that. And it's just lagging a little bit, which I am really apologize. So I'm gonna turn down my volume. It's gonna take something around 1 to 5 minutes, just like that. And your build just gonna be ready right away once it's complete. But it's gonna totally depend upon on your system. If you have fast enough system, then in your case within 1 minute it's just gonna be done. But if you have slow system just like me, then it can take up to 5 minutes or even 10 minutes, depending upon how many game objects you have or how heavy your project is. So it's just gonna totally depend upon system, project heaviness, and all of those things. And since I already made one bill before this, so in my case right now it's gonna take a lesser number than previous. Basically it's gonna be done within something like 2 to 5 minutes. And indeed it's basically just going on well, and we can just check this out quickly. I hope you getting idea that how you can make the build. And we're gonna take a look onto this. We can just play our game. Just wait, but make sure you play around with your move speed of your player, jump height, and the velocity of your player, a rigid body. Basically you can play around with the gravity to get a perfect jump for your player game object. Play around with those values inside your player script, and you're gonna get the perfect one. I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. It almost complete, as you can notice. Awesome. Let's have a look on this. We will play our game, and it's gonna load it up in our full Windows screen. So as you can see, let's play our game. First thing, I'm gonna check out the about and the instruction menu. So if I click on this instruction menu, we just head it over to instruction menu, and we can notice press down space key to jump, press down left mouse button to shoot or fire, and we can click on this back in order to move over to our main menu. We have the about menu and this button basically working fine. So I'm going to click on this back button, and now let's go ahead and then play our game. So let's click on this play button in order to play our game, and we can play our game. We can shoot, we can jump, and we can kill our enemies, and it looks uh, pretty much. So I forgot to disable that thing. I'm just gonna do that, and indeed basically we playing our game, and it's looking much more engaging and seems pretty much amazing to play. And my system is lagging, I really apologize for it. And indeed the games looks much cooler, as you can see. So this is the thing that we made. Let's let our player to die, and indeed we died, and we made the score 214. I'm gonna click on this menu button, so we just headed over to our menu scene. And now if we go ahead and then click on this exit button, it should exit the game right away. Why? The reason is that we just made the build right now, and once we made the build, and if we go ahead and then click on this exit button, we can see right away the game's quit, because we just made the build completely, and we are unable to do it inside our Unity editor. So that is the reason. So once you made the game completely, and then you just click on this exit button, then it's gonna quit your application, because you just made the build or the game. And we can cut this tab by now. So I hope you enjoyed this course, and if you have any question, you can reach out to me on Instagram, Udemy, YouTube, wherever you can find. Basically, you can find the links in my bio in Udemy. If you just taking this lecture on Udemy, and if you checking on my YouTube, I will have the link in the description, so you can check that out. So bye for now. I hope you enjoy this course. So I will see you in the next one.